I don't know if I'm live yet. There we go. I'll just do it with you guys. So I was trying to figure out some last minute research here because I want to try to figure out like kind of family and kind of just be nosy and dig into her family and stuff. So I was just about to go do a background search so I could get like really relatives' last names and stuff so I could figure out because I still don't know what her ex-husband's last name is. Her oldest son's last name is Ferguson. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out a bunch of stuff so I could so we could dig into her. How many of you guys have been watching or have watched the trial? I wish I would have caught it last week or like when it was started, we could have watched it together. I haven't even watched it all yet. I watched most of her testimony, most of his, I think I watched all of Paul's and a little bit of the coroner. I try to like skim through important parts. So how many of you guys, let's start out this with this question because it's going to determine how I go about with this live. Okay, so I was debating. There's two routes because I wasn't sure if there's going to be a lot of people in here that haven't watched any of the trial or maybe some of the trial that wants to watch some like highlights or watch big chunks of it. Or if most of you guys have watched most of it, then we could just like dig into other stuff. But if there's some people, if like let's say like a lot of people are not that familiar, then maybe we should watch at least some highlights of the trial. But if all of you guys have been following it for the most part, we could just, oh, okay, never heard of it. Okay, so let's do a poll real quick while I run that background search on her so I could get some, I want to get some relatives' names. Not that I'm going to out the relatives, but I want to see the whole dynamics of like, if we could go back to where Timothy was and see if I could find like Facebook or whatever of his family, like, you know what I'm saying, how it was and you know how we go about it. That's how you figure out stuff. Yeah, it's crazy. Okay, so hold on. Let me do a poll. I'm going to do the background search on her and then I'll see depending on how the poll goes, it'll be determined. We're for sure going to go through her YouTube. How many of you saw her YouTube page? But here's the thing, guys. If a lot of people aren't familiar with this case, then the YouTube page is going to be like, they're going to be like, who cares? We don't know what's this about? So that's why it's important if there's enough people that haven't watched it that we at least go through some trial highlights before we get into the deep dive and somewhat deep dive, but before we get into like the YouTube and the Facebook and try to look through the family and stuff, before we go to that, people have to at least know, know what they're looking at. So I want to make sure that I do this where people are at least can, follow along. All right, so let me do a poll real quick, and then I'll do that background search. Sorry, guys. Like I said, I was gonna just do it and make you wait to start the live, but I was like, you know what? I could just start the live, and then while people are coming in, I could do it. It only takes a minute to do it, but then you have to like make links and stuff. But it usually doesn't take that long to try to to link up the family members. Okay, so did you watch? Let me do it better. I'm going to put, do you want to watch parts? Not, obviously we're not going to watch all of it, but we could watch a couple parts of her testimony, a couple parts of Paul's. We could watch, I have them all timestamps of different parts I would like to show, where they show pictures of the house. I would like to show that, a part of where the coroner describes, some stuff about Timothy. So I'll just label it as highlights. And then be honest. If you guys don't want to, we'll see what has the most votes. And then we'll go from there, okay? It's interesting, guys. I mean, if you guys haven't watched this trial, I think Paul still has to have his trial, right? So, I mean, it's still, from what I know, like I said, I just started following it like last week. I saw it popped up when I was sleeping, the trial. And I'm like, oh, let me click on this. And the first thing that popped up was his testimony. I'm like, I don't know what this, but I love watching interrogations. I won't even know the case and I'll click on an interrogation, not knowing anything about the case. And I am in. Like, I'm like, all of a sudden, I'm like looking up the case, looking up the names because I want to know more. So that's what I did. I just watched his testimony. I'm like, man, and it made me want to know more. And then I watched the rest of his and then I watched hers. And now here we are. Oh, is he going to, Ariel? Yeah, but that could be a freaking life sentence. He's up for a life sentence potentially, but you're saying he might take a deal where he could get like maybe 30 years or something. So I want to take. Oh, so I don't know if you guys were in the last live because whatever, if you guys remember, whatever I said last live about this case, I totally changed my mind. So I mentioned it my last live at the end. We were just like rambling on. It might have been 2 lives ago. I don't remember. We are just rambling on, and I was like, "Oh, you guys should watch this trial." And I had an opinion then about it. So just disregard that opinion. If you were there and you heard my opinion, I do, and this is before I got to watch a lot. All my opinion was only going off of his testimony and a part of hers. But now that I got to see a lot more, I don't feel the same way. So just disregard what you heard me say. It was only a little opinion, but I do not feel the same way. I do not at all. I take that back if you were there. Okay, so because if you were there, you're probably like thinking, if you've been watching this trial and you heard what I said, you're probably thinking, what? That's not what I feel. No, that's not what I feel anymore either once I saw more. Um, so I have a question. I mean, I have so many polls and questions I want to ask you because I want to know what you guys think of Paul. Like, what are your take on him? Do you think he deserves to, get life in prison? Do you think he deserves to get a break? Do you think he was so manipulated and brainwashed by his mother? But you have to remember, this wasn't years of abuse with her and Paul. Paul didn't come to her until he was an adult. So you can't, you know what I'm saying? You got to remember that. So you can't be like, oh my God, it's been my whole life growing up. She's been, brainwashing me and manipulating me. But she didn't have him until he was already an adult. So he can't use that excuse. Unless, you know what I'm saying? I don't think he could use that excuse. Yeah, living with her a year or two. I mean, of course, major stuff could happen in that short amount of time. But it wasn't his whole life. So just remember that with him. Um, oh, she did? When though? I thought he came to her when he was like 18, I thought. Okay, so how long, Ariel, how long did she have him when he was younger? Do you know? Was it just like, because I know she had like I know at one point she had, uh, what is it called? Where supervised visitation, where she had to be supervised when she saw her kids. She was under like a CPS investigation for like years. I mean, they didn't want her to have any custody of any of her kids, but somehow she got to keep them. And I don't know all the specifics because, like I said, I've only been looking into this for a week, and most of my hours were spent doing Delphi, so I haven't really done a whole ton. I'm getting there, but because it's interesting and it's got, you know what I'm saying. But I've been like doing a lot of Delphi stuff too, so I know as much as I can for the amount of time I put into it. So I don't know. I just, what I read is she had supervised custody. You could see in some of her posts from Facebook where she's like, "Oh, I'm coming with no kid. I came home with no kids, but I get to see him with supervised custody, whatever." So did she ever really have him for big chunks of time, or it was just him and her? I mean, her, and the kids. I didn't think she did, but I could be wrong. Um. So don't, if somebody in here has been following it real close, I want to know because I'm really depending on some of you guys too, that ones that have been like watching every day of the trial to maybe like help me because I haven't got to watch every second of it. Um, I don't know. You heard him during the trial where they asked him if he has autism and he said, no, I wasn't diagnosed. They asked, do you have any other like mental ability or disabilities? And he says he has anger control issues. Um, I mean, that's just from his mouth. I don't know if now he hasn't. Well, remember what they said. She said when Paul and Timothy both, when they came to her, they had bags full of drugs. So she said Paul too, and she got him off of it. So what the heck were all those drugs that Paul was on? You know what I'm saying? She said he had a bag full, unless if she was exaggerating too, and she got him off all of them. Which, you know what I'm saying? That could be a dangerous game there because he might need some of them. But she couldn't afford medical insurance. She didn't take him to the doctor since she got custody of him. So they both came with a bunch of drugs because they had like, mental stuff, like disorders, mental stuff. I don't know what all the drugs were, but stopped giving them from Timothy too. But she said Paul had them too. So why when he was asked by the jury, because when the jury has questions, they ask, but I guess they only asked, do you have autism? And then they also asked, and then he just went on to say, well, do you have anything else? And he just went on to say, well, I have anger management or anger issues that I can't control or whatever. Um, I don't know, abuse, child abuse, but I don't know. Here's the thing: I don't know before. 2012 there was a CA call. I think it started in, or maybe it was 2009 to 2012. I think they listed it. But I don't know before that because Paul's what 19, 20? Is he 20 now? And Timothy was 15 when he died. Okay, weighed 69 pounds. Um, oh, he said that? I didn't hear him say that. Okay, I'm just talking about the part where the jury had questions for him. Okay, I didn't hear him say that he had a reactive attachment disorder. He said that, Paul. Wait, maybe I do. Maybe that was during like the beginning when he was going through everything, huh? You might be right. Okay. But what about his dad? So what I have a question, and this is why I want to do the background search and find out the other family life, because wherever they were before, what was their situation? Because if Paul's gonna blame, oh, attachment disorder, neglect, emotional abuse, well, where was he the majority of his life? Because if he was with his mom apart, I don't think it was the majority he was with his mom. I could be wrong, but where was he? Okay, let's do highlights. Yeah. All right, let me do. Because, yeah, I don't want people to be lost. That's what I didn't want. I want people to be able to, like, as we're going through stuff, following along, I want people to be following it and not be like, wait, because I know it would suck, to, like, not, you want to be a part of it and oh, hold on, I have to log into my thing. And you're not. So we'll go through some highlights. Like I said, all I've seen is, and this, hold on, verification. Oh, hold on. So yeah, if you guys, okay, who has, put a thumbs up if you have watched all of the trial. So I kind of know when I'm talking and asking questions, I kind of know who to ask. I'll try to make a mental note. Put a thumbs up if you've watched like all the days of the trial. You guys, it's freaking good. It's freaking a good, I mean, interesting. I don't know. I'm like, if I don't want to say fascinates me, but it's really interesting because what makes people do that? She was super smart. She graduated magna cum laude. She passed her bar. She scored really high. She was just a very smart, book smart woman. She trained dogs, which you'll see with her YouTube channel. But we're gonna do the highlights first before we go to her channel on Facebook and stuff. But super smart, at least book smarts. And then yeah, she worked for the judge. She was like a helper. Okay, I found her. On her So got a list of names. So this is what I needed. So Ferguson, yep. So yep, Nolan. So her oldest son. Do you know if all of her kids are from the same dad? It must be Ferguson. Do you know? That's what I don't know that. She has 5 kids, 4 boys, 1 daughter. Don't know if they're all from the same guy. It seems like it, but I don't know. And does anybody know that? Okay. They're not okay, but are they only from two different ones? The youngest is just from the more recent husband. Is that what it is, or that's what I'm wondering? So Nolan, Timothy, and Paul. Okay. Well, then Let me see what it brings up on her background search as far as. So Ramsey must be her maiden name. Or one of her married names if she's married 3 times. Ferguson must be the name of her ex. Ramsey must be her maiden name, and then Vander must be her new husband's name. Last name, I mean. Okay, so, let me see what criminal she has, guys. Ooh, worthless check. Simple worthless check. Okay. So she has, in 2005, she has a, let's see, whatever, worthless check. What was it, like a check that didn't, she wrote a check that didn't have money or something? She has a couple of those. She has one in 2005, 2006. Not specified. There's a not specified charge that's criminal, but let me see if that's this one. Hold on. No, that's 2006. Oh. Well, I was really not really looking necessarily for her background. Or I was just kind of wanting to get the, oh, here we go. Here's her homicide one. Okay. The homicide. Oh, yeah, they're already on here. Okay, so, but yeah, I have a nice list of, so we'll be able to, like, when we go on Facebook, maybe we'll be able to find some of them. Because I'm curious. I want to know what their life was with their dad. I'm just curious. She agreed to relinquish custody to avoid having her rights terminated. Something that bugged me on the stand. Her lawyer asked the judge if she could approach the. Then he whispered in her ear, "You called him Gabriel. You need to call him G." Yeah, I heard that. Because he's a minor and they weren't supposed to say his name. You notice I caught that too. That's funny. I was like, oh, I heard what he said. Because they're not supposed to say his name because he's a minor. That was all. And she kept making a mistake. But that was, I mean, honestly, you're talking about somebody, it's probably hard to remember to call him G or little man or whatever. They just didn't want her saying his name though. So wait, reactive. Okay, hold on. Let me see. So let's go. Wait, hold on. Paula has an older biological brother. There's Nolan. Nolan is the oldest. Then the daughter, I think, is the next, right? Or is the daughter the oldest? I don't know much about the daughter, but I know Nolan is the oldest son at least. Okay. Hey, Plankton. Well, I don't know. I don't know if we'll be able to figure out exactly how long she had the kids. I don't know. Yeah, 2009 to 2012. Yeah. Her rights were terminated, but somehow she still was able to get him in 20. So she didn't get Timothy back, I should say, until 2021. But there's a post on her Facebook when he was 3 years old, she like said something like, "We're looking for somebody to take care of my loving 3-year-old Timothy. Like, we need a home for him or something." I don't know. I'll show you that when we get into the other stuff. I don't know if you guys saw that, but and then let's see. But do you notice you catch little things? I think she freaking blamed him for so many things. I think number one, all of a sudden she develops, she talked about the hypoglycemic and like all these stuff that physically happened to her as she was pregnant with Timothy. I think she's blames him for that. Like things that changed from in her body and her system from being pregnant with him, at least that she says. I think she had this hatred towards him since day one. You know what I'm saying? Since he was in her, causing her problems, whether they really did or not. But she mentioned a few things like, well, when I was pregnant with Timothy, I developed this or I got this or whatever. And it's just like, wow, this hatred probably started back then. You were probably blaming him for this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Which, whatever, dude. Yeah, right? I know. All right, let's the hot sauce. Oh wait, hold okay. So Paul was with her. I'm gonna star these ones that. So Paul was with her from 2012 or 2002 to 2009. So that's 7 years. Only with her, but was that like when did she divorce her husband though? Was it both of them when they were together still? I don't know how long they've been divorced. Tim asked. Yeah, right. Yeah, her husband has a stroke, and then that's when it all started. I feel like it was, uh, I mean that kind of abuse. But what I'm saying is, I think she secretly always hated him for some reason. She blamed him for stuff, like causing her problems being pregnant. That's just my opinion. I mean, I just caught like little things that she would mention it, and I'm like, that's just how I wonder. I just wonder if that she just always had this resentment towards him for doing, for making her body physically certain ways happen when she was pregnant with him. Hey Gilly. All right, hold on. I want to a star a couple of this stuff. So yeah, I know. I think we're gonna watch a video where it talks about she lost custody, or about the 2009 to 2012. So I'm not gonna star that because I actually have that in my memory. But let me stuff that I need to go back to. Hold on. When Timothy was 5, I guess we could do that. Timothy was 5. She lost custody, and then he goes back to her when he's 15. Or wait, that would be 14, 13, 14. Um, when she got him back, well, it was 2021. He died in 2022. He was 15. So he was probably what, like 14, maybe 13, almost 14 when she got him. Um, yeah, Paul's charged too. Yes, he is. Yes, ma'am, and rightfully so. I'm sorry. I do believe that he should be charged. I don't think he should maybe get as much as her, but I do believe he needs to spend some time in prison. I'm sorry. I don't give him a pass. I don't. I have my doubts with the way I feel about Paul. I really do. I almost feel like he's trying to put too much of the blame on her when he participated willingly. I don't know. I just feel like, when you read some of this where he's like, oh my God. And I feel like it was almost like, I think at times, like he was happy that his mom was letting him do that because Timothy was driving him nuts. So, like, he was happy that he was able to just like do what he wanted to him. I think. I don't know. I got to learn a little bit more, but right now I don't give him a pass. I'm sorry. No, I agree. He shouldn't have been, but he was an adult, and I know he probably felt like he didn't have a choice, but I'm sorry. That's why maybe give him a lighter sentence, but I do not give him a pass. No. But I want to know, like, I want to know more about Paul's past. I want to know. That's why we're gonna try to find like his other home life, and because that will be. I want to know if he has more of a past. There's not gonna be a complete past, but if I could, I want to figure out how I feel about him, and I don't know yet. Because if he had a really good life with his dad, then, but if he had like a lot of abuse with all growing up, he wasn't probably developed properly because of his parents, and there wasn't any like tools that he was working with, then maybe. But I don't know yet. I don't know yet. Um, yeah, but Amy, if you listen, here's the thing. If you listen, what was it, one time he gave him? Maybe a couple times? Like if he, I don't know, you could have snuck him a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? I only remember hearing him give one example of sneaking it, but and that could just be like, you know, a moment of like, because he is a human being, you know what I'm saying? Like, but I don't know. I think the fact that he got to like boss him around and he probably act out his, because he has those anger problems. He got to just, he could do whatever he wants to this guy when he frustrated him, and his mom was letting him. I think he was eating that up. Like, I don't, I mean, I do think if he may have had moments where he just was like, let him go, I don't even want to deal with it. But like those moments when he was annoyed with him, I think he was happy he was allowed to do that. But the moments maybe where his mom's like, oh, don't let him get comfortable, do this, do that, like where he's just like, he's not bothering me, just let him, you know, then he was probably like, come on, just let him go. But like if he was bugging him, like I don't think I think he wanted to be mean to him. I do. I don't know. Please don't don't be mad at my opinion of him right now. But like I said, I want to learn a bit more about his like his childhood. Uh, wait, hold on. Okay. Yeah, he only did it once that I remember. He made him like a sam, or was it a sandwich? Like one time he said he did it. I mean, correct me, maybe he said another time, but that's still only a couple times. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I don't think he wanted to take care of him. See, that's the thing. I think he was annoyed because he didn't care enough to be like, oh, like, I have to do this and I have to do this. And my mom's like making me keep an eye on him. Like, that was a pain for him to have to do. But I think in the moments where Tim was annoying him, probably just being a kid and being, you know, from all in plus from him being abused. I mean, he was uncomfortable, starving, probably. Well, definitely starving. I just don't, I don't know. I don't think he would have, it wouldn't have got that far if it wasn't for his mom. No, but I just I want to know more about him. Okay, so let me see what the I think we're going to do the highlights anyway. I want to see what the poll said anyway, just so I know. So yeah, 81 says yes. Okay. So let's do, so when I do the highlights, so what I have picked out, but let me know if you guys would rather watch other stuff, but I have some stuff like with her testimony, his testimony, and then like I said, the coroner, and like when they read the texts. Or is that all stuff you don't really want to watch? I didn't even get into the other stuff. But let's start. You know what? Let's start with, what we're going to do is we're going to start with a couple news clips from a year ago. Okay, let's just do that because I have a couple I wanted to play from a year ago. And then we'll watch parts of the trial. Okay, that's what we'll do. I forgot about these clips. Because they kind of help, you know, set it up. All right.
Child abuse out of Muskegon County. A mother charged with the torture and murder of her son. News 8's Byron Tollefson has been following this case all night, and he joins us with the disturbing details.
That's right, Brian. The Muskegon County prosecutor has handled plenty of these cases, but he says this is one of the most shocking.
I've been at this job for over 20 years, and you know the things that walk through this door on a day in and day out basis are horrific and traumatic. But I can safely say that within my career, this is probably one of the more sadistic and tragic events that I've ever seen and witnessed and been a part of, and it's sad.
Disturbing new details out of Muskegon County tonight of a mother charged with murder in the death of her teenage son. 15-year-old Timothy Ferguson, a boy with special needs, was found dead in his Norton Shores home.
I read, Angela. We did the text. I watched the text. I watched the text read through. We're gonna play that. Oh, I watched that twice because I wanted to hear. Well, the one I fell asleep, but then I ended up watching the second part twice. But yeah, no, I watched it. That's one thing I watched too, is the text. So, like I said, I'm just not giving him a pass. He needs to be punished. Now he should get a lighter sentence than her, but I'm still not okay with, I don't feel like, oh, well, you know what? His mom made him do it and poor kid. No. I don't feel that way about him is what I'm saying. I think he needs to be punished and be rehabilitated. He needs a lot of therapy, and yeah.
A medical examiner found that he died from malnutrition and hypothermia. His mother, 43-year-old Shanda Vander, appeared in court for the first time this afternoon on murder and child abuse charges. As prosecutors argued for the judge to deny her bond, they read the disturbing allegations.
In the denial of food to the child, feeding the child nothing but bread and bread soaked in hot sauce, pouring hot sauce down the child's throat, and placing the child in an ice bath, which we believe will be the explanation ultimately for why the child had suffered hypothermia, and that most notably happened the day before the child passed away.
The judge ultimately denied her bond, leaving Vander in a Muskegon County jail tonight.
This court has grave concerns, not only about the safety and well-being of the community, but also regarding the ability of the defendant to flee.
The county public defender, Fred Johnson, says that while these allegations are horrific, she should have been released.
She has no criminal history. She has no place else to go. She has family here in the community. She's not a run threat. She's not a.
So that's her lawyer, guys.
Vander graduated from WMU Cooley Law School last year and was working as a clerk in Newaygo County. Johnson actually met her 2 years ago when she was a law student.
The fact that I actually know her and would never have thought this of her, that added to the surprise.
It's unclear why Timothy was even in his mother's care. Prosecutors say that a decade ago, Oklahoma Child Protective Services recommended terminating her parental rights. In 2012, she agreed to leave the home and not have custody of her children. Prosecutors believe that Timothy came to the Muskegon area to be with his mother in May of 2021.
I can't imagine any parent treating a child like that, let alone doing it over a period of time that ultimately, allegedly, caused this young man's death. So yeah, I mean, as a parent, I can't even put into words how I feel about another parent treating a child like that.
Hilson says a 7-year-old child also lived in the Norton Shores home. He is now in the custody of the Department of Health and Human Services. That department tells News 8 tonight that generally, if a court in another state has issued final orders and closed its case, Michigan would have no knowledge of a parent moving and having a child in his or her custody.
I called Timothy's biological father today. He did not want to comment. She is due back in court in about 3 weeks, but the public defender tells me.
Wait, I thought they said he didn't. I thought that they said that Paul didn't come live with him until. Why do I remember like 18 or 19? Well, no, that wouldn't be right, 19 because he's 8. I don't know. Why do I feel like it was later? But I mean, maybe. So you're saying he was in 2012? She agreed to leave the home in 2012, so that's 10. But wait, I'm confused. What does her agreeing to leave the home have to do with Paul coming? Can you explain? Why does one mean the other? I mean, I'm confused on that. Okay, so I have one more real quick, and then we'll go to a couple of the new.
Shanda Vander, a mom in Norton Shores, now charged with murder in her teen son's death.
News 8's Byron Tollefson is live at the Muskegon County Courthouse with why prosecutors issued murder charges. Byron?
The prosecutor just told us that 15-year-old Timothy Ferguson had special needs. He died from malnutrition and hypothermia. Shanda Vander made her first court appearance this afternoon on murder and child abuse charges. Prosecutors said that she apparently punished her son by not feeding him or giving him only bread with hot sauce on it. She also had him sit in ice baths, likely explaining the hypothermia. Prosecutor DJ Hilson tells us it's hard to describe these horrific allegations.
I've been at this job for over 20 years, and the things that walk through this door on a day in and day out basis are horrific and traumatic. But I can safely say that within my career, this is probably one of the more sadistic and tragic events that I've ever seen and witnessed and been a part of.
A big question in this case is why Timothy was even in his mother's care. In court today, prosecutors said that from 2009 to 2012, Child Protective Services in Oklahoma investigated her and recommended her parental rights be terminated. Prosecutors say in 2012, she agreed to leave the home and not have custody of her children to avoid a court order terminating her rights. Prosecutor Hilson tells us they believe Timothy came to the Muskegon area to be with his mother in May of 2021. I talked with his biological father on the phone. He did not want to comment. A 7-year-old child that lived in that home in Muskegon County is now with the Department of Health and Human Services. We also learned that Vander was actually working to become an attorney. She graduated from law school last year and told the judge she was currently working as a clerk in Newaygo County. But tonight she is in the Muskegon County Jail, held without bond. Live in Muskegon, Byron Tollefson, News 8.
I swear I had one where I wanted to play where it shows when he first gets arrested, Paul, because he looks a lot different. So you know how he looks really skinny up on the stand? He's a lot thicker, like when he first gets arrested. So he must have lost a lot of weight. He's not fat or anything, but like he must have lost a lot of weight in jail since he's been in jail. That's what I wanted to show you. One of the clips has, hold on, let me find it. Yeah, maybe it's this one. Yeah, I think it's this one.
Mr. Norton Shore's mother is moving forward.
A judge today ordered Shanda Vander to stand trial in the death of her 15-year-old son,
See, look.
Ferguson. News 8's David Horak has the details.
There's actually a picture where you see the front view of him. I don't know if it's on here, but you could Google it and you could see it. Like he doesn't have like that sunken in, like, you know, when he's up on stand, which you'll pay attention, he looks almost like he could use a little bit a good meal, you know. But that's what I was wondering. But no, I mean he looks totally healthy there.
David.
Well, Sue and Brian, the district judge presiding over the case heard testimony from 2 detectives who handled the investigation, the county medical examiner who performed the autopsy, and Vander Ark's other son, who too is charged in connection to Timothy's death.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you?
Yes, sir.
While facing first-degree child abuse himself, Paul
His body is pretty skinny still.
in a hearing for his mother, Shanda Vander Ark, who is also charged with murder in the death of her son, 15-year-old Timothy Ferguson.
Face.
The 2 are accused of torturing and starving Timothy to death. In the week leading up to his death, Paul testified that he noticed his brother looking thinner.
I took pictures of it and sent them to her and told her that I wouldn't say that I said to stop, but I was trying to hint at it.
To stop what?
To stop feeding him so horribly, give him something nutritional, give him what he needed. He didn't deserve this.
Timothy, who Paul said was autistic with motor and speech impairment, weighed just 69 pounds at the time of his death. Investigators added he was fed rice or pieces of bread laced with hot sauce. On the stand, detectives read aloud the text messages exchanged between Paul and his mother, including this one.
He told me a week and a half ago that he wanted to be thin to make me feel bad for punishing him. You don't get to grump at him for that, though. I already lit into him plenty for it.
Investigators say the 2 also punished Timothy by routinely giving him cold baths or cold water splashes and refusing to let him sleep.
Defendant, he just laid down again. Mr. Ferguson. Okay. Defendant, please go get him up. Defendant, feel free to dump some cold water on him. Defendant, and even if he sits up right before you get there or as you get there, I honestly don't care if you get a little rough with him.
According to her, the incoherence was fake.
And what do you mean by the incoherence?
He was incapable of moving, incapable of responding. He wasn't speaking or anything.
Defendant, okay, let me rephrase that question then. Do you honestly believe we should be worried? Mr. Ferguson, IDK, which I understand to believe, I don't know. I'm just tired of him being such a nuisance.
Detectives testified they found an Amazon Prime box and a blue tarp in the closet underneath a staircase, which was later determined to be Timothy's bedroom.
The first photograph here is a lock on the freezer.
Investigators also discovered an alarm on the closet's door, two-way surveillance cameras placed throughout the home, and locks placed on the refrigerator and all freezers.
And what was the purpose of the locks? It was to keep Timothy from attempting to steal food that was going to be used for actual meals.
And Paul testified that he made a plea deal to plead guilty to the child abuse charge in exchange for his testimony and a prison sentence reduced to 6 to 8 years. The presiding judge did decide to send this case to trial.
The murder.
Wait, oh, I didn't hear the end of that. So he didn't take the deal. Is that what so the judge isn't gonna go with the deal, right? Isn't that what that sounds like? So he only wanted 6 to 8 years for his testimony, but he still gave his testimony in her case. It's, you'll see it's not allowed to be used against him in his trial, but wonder what kind of, you know what I'm saying? What did they work out here? Yeah, you think they would have negotiated, no, not 68, but the judge could be like, well, what about, 20? 20 would be a freaking really good deal for murder. Wait, what do you mean? Are you talking to me, Ariel? I thought they meant his case. What? Ooh. No, I'm pretty sure they meant his. Oh, hey, Jonathan, thanks. Yeah, the trial date, do you guys know the verdict, right? I mean, it's not spoiled, or maybe people that don't know the charges. Well, no, I guess it doesn't matter. It was already happened. Yeah, the trial ended last week, though, Jonathan. So, yeah, I wanted to talk about it. So, yeah, I spelled you guys... Stacy just texted me. I freaking put Sandra in my title. It was a mistype. So if anybody saw that, I know what her name is. I just mistyped, but I corrected it. Anyway, so okay, he talks about the plea. So what happened? What's the deal? I didn't listen to the opening or closing arguments. So what's the deal with Paul? Can you explain it? They refused the deal, right? That's what it sounded like. He said he would testify, say guilty for 6 to 8 years, and it says the judge decided no, he's taking it to trial. To me, that sounds like he's like, nope. Oh, just the abuse, but he could still get. How long can he get? What's the maximum charge for that? Because I swear I heard somebody say, recently, in one of these, court TV or something, where they said he could still get life for whatever he's charged, right? Hey, Rita. Oh, I know, Liberty. He hasn't been to trial. We know he hasn't even had the trial yet. Well, we're talking about what they just said here, okay? So they said that he he wanted to make a deal where which I didn't know. This was from last year, this news clip. Okay, this isn't a recent news clip, but he wanted to make a deal, take the, plead guilty, give his testimony or whatever, and then plead guilty and then get 6 to 8 years. And the judge basically didn't take the deal and said, no, we're going to trial. But I didn't know they had a whole year. I guess in that year they made another deal that people were saying that they talked about in closing arguments. I didn't watch all the trial, like I said. So they said that I guess they worked out something where he only takes the CA charges and not the homicide charges. Trial, though, he still goes to trial for him, but he's not charged. It's only for the CA charges. Okay. I don't know, Jonathan. I'm not sure. Thanks. I'm not sure. I have a lot to go over, but I mean, if people want to come up maybe and talk about it. Okay, so let's watch some of the clips, guys. Yeah, if I have time, I would like to. I mean, I would open it up now, but I will never make it through I feel like it would be hard to make it through like what we want to watch though if we did. So that's why I want to wait. Okay, so why do you feel alone? I was lost meaning. Aww. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, less than 10. God, no, that's. I think he should get more than that, but I know I feel like I have the unpopular belief on that so far. But once we dive in and find out some more about the details of his family and stuff, I might think different. I want to know, can any area or whatever, can you send me where where you see that he moved in 2012? Because I want to know, I want like some kind of confirmation of when he lived with her. You know what I'm saying? So I just want to know how I should feel about it, and I don't know. All right, so let's start. So we'll start out with I have everything timestamped. So let's start out with I want to do his first since kind of go in the order of how it happened in real time. But let's do hold on. His testimony of a very intense. She throws up. Okay, I have some of them labeled. Okay, so we're gonna go photos of the house. Yeah, so we're gonna start. So we're gonna go in order of how they went in the trial. For at least the parts that I'm going to play. So I'm going to play first the photos of the house. Wait, where do I have hold on. The coroner. Hold on 1 second. Paul, photos of the house text. The coroner's right before Shanda. Okay. All right, yeah, so we're going to do the photos of the house. And then a little bit after that, they go into the text messages. Okay, so that's what we're going to start. Since we can't watch all the trial, I just want to kind of give you the real important parts, or I guess the important parts that I've seen so far, because I haven't seen them all. Okay, photos of the house, and then the text. Let's do it. You gotta be kidding me. Oh my god. I am a freaking idiot. You guys. Oh Lord. Okay, so I freaking emailed me for at least 2 of them. Okay, so I got them on some of them. So when I email myself the timestamps and it's supposed to be the video with the timestamps. Well, I didn't email the video. I just freaking did timestamps with nothing in. So now I gotta find the video that matches the timestamps. Oh my Lord. I'm so mad at myself. It should be easy. I'll go to my history. Okay. So, gosh, it's just, I had it all. God, I'm just making it longer though. All right. Photos of the house, text read through. All right. God, I'm so mad at myself right now. Oh, it never fails though. Like, lives when I prepare and I'm like, oh, I'm all prepared, I got everything ready. Something always goes wrong. So me preparing so it could go smoothly, it never happens because there's always something that it makes it so it doesn't. All right. It shouldn't be that hard though because it should be under my history. Okay, so I just got to figure out. Which ones? Hold on. Just give me 1 second, guys. Okay, that's him. Okay, good. This is the second part of the text. Okay, I'm going to just keep that up and then hold on 1 second. I'm going to find the one that I gotta find the one with the photos and the first part of the text is what we're going. Okay. Here we go. I got it. Thank you. Yes. Yeah. All right. So 202 and 225. All right. So we're going to start at 202. And it goes through the photos. Just so you can see what the house was like. Because it was a mess. I mean a mess, guys. All right. So gifted, thank you.
For the jury, for the record, these have already been stipulated to as People's Exhibits 1 through 32.
Melissa, what's up?
The physical copies for the jury have the exhibit numbers on them. We'll go through them one by one for the officer so the jury can see them on the monitors. So, we're looking here at what is going to be People's Exhibit number 1. I'm going to lose count at some point with the exhibits. I know I will, but People's Exhibit 1, what are we looking at in that photograph, Lieutenant?
That is the home where the incident occurred.
And People's Exhibit 2?
That is looking at the front door of the home into the home. And
in that image, you can see 2 sets of stairs, one going up, one going down. That's the bi-level nature of this home. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you arrived on that scene, did you go both to the upper and lower portions of that home?
I first went to the lower portion, then I did go to the upper portion.
Why did you go to it seems obvious, but why did you go to the lower portion first?
That's where the deceased was located.
But you did have the occasion to observe both the upstairs and downstairs of that home. Is that correct?
Correct.
And is that substantially, some of these photographs are taken on 2 different days. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, during the course of this, did you conduct 2 separate searches of that home pursuant to a search warrant?
Yes.
And is that the reason why we have photographs from 2 different days?
That's correct.
But you have had an opportunity to review all those photographs in preparation for trial today, and would you agree that those are a fair and accurate depiction of the home as it appeared to you on both July 6th and was the second search warrant on July 7th?
It was, correct.
And that's the condition in which the home appeared at the time so that you were there on July 6th and July 7th?
Yes.
So People's Exhibit number 3, what are we looking at in that photograph?
That's the lower level of the home, what's been referred to as the common area, just a main room in the lower level where the deceased was located.
Right, and we can see a sheet here. I know you can't necessarily see what I'm pointing at with the laser pointer, but there's a sheet on the floor on the bottom left-hand portion of that photograph. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that where the deceased was located when this photograph was taken?
Yes, he is under that sheet.
And what are we looking at in this photograph?
That is the same room, just a different angle. You can still see the deceased underneath that sheet, just showing the general appearance of the room.
And the sheet right here, that's the sheet covering the deceased. And is this after the home is searched, or is this the condition it was in when you first observed it?
That is the condition it was in when we first arrived.
And looking on the right side of that, there is what appears to be a bunk bed there. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I think we have another photograph of that, but was it your understanding that was Timothy Ferguson's bed?
That is what we have been told, yes.
And what are we looking at in this image?
That is the upper bunk of that loft bed or bunk bed that we spoke of.
And that's, I believe that's another Norton Shores officer that we can see there.
Wait, hold on. I want to see something really quick. I just want to go back a couple frames. Okay, so there's the bunk bed. Okay, so that's where, who did I forget if she said Gabriel or Paul sleeps there. Well, let's see what they say. Wait till you see where freaking Timothy sleeps.
And what are we looking at in this image?
That is the upper bunk of that loft bed or bunk bed that we spoke of.
And that's, I believe that's another Norton Shores officer that we can see there with a mask on. And beyond that, there's what appears to be another room there. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And it's the testimony's been thus far that there are 2 bedrooms. Actually, there's the common area, a bathroom, and 2 bedrooms and a small closet in the lower level. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you observed both of those bedrooms?
I did.
And was it your understanding that those bedrooms belonged to one to Paul Ferguson and one to the minor child, G?
That's correct.
And so we're looking at the top bunk and looking towards one of those bedrooms. Is that correct?
That's correct. That would be G's bedroom.
All right. And what are we looking at in this next photograph?
That is the upper level of the home, the kitchen.
And again, looking at this photograph, is this taken prior to any search actually taking place?
No, this was the scene of the home as we found it.
So the items all strewn about are not, you see on television, police officers going in and emptying drawers and throwing stuff around. Did any of that occur prior to this photograph being taken?
No, we don't operate that way. We take care of the property that we're searching.
There's going to be a better view of it, but on the extreme right side of that photograph is what appears to be a refrigerator. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you can see, we'll get to it in it's in the next photograph anyway. Here, are we looking at another view of that photograph?
It is another view of that refrigerator.
And so that's a bottom freezer, so refrigerator where the refrigerator is on top and the freezer portion is on the bottom. Is that correct?
Correct.
And there appears to be a lock on the bottom portion of that, or two locks there actually, but one lock with a front connection point on that freezer. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is this the upper portion, the refrigerator portion?
Yes.
All right, and that also appears to be a lock as well with a keyhole, correct?
Yep. Correct.
And is that just a wider shot of, so you can see both the upper and lower portion of that refrigerator?
That's correct.
There's a door slightly ajar there. Where does that door go to?
That's what's been referred to as the pantry.
And what are we looking at in this photograph?
Another view of the kitchen area. You can see the stairs leading down to the main entrance, as well as a chest freezer.
And there's next to the freezer, it appears to be a coat rack. Is that right?
Yes.
And there's a large white tub there. Do you recall what was located in that tub?
I believe it was dog food.
So those are the stairs the stair rail we can see there. Those are the stairs that come up from the front door.
Yes.
And immediately then to your right, as you come up those stairs, is that door to the pantry, correct?
Correct.
And what are we looking at in that image?
That's the chest freezer that we just had looked at with the lock on it, the black lock.
And what are we looking at in this image?
There's a photograph of the inside of the refrigerator and portions of the freezer.
And by all accounts, it looks like there's quite a healthy amount of food contained in that portion of the refrigerator. Would that be fair to say?
Absolutely.
Condiments on the door, milk on the door, other items, pickles, more mayonnaise, lots of items inside that refrigerator.
Very well stocked.
And is that the freezer drawer portion?
That is the freezer.
And you can see pizza rolls, some type of frozen mac and cheese, a couple of boxes of frozen mac and cheese, and some type of packaged meat, as well as other items in that freezer, correct?
Yes, many options.
And what are we looking at in this?
That's the inside of the chest freezer, showing all the food available in there.
So there's some frozen chicken, there's some desserts in there, there's some bread, all visible in that image.
Correct.
Again, this and the refrigerator and the freezer all had locks on them, correct?
Correct.
And what are we looking at in this image?
That's that closet pantry door that was just to the right of the refrigerator near the stairs and the inside of the pantry area.
And again, there's more food items in there. There's canned soup, cereal, multiple items inside that location. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I think we're back downstairs now. So can you tell the jury what we're looking at in this image?
This is the first search warrant at the home. To the right of the screen, you can see the bunk bed that was designated as the deceased bunk bed. And then the small room door, the closet under the stairs.
And at the very top right portion of that door, can you describe to the jury what we're looking at there?
On the top right of the door is an alarm, which appeared to me to be activated whenever that door would be opened.
We have a close-up of that in the next image. That's the alarm sensor?
Correct. You can see the one sensor part on the door jam and the other sensor part on the door. So when the door is opened, it would trigger.
Now, let's talk for just a moment, because you referenced it just a moment ago. You said that these photographs, specifically, these two exhibits were taken during the execution of the first search warrant at the home. Is that correct?
Correct.
So that was the search warrant that was executed on July 6th, correct?
That is correct.
That's the date that Timothy Ferguson's body was located in the home.
Correct.
And following the conclusion of the execution of the search warrant and all the interviews that were taking place, was Ms. Vander Ark placed in custody at that point in time?
She was not.
Was she free to remain in the home the night of July 6th leading into July 7th?
She was.
And what are we looking at in this next photograph?
That is the inside of the small room.
And you referred to it as a small room. Is that throughout the course of this investigation, did you come to recognize that as being referred to as the small room by Ms. Vander Ark as well as Paul Ferguson?
That is correct.
And there's a tarp in there and a box in there. Was anything else located in this room?
That was it, just the tarp and that box.
And what was the overall physical condition of that room based on your observations at the time that you were there?
When we opened the door to that room, there was an overpowering odor of urine. Very offensive smell coming from that room.
So for those of you that aren't familiar with this case, this is where he stayed. This is where he had to sleep. But you'll see that he was kept up. Like, he wasn't allowed to sleep a lot. They would make him so uncomfortable. So his body position was so uncomfortable that so he couldn't sleep. They'd make him do like those sit stands. Actually, it's good for your back, because I used to do, like, when my back goes out, I'll do. But you know, when you go up, but see, with the back, you go up and down. But it's kind of like that. But you do like those wall stands where you sit up with your back, and they would make him stay there, or hands over his head. They would handcuff him. You'll see some of the testimonies. But the whole point was to make him so uncomfortable. So, you know, he couldn't sleep. They didn't want him to sleep. Her excuse is because he keeps us up at night. So if he's, you know, if we can't sleep, he shouldn't be able to. And then another reason she says is because no sleeping during the day, because then he for sure won't sleep at night, and then he'll keep us up at night. So if we keep him up all day, then, you know, he'll sleep at night. But there was instances where they were even making him stay up all night too. So yeah, they took part. So she'd be gone. So the majority of the time it was Paul. Well, in the daytime when he was up, but you know, during the whole day when she was at work, Paul was the caretaker. He was the one doing it. And then he would work, she said part-time, but he had a night job at, it was a restaurant. Was it Applebee's? No, I can't even think. He was a dishwasher. So then when he went to work, she would take care of him. But, you know, she worked more hours than him. So I don't know when they were both home, if they just took turns. I'm not sure. But, yeah, pretty bad.
And is this just another view of that looking down at the tarp that you had referred to?
Correct.
And what are we looking at with this image here?
That is a view from the inside of the door for the small room. The door is open, and that is what would be on the inside of the room.
And it appears that there's a crack in the door. Is that correct?
It does.
This next image is that the other side of that door?
Correct. That would be the opposite side of the door, also noting the damage to the door, the crack.
Now, this next photograph appears to be the same area that appears in the earlier exhibit. Is that correct?
Yes.
But what's different? It's obvious, but what's different about this photograph than the earlier photograph?
The alarm for the door is missing.
And when was this photograph taken?
This photograph was taken on the July the 7th when we executed the second search warrant the next day.
So this was taken after Ms. Vander Ark was allowed to remain in the home the night after the execution of the first search warrant, correct?
That's correct.
And when you go back for the search warrant on the second day, the alarm that you had previously observed has been removed from the door.
That is correct.
And you photographed it for that reason.
Yes, I recognized that it was missing, so I photographed it.
And then working backwards, is this that same door, but just showing it without the alarm, and on the second day when you went back?
That is correct.
So she moved the
What are we
stuff,
looking at in this image?
thinking she was going to get
That is a view of the bathroom on the lower level.
And specifically on that countertop there, on the bathroom counter, there appears to be some type of camera. Is that right?
Yes, there is.
And you've heard Officer Steffanich's testimony earlier today about a camera that appeared to be motion activated or following when he was in the bathroom. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that camera?
That is.
And what are we looking at there?
I had stepped further into the bathroom and took that photograph. So the vanity to the left side looking into the toilet shower area.
And Officer Stefnich noted, and you can see in that photograph, is there a shower curtain on that shower?
There is no shower curtain.
And the camera is just off to the, now in this image, it's just off to the, on the left side of the screen, is that correct?
That's correct.
But if it's motion activated, it stands to reason that a person in the shower or on the toilet, that camera could turn to track their movements in the bath and or on the toilet.
It'd certainly be in view of it, yes.
And what image are we looking at here?
This is the vanity within that lower level bathroom that we had previously looked at.
Now, if you look back, the camera is no longer in that. In the second image, was the camera taken as part of the search warrant?
It was.
And so now we're looking down at the vanity, and what, if anything, did you note in terms of the investigation here in that photograph?
Unusual items for a bathroom vanity, such as a bottle of hot sauce and a bag of zip ties.
And the hot sauce is right here, and the zip tie is right here. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Just keep moving for just a little bit. And what are we looking at in this photograph?
That's a close-up of the bottle of hot sauce.
Extreme Regret, Scorpion, Carolina Reaper hot sauce?
That's correct. Screaming hot.
Screaming hot, yeah. And was this taken into evidence?
It was.
And what are we looking at in this next image?
Those would be the leg shackles that were found in the lower level of the home.
This is probably a good time. You brought some other physical exhibits with you. If we could go ahead and just have those marked at this point, and I'll let you know what to mark. What.
But yeah, I didn't go into all the stuff that she did because I figured we're gonna be watching the testimony, and they're gonna explain it. But the hot sauce, let me just mention real quick. So yeah, she put it on bread, so he would get some calories, but it would be painful. You know what I'm saying? So they would just drench the bread and give him the hot sauce, and then once in a while, if he did something good, they would make him wait 30 minutes, and then they give him a plain piece of bread for a reward or whatever. But they would make him wait. And then the ice baths, and wait till you see her face. So this whole time, her lawyers, her side is trying to make it seem like, well, the ice maker only makes like a cup and a half of ice. I loved her face. Wait till you see it. So this whole time she's trying to say, no, it only makes this much ice, so it can't be that, ice bath. It was just a cup and a half. So how could it be that, just a little bit of ice in the bath? And then when they read the texts, and I'm laughing because she got called out. Because this whole time I'm thinking, because we have an ice machine and this is what we do for holidays. You make ice, you put it in a bag, put it in the freezer. You could build up a bunch of it. You know what I'm saying? But we're not idiots, Shanda. So I always loved her face when she got called out reading the text. And I love it because the prosecutor just says, I think this speaks for itself. Because she's trying to portray it like, a cup and a half of ice. Not that bad of an ice bath. And then the text is where she's like, well, make sure put the ice in the freezer and the baggies so we can make get a pile, or however she said it. And she just kind of looks at him like, ugh. And he's like, yeah, I think this speaks for itself. I was loving it. I'm like, I'm glad somebody is pointing that out, because I kept thinking, even if you don't have it in a text, it doesn't take rocket science here, buddy. You could put ice in a freezer. Gosh darn it. But anyway, yeah, you'll see that too. So yeah, I'll just let the testimony speak for himself. But yeah, you guys could talk about it in the chat, but I'll try not to stop it that much because we'll hear it all, the whole hot sauce thing and everything. And for some reason, whatever we don't watch, I'll fill in.
What items would you like out?
Let's start with the hot sauce.
Bathroom hot sauce?
Well, there's it's my understanding you have two types of hot sauce there. Is that correct?
Yeah, one that was located in the bathroom, one that was located on the kitchen floor.
We'll go ahead and mark that first hot sauce, the bathroom one, number 38.
Yeah.
Would you like these removed from the bags?
I think the jury can see, at least with the hot sauce one, I think we can leave that one as is. So we'll mark that one as number 38. And this is, for the record, this is the hot sauce that was removed from the bathroom vanity.
Correct.
It might skip forward. I just wanted to play this part for the pictures. Hold on, let me see. Because we're not going to have time to watch it all, and I want to watch some other stuff. but maybe I might skip through a little bit. Well, yeah. So the hot sauce, yeah, what Cassie said, that happens too. But here's the thing. See, I catch little things with Paul that I just don't find sincere. But then I go back to like, okay, somebody that's been through this much stuff, or you know what I'm saying, somebody that's had this kind of upbringing, which I want to know the details of that. But like, could it just be like it's coming across the way, but it could just be real? So there's certain parts with him that I didn't feel were sincere, like when he tries to act like that. Well, you'll see, but I don't know if we'll have time. Hopefully we'll have time to watch all of his isn't as long, but you'll see like you'll see him like act like he's like, oh my God, this is so horrible, or I didn't love him enough, somebody brought up. And when he says this stuff, it's almost like over the top. It like doesn't seem like it's real. Like it seems like he knows that he should say something like that, and it does not seem sincere. And so for the hot sauce instance, that's one of the cases where they talk about that, and they're like, so you thought that was, he's like, yeah, absolutely not. I mean, that was just way too far. But if you notice the texts, he doesn't really seem to think it's way too far. He does say nope, but she says, what do you think if we just squirt, a couple things on his privates or whatever? She's like, he goes, do you think that that's too far or something? And he says something like, I forget the exact words, but his first response is like, he doesn't think it's that bad. And then when she says, so are you willing to do it? And then he says, nope, that's it. But his first response is what I'm talking about. And I forget how it all sets up, where I'm just like, wait, that doesn't sound like you're like, oh, this is so repulsive. It sounds like you're like, yeah, I mean, we might have to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not quoting him, but of course it could just be him going along with his mom. He's scared of her, which I don't think he was necessarily scared, but more like, hey, dependent. But that's what I want to know in his past, if she was like how she was and how long he was with her, but yeah. Okay. I think I'm going to skip, guys, a little bit, because like I said, we have so much to watch, and we still have to go through her YouTube channel, Facebook. Okay. So let me do.
That we can see in that photograph though.
I'm going to skip a little bit.
This one, the zip.
And her lawyer, you see him in a little interview afterwards, and he says, I'll have to find that interview, I could play it, but he said this was like the worst case he's ever seen, and this is her lawyer. But he's like, but I had to do my job. I have to do my job, but this is the worst case I have ever seen. And he's like, and I've had like, I think he said like serial murders or whatever. He's like, that I've worked on. It's like, this is the worst. And he's like, but I had a job to do and I had to do it. So it's so like, I can't even imagine being a defense lawyer, and you have to defend these monsters, but it is your job. So you have to do it with as much passion probably as,
if you're an opportunity to look at them before we moved on.
If you're good at what you do, I guess that you have to weigh out what, I would never be able to do a job like that. No way. It'd go against my, what I'm saying? It'd just be too hard.
Those there, you need just a moment.
It takes a certain type of person, definitely.
What are we looking at in this photograph?
So that is still in that large common room in the basement of the home, or the lower level of the home, kind of a knee wall there, and you can see a camera sitting on top of a software box, it appears.
And was that projecting out to some area in the
yeah, that specific camera was looking at the area of Timothy's bunk bed and the door to the small room.
And there's a number of remote controls attached to those. What do those appear to be?
It was my understanding that those remote controls could activate the sensor alarms that were on the doors.
I think I'm going to skip through until they read the text. Is that all right, guys?
This next image?
That's an ice maker that was in the kitchen countertop.
We have the same ice maker. Yep, that's the same one.
Same ice maker, just full of ice.
Now, Lieutenant, at some point, did you...
Dark Horse, what's up? How are you?
At some point, there were some cell phones seized from the residence. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Including
Okay, they're going into the text. So what I'm
correct.
going to do is I'm going to skip
And did
through.
you-
He's leading into that. So we're going to go a couple minutes ahead where they start reading the text. Okay. So now with these texts, of course, she's reading Shonda's, and the guy officer is reading Paul's. So this is text between Shanda, the mother, and Paul, the son, both the two that are both charged. Okay. So it gives you a really good look into what was going on. So very important.
You find the dates and approximate times where these text messages are being sent. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And
It'll be
if we move to a different day, there's an indication there so the jury understands what days we're talking about, correct?
that's correct.
I believe you could begin.
First, rude, and second, why are his hands free? And what did he get into that he felt he needed to brush his teeth to hide it?
Sorry, I don't know he was up.
What do you mean you didn't know he was up? Has he not been?
I don't think we've got a date.
Oh,
yeah. Of this particular section, so just before we get into it. Okay.
The date is 2/18/2022.
Thank you.
First, rude, and second, why are his hands free? And what did he get into that he felt he needed to brush his teeth to hide it?
Sorry, I didn't know he was up.
What do you mean you didn't know he was up? Has he not been upstairs against the wall?
No,
What? Why the heck not?
I just didn't.
What the heck has he been doing?
According to him, he's just been setting. I don't know, though. I didn't know he was awake.
Find out what he has snuck right the heck now, because I know he has snuck stuff since you weren't doing what you were supposed to. What do you mean you didn't know he was awake? You both should have been awake at 10:30. I am not happy. You know he wasn't just sitting there. Check the brownies in the kitchen. Check everything not locked away. Check where the flipping keys have been.
I already checked everything. And that
Break, moving on to a different date.
correct. That concludes that section. The next date is February the 28th.
And check his breath. I can almost guarantee he's eaten something. He was chewing on something when he walked downstairs. You and I will be talking about this on a later date when we're both home.
Yes, he grabbed chips. I know.
The break there?
Yes, the next text thread starts on March the 4th at 8:59 p.m. KK.
Skip through this stuff. I keep forgetting it's not live. Oh, wait, yeah, never mind. She ends up having a little panic attack here. That's another thing I want to do a poll. So pay attention to this because I want to ask if you think she's faking some of this stuff. So she has two of these. She has this, and then she has something where she throws up when she's on the stand. And I'm just curious if you guys feel like some kind of fakeness, or is it real? Because, I mean, just because she did this horrible stuff doesn't mean she can't have a real reaction. She could still have real reactions. You know what I'm saying? Because she could be thinking of, herself, her life, selfish people. You know what I'm saying? So it could be. I don't know. I don't know how I feel. I almost feel like she's the type to fake a lot of sicknesses and mental things, because I don't believe when she gets up on the stand and she goes over like all this stuff that she has, like I don't believe half the stuff. Like it seems like she's the type of person to make up disorders and make up that she has stuff. I was not believing her. And I hate to say it. Maybe she
Stress, specifically panic attack, and he asked for 5 minutes. I think that's reasonable. At this point in time, court is going to take a brief recess. Mr. Johnson, just please let the bailiff know when your client is well enough to proceed. Thank you, Your Honor. All right.
But with that being said, I don't know how I feel about these instances if they were real, but I do feel like when she lists off all that stuff that she has, I'm like, maybe you have ADD, but like all this other crap, like I don't believe it. I believe you're one of those people that, have you ever met those type of people? And it's okay. I mean, I don't have anything, I still love them, if I have friends like that, but you'll have, because I mean, I've had friends like that too, but it's just like where they have like everything. And just some people that just have bad luck and they do have stuff, whether it be physical or mental, but like those people that, whether it be like they think they do, but see, that's a little bit different. You have like the hypochondriacs but I'm talking about the people that, I don't know. I guess are you going to separate them? Like, how do you separate that? But there are, I feel like people that, I don't know, that's kind of weird to think about, because I was going to say there's a difference between somebody knowing that they're faking it or not knowing and just paranoid that they have it. But I feel like that line is probably really, you know what I'm saying? Because the purpose, so if somebody's faking it for attention or if somebody's faking it, I don't know. But the people that claim they have all this stuff, wait till you hear her going off and all this stuff. I don't know. Yeah, no, I mean, I feel like there could be some stuff, but when, like I said, I think maybe she has ADD, probably does have the blood sugar thing, because that's more like a concrete thing that could be really easily proven. It's a really, for medicine, but hers was the hypoglycemic. I don't know. But like maybe she has some of them, but when she goes into like, I forget what some of them are called, like, well, the disassociation, the post-traumatic stress from her husband dying, but she wasn't there, but she was there after. Maybe, but I don't know. With what she was able to do to her freaking son, I think something like that wouldn't cause her, you know what I'm saying? It wouldn't cause her to have that reaction, in my opinion. But who knows? It just doesn't come across like she comes across like one of those people that just says all that always thinks they have all this stuff. Whether that, I almost think it is a fine line whether she's really believing it or not. You know what I'm saying? If she's really believing her lies, like she really convinces herself that she does have them, Like I feel like a lot of times it does turn into that with those people where they do start believing their lies. But you think she's faking right now, right here. Yeah, she might be I mean, she might really be hypoglycemic, but what about here? Let me know. Just put it in chat, fake or not fake, and then we'll start the next part. I just wanted to keep this on so you could watch her reactions and stuff real quick, and then we'll move on where they continue the text. I mean, she could be panicking because, I mean, realizing that she's probably going to go to jail for the rest of her life. You know what I'm saying? So, could be like somewhat of a panic mixed with she wants to like get some sympathy from the jury. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It could be a little bit of mix. Because I'm sure, I mean, regardless why, like what's bringing on, like, I think it's pretty selfish, because her life's over, but it could just be a little bit of everything. But definitely part of it's for sympathy, I think, too. So I don't know. Okay. Let's see. Fake. I want to see if anybody thinks it's real. Hi, Trial Time Tammy. Did anybody put real? Fake? Okay. I don't think anybody believed it. Yeah. All right. So I think I'm going to play the next video. Oh, I got to find it since, I don't know. You guys want to keep watching that? Or are we ready? I'm going to kind of skip through a little bit. All right.
All right. Detective Alm
I have to
and
bring up the next.
so you're-
Hold on 1 second. I got to bring up the next one. Okay. So we have that one. Let me unstar that so I can keep track. Okay, so the next one we're going to do is the rest of the text, and then we go into Paul's testimony. All right, so we need 103. This one right here, okay. Here it is. How is that? Oh, they took a long break. Oh, they took like an hour. Wait a minute. Is that right? Hold on a second. Oh, wait, hold on. This might actually be the whole one. Hold on 1 second, guys. Hold on, I gotta find, hold on. So I gotta find, because I don't know if this actually goes into...
In that downstairs bathroom.
Hold on. I don't know if this goes from before the panic attack too, or after. Hold on a second. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because if not, that means they took an hour break. Is that what he said he was going to take? Hold on, let me see.
in the jury room secure. Anything before the record before we bring the jury out, Mr. Roberts?
No, Judge.
Mr. Johnson?
No, sir. Thank you, Your
All right, please rise. Mr. Roberts, you can go ahead and recall your witnesses.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to go past. This is before when they first start, I think. Sorry.
Mr. Roberts.
Thank you. Lieutenant and Detective Alm, I believe we left off on.
Oh no, this is right. Okay.
Text messages that ended on June 13th. So we'd like to continue with the next portion.
Right.
June 19th, 5:23 p.m. Should he be laying down?
Yeah, it's fine today, I told him. You can do his bread with hot sauce at any time, though preferably sooner than later. Put more hot sauce than you did yesterday, please. And he has to eat at least 3 slices with hot sauce, but may have more as long as they all have plenty of hot sauce on them.
There's a break there.
June 21 at 8:03 p.m.
Headed home now.
KK.
How is everything? Did you make him eat his bread with hot sauce?
I was just about to get up to get it. How many?
4 with hot sauce that he has to eat, and he has allowed another 4 without hot sauce. But he has to do the hot sauce when first, and then set a timer for 30 minutes before he can eat the others. I found enough and change to get G some chicken nuggets and French fries from Burger King. It's like $3 total, so we will be home as soon as I do that.
And there's another break there.
Next thread is June 27 at 5:28 a.m.
TY and sorry, please don't damage the door kicking it. Trying to help you, but he has laid over now. He has moved around, so he got the cuffs in front of him instead of behind him. I put the cuffs back behind him. I will have to deal with less than 2 hours of sleep today, but not letting him get away with this BS.
Break.
Next one is June 27 at 7:33 a.m.
Okay, he did well enough while I was driving to work to be able to put some clothes on. However, if he missed If he misbehaves bunch, you can take the clothes away. One other thing, do not let GCU get upset with Timothy, please. And remember, Timothy's camera is recording, so if he manages to fall asleep because of you not catching something, that's not going to end well for either one of you. Love you. Sorry he's being so difficult.
Right there.
Next one starts June 27, 12:37 p.m.
You watching him close?
Yes.
Hey, good time for his other cold bath from you.
Another break there.
Start up again June 27 at 10:51 p.m.
Don't worry about responding, please. I'm about to call it a night. Timothy is sitting in his room without his hands on his head, but he is sitting there and he doesn't get to sleep. Please give him another cold bath when you get home and make him sit in there for at least 30 minutes. Hopefully, with him getting to sit there and not have his hands on his head, he will cooperate better. I will have the camera on overnight as well. I will leave the keys on the back of the couch so you can get him out of his room after you turn off the alarm. And then he can just put his clothes back on and just sit there after his bath. Hopefully you get to sleep more that way. Hopefully both of us do.
KK. If not, you'll have to hold me back from strangling a child. Next one starts June 29, 7:13 a.m.
Just so you know, if he doesn't behave today, I had told him that I am basically turning him over to you from the time you get home today until at least Saturday morning. If he behaves, I will have you let him lay down for a couple of hours today, and then he already had earned having to stay up tonight as well. But if he doesn't behave, he will stay up tonight, tomorrow, and Friday night. And I told him I would let you deal with him if he doesn't behave and stay up like he's supposed to. Hope that's okay. It sure seems to motivate him.
Okay.
He just laid down again.
Okay.
Please go get him up. Feel free to dump some cold water on him. And even if he sits up right before you get there or as you get there, I honestly don't care if you get a little rough with him. Are you going to get him? Please go ahead and turn the AC on. You will be warming up with your blankets, and that will make sure he doesn't stay too warm.
Okay.
I told Timothy he could rinse his eyes out once you got up. His eyes have been bothering him since last night a little bit. I just sent him to go do that. Please make sure you get G down to his room before you leave. And for the love of all that is good and holy, please close the laundry door. Please close the laundry room door. Is the AC turned on?
Break there.
Resumes on June 29, 8:25 p.m.
Trust me, I know he's thin. That being said, he told me a week and a half ago that he wanted to be thin to make me feel bad for punishing him. And you don't get to grump at him for that, though. I already lit into him plenty for it.
Of course he did.
Yeah, so while I want to fix it, he will get most of his calories from plain bread and rice for now, for pulling that. He will get plenty of calories, but not get to enjoy them that way, you know?
KK.
So yeah, we'll tell you more about what he can eat later.
I hate to be insensitive, but can you come out here and deal with Timothy? He tried to steal some chips, and I'm not going to deal with him right now.
ASAP.
Start again June 30, 12:25 p.m.
Once he fixes the camera, we'll leave y'all alone to get stuff done.
And he's already pushing every one of my buttons.
What is he doing?
The whole shaking and I need support crap, and I'm ready to slam him into the ground. He also wet the bed and is covered in urine. Would you say a 5-minute shower with the curtain open so I can watch?
Well, first, you're not going to slam them anywhere, and you can write him a cold bath, and he needs to wash up, and then he'll need to find clean clothes that don't fall off of him. And then G needs a bath as well anyway, and he will need to wash his sheets, and he will need to wash the tarp. So you need to fold the tarp up to make sure nothing comes on the carpet and probably take it out back where he could take one of the green and yellow sponges that aren't as nice and some awesome cleaner and scrub the tarp. Sure, 5-minute shower where he can scrub and you can watch his fine as well, but it has to be a cold shower. You can tell him he gets it cold because he should not be wetting the bed. And please check the carpet and see if he needs to clean that too. There is some different awesome cleaner for carpet that he can use if he needs to. He will need to use a different green and yellow sponge for that. I do not want him using my nice sponges for either of those.
Okay.
Make sure he gets the sheet and his clothes and any other dirty clothes into the laundry and washed ASAP, please.
Okay, now the camera is getting on my nerves. It won't stay where I put it.
Just get him in the shower first and then we will worry about the camera right after that. If you need another box for the camera, fine. Just want it working soon if possible. And probably a good idea to get Timothy some bread. He can wait on rice till after G's ball game.
And then a break.
We resume at June 30 at 2:52 p.m.
Did you move the pizza out of Timothy's reach before he start working in the kitchen and you aren't watching him? And you're on a device, it looks like.
I did my part. He's just being annoying, and I check on him every minute.
Lovely. I made the mistake of leaving the speaker on for the camera. Why are you screaming? He sure seems to have recovered quickly.
Right?
The fake shaking is about to drive me insane though.
Yep.
Wow, he moved way quicker all of a sudden. I have repeatedly asked him that was what I thought it was, and he denied it over and over again. Tell him I now know for sure he lied to me repeatedly about what that was on the floor of his room. He needs to put what he collected in the trash in the garbage. He can stand there like this for a long time, but not walk normally. He doesn't shake at all for a while standing there, and then apparently remembers he thinks he should be shaking and starts doing it.
Break.
Resume on July the 1st at 12:33 p.m.
Has Timothy stopped the fake stumbling yet? It might be best if you give him like 4 pieces of bread to eat before he starts work. Just make sure he stands up while he eats them, please. That way he has no excuses.
No, and I literally yelled into the speaker for 5 minutes to get him to wake up. Then I had to go drag his butt out bed, which is harder than it sounds because it reeks of urine down there.
Okay, well, his small room and probably the rest of the downstairs after he cleans it up need to be steam cleaned. Get the big steam cleaner that is somewhere in the garage. You'll probably saw it when you cleaned it up. And get that whole area down there steam cleaned, please.
Okay. Resume July 1st at 4:03 p.m. I'm ready to kill Timothy.
You know what time I get off. What's wrong now?
I'm not gonna, but he left his peed and pooped in under thing in the freaking bathroom and I stepped in it.
The camera in his room needs pickup, please. Ugh. Lots of hot sauce on bread for that.
I cleaned my foot, but I'm already at my limit.
He shouldn't be doing anything in those, much less both. Grr. Where is he currently?
On the wall downstairs.
Has anything been accomplished?
He cleaned the kitchen, if that's what you mean.
All of it or just the dishes? And will I approve if it's clean or?
I had him clean the counters and do the dishes.
Okay, that's not an answer, but anyway, gotta work. We'll see if I'm pleased when I get home or not. Is he finally walking normally? He can have bread with hot sauce on it. Does need bread though.
I already given 4 pieces of bread earlier. I know he's not walking fine. He's still doing a whole wonky walk.
Do 4 more pieces of bread with hot sauce on them, please. Do me a favor and go ahead and fix him a cup of rice. Instead of using water, use mostly chicken broth. There is some broth in the fridge. Try to get all the way up to the cup with broth. And then if you need a little bit more than a cup of liquid, just be safe, use water. But don't tell him he did that. It's a few extra calories.
Okay. Resume July 2, 2:32 p.m. What do I do if he doesn't finish within the assigned time?
Hot sauce.
So apparently this hot sauce isn't just Carolina Reaper. It's also Trinidad Scorpion Chili Pepper.
Yep.
Start over July 2 at 3:07 p.m.
Groceries are here. Don't leave Timothy you unattended, but don't want anyone seeing him either. He's walking slightly better.
Start back up July 5 at 7:17 a.m.
Forgot to tell you this before I left. Timothy was doing his fake stumbling and falling last night, of course, so I decided to prove once again how fake it is. I asked him if he would stop doing that if he can eat a whole pizza by himself, and he said yes, of course. And then I told him how obvious it was that it was fake, and he had just proven that yet again. And of course, he just looked down and didn't respond. When are you going to the bike shop? And please let Timothy go to the bathroom and then put him back in his room with the alarm on when you go. G can be in his own room.
Start back up July 5 at 12:05 p.m.
Make sure you get Timothy some bread and water.
KK.
If you want him to sit in his room with his hands on his head, that's fine, but Timothy does not get to lay around all day. Have you fed him yet?
Not yet. I was literally about to.
Okay, TY. G is hovering right outside Timothy store, which might cost Timothy to take even longer because he will claim he was blocked from getting out. Timothy's door, Siri. Just so you know, Timothy hasn't budged. What is his problem?
AUG.
Sorry. Please make sure you lock both front and back doors when you leave.
KK. Sorry, I'm just really, really done with this crap.
I understand. I am well past on with it as well. I know this is a big favor to ask. Please make sure you go down there regularly to make sure he is not asleep before you leave. Maybe we should leave the light on. That way it will be harder for him to fall asleep. I really, really, really do not want you to lose hours at work, but I am about to have you call in, at least until I can get home. I don't trust what he's going to try and pull today. I can't believe he keeps getting worse and worse with his stupidity. Now he's refusing to answer me, so go through some cold water on him as well.
Okay.
Please do the water now. He is being beyond stupid.
Okay.
I really don't want G seeing him like that with no clothes on. Question mark, question mark, question mark. You are not reading my messages. Please go back and read them and then go turn the light back on.
Oh, sorry.
Please make sure you go back and read all of my messages that I wrote just a couple minutes ago because they are important. I'm sorry, I'm trying. I can't work like this when he's doing this. And there's no telling what he'll do when you leave, and I don't want to risk G seeing him like that with no clothing on. Why is he doing this to me? Am I not going through enough already? Feel free to go dump more cold water on him. He moved over where he's not laying in what you dumped on him earlier. Go dump more cold water, Siri.
I know you're trying, Mama, but he's just too selfish. He's either going to make me lose my job or just royally tick me off.
I won't allow him to make you lose your job, but I don't know what to do today. Go dump some more cold water on him.
Okay.
The camera that was originally in Timothy's small room that is now on my desk downstairs, I believe. Could you possibly set that up in my bedroom before you go? If so, I will have G stay upstairs. Maybe that will help a little.
KK.
Please hurry with the water dumping on him, though. He thinks he's getting away with something.
I know, I'm crushing the ice.
Thank you. Do you think any part of this is real? He's had more of a break in the last couple of days than he did before that. He can't be more tired than he was.
Right?
Please go ahead and set up the other camera so I know it works. And then when you leave, tell G he should not go downstairs at all.
The one with the Tekken app?
No, the one that was in Timothy's room that we pulled out and is now stuck to a box. I think it's still on my desk downstairs.
Oh, okay.
Set that up in my room. I am the only one that has the app for that. That way I can watch G and not worry about him seeing Timothy like this.
KK.
Please check and make sure he has not fallen asleep. I would prefer if you managed to turn him around so I could see his face on camera in the bathroom.
KK.
Is he talking to you at all?
No.
Is he seriously trying to make us believe that he can't communicate?
He's full of it.
Could you put the camera in my room on top of the dog crate? And is he responding to you? Timothy, I mean?
Okay. And no, he's W. Not Siri.
Can you please force him to respond to you just to make me feel a little better? Be honest with me. Are you worried about him at all? Or is it all a bunch of BS like it has been for days?
It's the same old BS.
So you're not worried at all?
Nope. If I wasn't so angry, then maybe. And that's a big if.
Okay, let me rephrase that question then. Do you honestly believe we should be worried?
IDK. I'm just tired of him being such a nuisance. Also, I called work and told them I'd be late.
Okay, I'm really sorry. I hope they are not upset with you.
Nope.
If you think G will behave himself and stay upstairs, you can try to go to work before I get home. I would recommend starting to look for an Uber in about 30 minutes though.
Are you sure? Because I can and will stay till you get home.
I really want to say go, but I have my concerns, of course. I don't know. I will trust you to make a good judgment that won't negatively affect your work.
KK.
Just let me know what you decide, please. I know it would mean getting down there very early, but I'm willing to drop you off in Grand Haven before I head to work tomorrow morning. You could stay at Starbucks across the street.
KK. Let me know when you're headed home.
Please let work know that we will definitely have your e-bike fixed one way or another by your shift on Sunday. Please let them know, request, beg that your hours not be cut because of this. Okay, thank you. If you are staying, could you please stay on his case? It looks like he's trying to go to sleep and I don't have the time to yell at him from work and actually get stuff done here.
Yep.
Yeah, please go down there now because it looks like he's trying to sleep. He turned away from the camera so I can't see if he's trying to sleep or now.
He's not.
If you're gonna be there, why don't you go ahead and run another cold bath and stick him in it? You will have to stay downstairs in the bathroom with him, but I can keep an eye on G. Just leave G with the keys or he can unlock the freezer if he needs anything.
How is that going to help?
It's going to make him miserable. Feel free to tell him that once he stops acting like this, he can get out of the cold bath.
Isn't he already? And it's all he's doing.
Yes, but this will make him more miserable. You might want to try the bathroom floor with a rag towel when you go to do that though, so you don't have to worry about sleeping on the water on the floor. Dry, not try. And try to force him to talk to you. We both know he can.
His eyes do have a slightly glazed look.
And there we have another photo attached to this is people's 36C.
Sorry guys, I'm trying to I keep checking back in chat, but I'm trying to find some information so for later when we get into like the family, I'm trying to see if I could find anything or any people. Eric, the dad, I can't, he doesn't look like he has a Facebook, which sucks. Or wait, hold on. Maybe he does and he's just not friends with her. Hold on a second. I was just looking at her friends for Eric Ferguson, but I didn't just search for it. Hold on a second. Maybe she's not friends with him on Facebook. Let's see. Do you know if it's spelled with a C or K, Eric? Oh. 2 questions. C or K? Number 2, do you know where he's from? So I'm hoping it'll help us get a better timeline if we could find something.
But he smirked. You can make your eyes glaze over by staring for too long. Yeah, it just looks like he's been staring at something too long. You said he smirked?
Never in my life have I ever wanted to beat someone so bad.
Trust me, I understand right now, but you have to calm down. He's only making it worse for himself. Crazy idea.
I'll buy soul.
Ask G if he wants some pizza rolls and heat up a set of pizza rolls and take one downstairs and offer it to Timothy and see what he does. Put it right in front of his mouth, but be ready to yank it back if he tries to eat it.
KK.
And by the way, I did not intend for you to put the tech and camera in my room. Please move that back downstairs where it was before you leave or before I take you to work. The one on top of the crate is perfect.
Okay.
Even if G doesn't want pizza rolls right away, he will want them eventually. It's worth it to heat some up just to try that. Hold it right in front of his lips. How much do you want to bet he's going to try to eat it?
A lot.
Agreed. Please do that and get back down there to make sure he's not falling asleep.
Yeah, he's freaking starving.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's trying to fall asleep. You're going down there? I gave you time to cool off.
I'm waiting for the pizza roll.
KK. So how is he reacting now? It looked like he tried to grab something or do something with his arm.
He's not. He's Krill being stubborn. Still, WTF.
I really don't understand it considering we know it's all fake.
Yeah.
Please make sure you keep bugging him so he doesn't try to go to sleep like that. Maybe force his mouth open and put some hot sauce in there considering everything he's put us through.
KK.
Does he blink when you smack him on the side of the face? And I don't mean hard smack.
Yes.
He doesn't realize that that wouldn't happen if there were something really wrong with him. Did he swallow it or try to spit it out?
He swallowed.
Yeah, he's just fine. He's just being an absolute butthead. Get his arm out from under his head like that. He doesn't get to be comfortable like that. He gets no padding whatsoever for his head if it's going to hang his head sideways. Please keep an eye on him. I'm willing to bet he's going to move to adjust himself soon. Is it mean to ask you to turn his body slightly where he said would go over the side of the top backwards? That would be even less comfortable. He just adjusted to make himself more comfortable. Perfect. He thinks he can outlast us. Are you still down there watching him?
Yes.
He's moved a little bit to make it less uncomfortable. Yeah, he's moved a couple of times now to try to get more comfortable. Am I imagining things or has he already moved a little bit again?
I'm done. I can't deal with him anymore.
Why are you saying that? How can he lay there like that for any length of time? Ugh. If you need to put clothes in the dryer, please do real quick.
He's doing this to tick us off and make us give up. And at this point, I'm ready to beat him within an inch of death and go to work.
And that is exactly what he wants you to do. He will not last us. I can promise you that. I have the screen muted because I have to right now but feel free to let him know that he will not outlast us, and that comes directly from me. But definitely time to switch the loads anyway, so take some deep breaths and go do that. Is he still acting like he's staring straight ahead?
Yes.
This is getting beyond pathetic, but he will not win this. Not gonna happen. Sorry, had to step out of my office for a couple of minutes. Did you swap the loads?
Yes.
Might be time to dump more cold water. Just make sure it doesn't go outside the tub, and maybe force him to drink some more. Did you say something after my comment about showing it's fake?
Yes.
What did you say? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I just agreed.
Oh, okay. Crazy thought. Tell him if he actually sits up by himself and stays sitting up, he will get some pizza rolls. Don't tell him it's only 2 rolls, and I'm okay if they are frozen rather than cooked.
Okay.
Calm down, sweetie. He is trying to get a reaction out of you. Just splash water on him occasionally for now. I will let you know when I am on my way home. I have to stop for gas on the way, or I will run out about 15 miles from home. But I will make that a very quick stop and grab you and then head out. He's determined to be a pain, isn't he? Odd question. He's ticklish, isn't he?
Yeah.
He just moved his head, by the way. Go tickle him mercilessly.
Well, he was ticklish.
Wouldn't surprise me if he had enough determination to resist right now. Was worth a shot. Like I said, he's moving his head. ... I'm done. I'm not dealing with him for another second today, or I might snap. Chill out and just keep an eye on him so he doesn't sleep, and keep doing this splash of water occasionally, please. And keep an ear out for the dryer so you know when your clothes are dry. Calm down. You're okay. Try dealing with all of this from a distance. Just do whatever asked as far as keeping him awake and splashing him with water, and you'll be fine. If you need to wander away for a minute, go move that one camera back downstairs where it was, and then please take it to the shower curtains off the bar in the downstairs bathroom for tonight so he doesn't have those to cover up with. I'm serious about making him sleep in here tonight. There tonight. Question mark, question mark, question mark.
Okay, I got it.
When you go to remove the shower curtain, please remove everything else from that bathroom that he could mess with. He's not getting diddly squat to mess around with tonight.
Okay.
And he needs cold water dumped on him at least one more time before I get there. I was talking to you on camera. Is he still trying to stare off into space?
Yes.
He's still breathing, right? I just have to ask. He's doing enough to make you paranoid, even though we know it's fake.
Yes, he is.
You know, if this were just a matter of him being tired, he would have got enough rest sitting and laying there that he would be fine right now. It just further confirms how fake he is being and how horrible he's being, honestly. Please make sure you both move the other camera and clear out that bathroom before I have to leave work. I have a couple of places I want you to call about your bike while you're waiting for me to get home.
Okay.
I wonder how it will feel to have that hot sauce on your private parts. I'm not saying touch him there, not at all, but dripping a little bit there. Is that horrible?
I don't know, and I don't care.
Does that mean you're willing to try it?
No.
Okay. Well, I need to lose the attitude with me at least. I didn't do anything here. You need to lose the attitude, Siri.
Okay, so that's what I was talking about, where he says, is that too far? And he says, I don't know and I don't care. Wait, let me rewind it. I forget. But then she takes that as having an attitude just because he said no. Like, how is it an attitude? Because he denied her. So all of a sudden, whoa. attitude because she asked him, hey, does that mean you would do it? And he says no. Well, lose the attitude. But how's that an attitude anyway? That makes no sense. But here, I want to read, or I want to play just that part again where, yeah, trigger warning, guys.
I don't care.
Does that mean you're willing to try it?
No, and I don't know, and I don't care.
Does that mean you're willing to try it?
No.
Okay.
I keep missing. I know that's the answer, but I want to do it when they ask the question. I keep doing it. So basically, she says, "Is that too far?" He says, "I don't know, and I don't care." But when he gets up on the stand, he's like, "That was just crossing the line. I mean, that was taking it too far." Your answer didn't sound like you thought it was that far. Yeah, you said no if you just said no, but I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I know it could be him, wanting to please her. Or I'm just having trouble having sympathy for Paul for some reason.
Okay.
I wonder how it will feel to have that hot sauce on your private parts. I'm not saying touch him there, not at all, but dripping a little bit there. Is that horrible?
I don't know, and I don't care.
Does that mean you're willing to try it?
No.
Okay. Well, I need to lose the attitude with me at least. I didn't do anything here. You need to lose the attitude, Siri. Okay, I understand that you're frustrated. I am also frustrated beyond measure. What I don't understand is why you haven't done either of the two things I told you to do before 5 p.m. when I have to leave work.
Okay.
Considering you're not.
But Tammy, I watched Paul's testimony. That was the first thing I watched on this trial was his. So I watched Paul's. I just the main parts where it seemed like he was trying to portray that, like I didn't feel like it. Think it was as sincere as what I would have liked it to be. Not all of it, but those parts. It was like almost like those certain parts where he wanted to make it seem like, oh my God, like I just wanted to please her, or that it just almost didn't come out as like sincere. Those major parts, like it was almost like over the top, and he knew what he had to say and when to say it. Was almost like it was like something I don't know how to explain it. Not the whole thing, no, but those certain parts, it was just like I just got a weird like it didn't seem like it was right. Like there was something off with it. And it was almost like he was trying to make it seem like he had more mental issues than he did, almost in a weird way. It was like there's some fake parts about it, but I do think he's definitely going through all of that. You would definitely just that if you just take that last year or so of his life, that would be enough to have some major mental issues. But yeah, no, I think he does. But I do think some of it was put on too. Like I feel like there's a little bit of a put on in his testimony, but with that being said, I don't know. I need to learn more, but I definitely did watch his testimony. And we're going to watch it here again. But I don't know why. I just don't feel bad for him. But that's why I'm trying to get information on his life, because I want to see. I want to learn more about it to see. Because maybe, I'm still learning. So, maybe I will after I learn more. But as of right now, I'm not feeling that bad for him. I feel like he should be punished for what he did too. Like, I feel like he did some bad stuff too. And I'm not giving him a pass just because, I don't know. I don't think he gets a pass on this one. I think, he was an adult. He had the choice to make some adult choices. I mean, I know he could have some issues where he thought that's what he had to do because he could have maybe Stockholm syndrome. I mean, maybe, But I don't know. I'm just having trouble with that. We'll do a poll on that and see what I want to see how. Well, no, that poll that I have up now. Will you vote on that, Tammy? I want to see. Hold on. How's it looking, guys? Let me see about how much set and how much time, because I could kind of give you a look at what people are feeling with him. Hold on, let me mute this. So we have, so far we have, how long do you think Paul should get, in prison? So it's 10 years. We have 42% says 10 years, around 10 years. I was just trying to get like an estimate of where you think he should be punished. 30 plus years is 42% and should get no prison, just some therapy, a lot of therapy, I would say, but that's 20%. So it does look like the majority are saying 30 plus years. So, wow. Okay. So yeah, I guess there is. But I should ask this. Hold on, I'm writing this down. I'm going to ask this question again after you see his testimony, and we'll see if it changes. So let me I'm going to end this poll here, but I'm going to write down the results, and then we're going to ask it again later. So around 10 years, we got 39%. We have 30 plus, 42%. No prison. 20%. Okay. All right. So I do too. Harley Ryder, that's what I'm talking about. I feel like the things that he was saying about like those specific things about how, he just wanted to please his mom, or he wished he could take his place, and I mean, it was just, that was going too far. Like those kind of things where it's like, let's see what kind of feelings he has towards it. I do feel like they were planned, and I didn't feel, that's the parts I didn't feel sincerity coming from. It was like it was almost like if somebody were to know, like, okay, what sounds good? What would sound good here? What should I say? Like, I want to portray this. What would be the right thing to say? And it's almost like he made sure he had that to the extreme level, and then he said that, and he tried to like act it and made it almost like he was trying to like act crazy, or not crazy, but like his facial expressions that I felt was an act, that those parts. Now, of course, there's other parts I feel like he's being sincere, but those parts I do too, Harley. I bet you were seeing the same parts, that we're feeling it on the same parts. So that's why it's like I'm still up in the air, because I'm still just not sure about him and how much it is really like a thing where, well, of course it's some of it, because he was living with his mom, and his mom did have some influence on him. So of course there has to be some of that at play, where some level of fear, some level of dependency, some level of like years of trying to please his mom. There has to be some level of it, of course, but to the degree, I don't know. I feel like I don't know how strong that is. I don't know if I feel like that he really, but that brings up another point. If for some reason he freaking wanted to do that to a degree and didn't feel that bad about doing it, then obviously there's something wrong with that kid too. So it's like a circle. It's almost like the circle. So you could say, well, no, he feels so bad he didn't want to do it, but his mom was making him. And then it's one thing. Wait, hold on. I forget where I was going with this. Dang it. I had a good point too, and I forget. It'll come to me. But yeah, it's tricky how I feel about him right now. Yeah, it was probably hard, Sarah, but I just still trained the mom at some point, right? This could have been what she was like to him to some extent when he was younger, before Timothy moved in. I don't think so, though, for some reason. I don't think she was like that extreme, because, I mean, we see that she's getting food for Gabriel. I mean, she's feeding the other kids, it seems like. Well, Gabriel's the only other one. So I don't know necessarily. I don't think it was to that extreme. I think this is the most extreme what she was doing to him. I don't, for some reason, I don't know why I don't think that she was doing it to him like that extreme. Obviously, there was something going on because the whole CA thing that was going on, but I don't, if it was to that extreme, maybe, but I think if it was to that extreme, he would have said that. He would have said that because he's smart, like you're saying. He knows what he's saying and what needs to be said and what looks good and what could possibly get him off and get the jury's sympathy and you know what I'm saying. He knows. You could tell he knows. So I think he would have brought that up if he, you know what I'm saying. If he got that, if he had that done to him, I think. But I don't know if he would have been allowed. I don't know. Let me think. Would he be allowed to bring that up? Because maybe he wanted, maybe they just have something just poking my eye. We'll see in his trial. I don't know if he'd be allowed to bring, yeah, he should be allowed to bring it up in his trial for sure. But, and if he was allowed to bring it up in this, then you better believe he would have. But I don't know what, like I said, you know how there's certain like, well, that's not have anything to do with it. And then we don't see everything that goes on as they're, God, I have to, this is driving me nuts, guys, in my eye. I can't find it. Okay, thanks, Harley. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll look at it.
Sitting over him and haven't been for quite a while. I'm willing to bet he has slept at least some when he shouldn't have been able to.
Nope, he's still awake.
You're not thinking about the whole picture and the fact that he can probably hear you walking in. But anyway, I'm not going to go there right now. Close the bathroom door for now, please. I'm not watching him on my way home, but you can just stay close by and listen for anything like the water turning on or anything stupid like that. And then I will turn the camera back on once I pick you up.
Okay. Let me know when you are headed out.
I will leave at 5, but I will need to stop for about 5 minutes to get a little bit of gas.
There's a break there, and just to confirm, that last section that you read before the last break, that all occurred on what date?
July 5.
And that was a time period from about noon to about 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
That's correct.
All right, and then the next section, then July 5, for clarity, is the day before Timothy was found deceased.
That's correct. We're on July 5 at 5:09 p.m.
And someone is suddenly moving their head more.
User busy, not even a voicemail, tried several times.
Okay. Getting gas now. Please tell G to stay in my room till I get home. Question mark.
KK. Sorry, just got that.
Okay. Please check in on Timothy one more time before you go. I should be home in probably right around 10 minutes.
KK.
I am not going to pull in the garage. You will need to come out the front door and lock it real quick.
Okay. Are you here?
Not yet.
KK.
Did you check on him?
Yes.
Notice how he had the strength to sink down like that?
Right?
Still staring?
Yep.
He apparently decided to go big or go home today. Just beyond ridiculous.
We have a break there, and that break occurs at what time on the break?
At 5:56 p.m. Then our next one starts on July 5 at 11:49 p.m.
Please set your alarm for 6 a.m. I ended up dragging him back to his small room because I wasn't going to risk him having access to the tub or other things overnight. He's still trying to be stupid, but I will tell you more tomorrow while I take you to work, describing how many different ways I proved that he's still faking. He's still doing it though. It's beyond ridiculous.
We have a break, and then our next text is on July 6 at 6:09 a.m.
Time to get up and please check on Timothy on your way upstairs. Question mark, question mark, question mark.
That concludes the text messages, and again, for the record, that is People's Exhibit 36, previously admitted.
All right.
Thank you. Detective Mom can sit down and stand at this point.
Okay, thank you, Detective Long. Any additional questions for Detective Oaksma?
You have just a couple more questions, Judge. And
okay.
Just for as discreet as possible about this, but there are a couple more photographs that I need Lieutenant Oaksma.
Okay.
Well, let me ask a couple of questions before I do that. Lieutenant, you just read a series of text messages. I don't want to talk about all of them, obviously, but let's just talk about the text messages from July 5th. And there are multiple references to cold water and the bath. Was that your understanding of those text messages?
That's correct.
And that was, again, July 5th was literally the day before Timothy was discovered early the next morning to be deceased. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the last message from Ms. Vander indicated that at around 11:30 or so, she dragged him out of there and put him in the small room.
That's correct.
Again, the small room, from your understanding, is what?
The closet in the basement next to his bed.
Now, these are very difficult photos. I know you've had an opportunity to see these before, but for the record, these are people's 30, 33, 34, and 35, starting with people's 33. If you could identify that photograph for the jury.
That is the deceased Timothy Ferguson lying on the floor of the bottom level of the basement.
And did that appear to be roughly the same condition which you observed Timothy Ferguson when you were at the residence on July 6th of this year?
Yes.
And he's fully clothed in that picture, is that correct?
That's correct.
What's he actually wearing for the record?
He's wearing a black sweatshirt and blue jeans.
And again, that you had occasion to observe Timothy roughly in that condition when you were present, is that correct?
That's correct.
People's Exhibit 34.
This is a photograph of the deceased Timothy Ferguson lying on the floor with his sweatshirt pulled up, exposing his chest area.
And People's 35.
This is a photograph of the deceased Timothy Ferguson, his back with his sweatshirt pulled up, exposing his spine and shoulder blades.
And all three of these photos were taken while he was on the floor of the basement area of that home, is that correct?
Correct, at the scene of the incident.
We'll just take a moment and let the jury have an opportunity to review those photographs.
Hold on, guys. I'm just 1 second. We'll start on the other one. I'm trying to find. Man, I wish I could find more. I want to find the dad so I could see. Oh, this is making it very hard. I don't think he has any social media. Anyway, okay, so let's go on to we're going to go to Paul. You ready? So his starts at 2:19. Okay. All right. Wait, are you saying she had him and she wasn't supposed to have him, you mean? Well, what about the other kids? Was she supposed to have the other kids? Like she had them illegally? Because I didn't understand the whole thing where it was like she's supposed to give them up, but yet so she could keep them or something. It makes no. I don't understand that at all.
You can call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. My next witness is already in the witness chair, and that is Paul Ferguson.
All right, Mr. Ferguson, can you please rise and raise your right hand as best you can? In this matter now pending, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, you put your hand down, grab a seat. Please state your name for the record, spelling your first name and last name.
Paul Ferguson, PaulFerguson.
Mr. Ferguson, you are testifying here today, and is it your understanding that you do have an agreement with the Muskegon County Prosecutor's Office in exchange for your testimony today against your mother, the defendant in this case, Shanda Vander?
Yes, sir.
And is it your understanding that as part of that agreement, the people have agreed that none of your testimony today would be used against you should you exercise your right to have a trial in the pending criminal matter against you?
Yes, sir.
And is it also your understanding that in exchange for your testimony today, you understand that the prosecutor's office will make representations to the judge that oversees your case if such time is reached that you are sentenced in that matter, and that you hope to get some sentencing benefit as a result of your testimony today?
Yes, sir.
And is that in exchange for your truthful testimony today?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware of any other promises in regards to your testimony today?
No, sir.
And and for clarity's sake, you are also charged in this matter involving the death of your brother. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what charges it brought against you at this point?
Child abuse, first degree.
And what do you understand the potential maximum penalty for? Well, you know what? Strike that. I won't ask that question. And you are prepared to testify today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that your attorney that represents you in your pending criminal matter is present in the courtroom. That's Mr. Eldon Brady. And if at any time you need to ask him any questions or take a break, you just let us know. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, Mr. Ferguson, I'd like to start by just talking a little bit about your home in Norton Shores at the time that your brother passed away. And so you understand, and I'll try to make sure that I ask these questions very carefully because you haven't been present for this entire trial. You have a younger brother. We are not using your younger brother's name today, okay? So we're just going to use the initial G when we talk about your younger brother. So try to remember as best you can that if I ask a question that somehow involves your younger brother, that we're not going to say his name, okay? Can you do that?
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll try to ask those questions very carefully so that we don't get into that issue. But besides your younger brother, G, and yourself, at the time that your brother Timothy Ferguson passed away, who was living at the house in Norton Shores? Besides you and your younger brother, who else was living in the house?
My mother and my little brother, though he was at my grandparents at the time, my step grandparents.
And obviously your younger brother, if you can put it that way, but your youngest brother is the one that we're not identifying by name. He was living in the house at the time that your next youngest brother, Timothy Ferguson, passed away, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your mother was also living in that house as well.
Yes.
And is she in the courtroom right now?
Yes, sir.
As best you can you kind of point her out or maybe say what she's wearing right now?
Her hair is in two braids. She's got, I think that's a black sweatshirt.
I think that's sufficient for the record to reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
Yeah, the record reflect that.
Now let's back up just a little bit from the time your brother Timothy actually passed away. When did Timothy come to live with you and your mother in that house?
May 27th of 2001.
2001. Was it maybe 2021?
21.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. So in May of 2021, Timothy came to live with you. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And at the time when Timothy came to live with you, besides yourself and G, was there somebody else that was living in the house during that time period?
Other than my mother and half brother, my stepfather Adam.
Okay. And your stepfather Adam, was he married to your mother at that time?
Yes.
And is he actually the father of your younger brother G?
No.
But your mother is the mother to you and to Timothy and to G. Is that right? She's your mother. She's Timothy's mother. She's G's mother. Is it better way?
Yes.
Right? Yes. And at some point in time, did something happen to Adam where he wasn't living in the home anymore?
He suffered a stroke in January.
Did he leave the house at that point?
Yes.
When he left the house at that point, then when it became just you, your two brothers, and your mother living in the home?
Yes, sir.
And when Adam suffered the stroke, was he physically able to do anything to provide any care to either you or to Timothy or to G?
No.
And where did Adam go when he left the house after the stroke?
After the hospital, he went to live with my step grandparents, my in-laws, in their house in West Olive.
When did the stroke happen? January. And from the time the stroke happened, was he ever back in the home in any way?
No.
And the folks that he went to live with were his parents, is that right?
Yes.
And they live in West Olive down in Ottawa County?
Yeah.
So those would be like your step grandparents?
Yes.
And they'd be Timothy's step grandparents as well, is that right?
Yes.
Now, in addition to your younger brothers that we've talked about, do you have any older siblings as well?
Yes.
Who are your older siblings?
My biological brother Nolan, stepsister Chelsea, stepbrother Chris. There's, I don't know exactly how to put it, step brother and sister, Kenzie and Xavier, I suppose would be the terminology.
But biologically speaking, you have an older brother, Nolan, is that correct? And Nolan is how much older than you?
2 years.
2 years older than you.
Yes.
And was there ever a time where he lived with you at the house in Norton Shores?
No.
Where does Nolan live?
North Carolina.
So Timothy came to live with you, and prior to Timothy coming to live with you, was it just you and G and your mom and stepdad in the house at that time?
Yes.
So you went from 4 people in the house to 5 people in the house in May of 2021.
Yes.
And then back down to 4 people when Adam unfortunately had his stroke in January of 2022.
Yes.
Now, around shortly after the time of the stroke.
Hold on, I'm going to rewind a little bit. He did, unless if he was wrong or Paul misunderstood, but I swear he said that Adam wasn't G's father. Didn't he say that like about 5 minutes ago when they were asking? I'm going to rewind it. But with that being said, Paul was a little bit confused, so maybe he just didn't understand the question. He answered wrong. I could see that. I definitely could see that. And Sarah, I'm not saying I think he's faking the whole time. I'm just saying there's some parts where I feel like I don't feel I feel like he is. You know what I'm saying? I even said, well, there's some parts he's being sincere, and some parts I feel like he's not. And I could stop it. There hasn't been any of those parts that he's not yet, but I'll stop it when those parts come if you want to see which parts that I'm talking about that I feel like he is. Okay, so let me rewind it a little bit. Make sure I heard it right, okay? And then if we did hear it right, we still might, it still could be him mixing stuff up though. But you would think though, if he did, the lawyer would make sure that the correct information is coming out, wouldn't he? Because the lawyer's asking the questions, but the lawyer already knows the answers before. You know what I'm saying? Usually before he asks them. I don't know how far to rewind it. Hold on 1 second. Yes, I am. Misty.
And they'd be Timothy's step grandparents as well, is that right?
I'm going to rewind it a little bit more. Okay. I don't know how far to go. I want to hear all the setup, though, again, to be honest.
You are testifying here today, and is it your understanding that you do have an agreement in this case, Shanda, have agreed that none of your testimony today will matter against you?
Yes, sir.
And is it also your understanding that in additions to and that you
I'm going to bring it to the part where they talk about the family, but
today?
Yes, sir.
And is that in exchange for your truthful testimony today?
I think we'll just.
Were you aware of any other promises in regards to your testimony today?
No, sir.
And and for clarity's sake, you are also charged in this matter involving the death of your brother. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what charges it brought against you at this point?
Child abuse, 1st degree.
And what do you understand the potential maximum penalty for? Well, you know what? Strike that. I want to ask that question.
That's what I was thinking, but everybody or a lot of people in chat are saying that's not true. But I do think when he came back with her, I swear I remember something when they said his age when Paul actually came, because remember Paul came with a big bag of medicine too. So I feel like it was not that long before Timothy came. But I don't know. We'll figure it out when it happens. And then before that though, I don't know how it was set up. It's a little bit confusing. People in chat are saying from 2010 to so 2002 to 12 or 9 to 12 or let me see the email that you sent, Ariel. when you said that she just decided to leave the house? Wait, let me see how you worded that real quick, because I wanted to ask you about that. So from 2002 to 2012, she agreed to leave the house instead of her parental rights being terminated. So without more info, she was living in the home. Oh, wait. Shanda agreed to leave the home in 2012 instead of her parental rights being terminated. So without parental, she was living in the home from 2002 to 2012. But when this is what I want to know, though. When you're saying living in the home, so she was still with her ex? So it was her ex. Was she still, like, with him, or was she just living there and not with him? Because, was it them together? And maybe when she was with him, she didn't pull that crap as much. Well, obviously she had to do a little bit if she had to get her rights taken away. But, so you're saying they were raising them together and then she got her rights taken away, but then why didn't he? Was he letting it go on? I'm still, I wish I understood it perfectly. And, oh, Paula, wow, that'd be interesting. I don't know. Huh. But yeah, so if she was okay, let's say regardless if she was there raising him for 10 years, his first 10 years of his life, and then we have to figure out when she got him back. Because she didn't have him for a while, and then he came back, because remember he came back with the big bag of pills. I think he was already almost basically an adult when he came back. But I want to know, 2002 to 2012, was she with her husband there raising him? And why was it her only getting her rights taken away and not him? Because he was an adult in the house. He let it go on, whatever the reason that CPS was involved in stuff, he let that go on, and then, you know what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? How did that all work out if they were both in the house? Does anybody know the answer to that? Email, if anybody knows the answer, will you email me it? Because I might miss it in chat. All right, so let's listen to this.
And you are prepared to testify today, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that your attorney that represents you in your pending criminal matter is present in the courtroom. That's Mr. Eldon Brady. And if at any time you need to ask him any questions or take a break, you just let us know, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, Mr. Ferguson, I'd like to start by just talking a little bit about your home in Norton Shores at the time that your brother passed away. And so you understand, and I'll try to make sure that I ask these questions very carefully because you haven't been present for this entire trial. You have a younger brother. We are not using your younger brother's name today, okay? So we're just going to use the initial G when we talk about your younger brother. So try to remember as best you can that if I ask a question that somehow involves your younger brother, that we're not going to say his name, okay? Can you do that?
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll try to ask those questions very carefully so that we don't get into that issue. But besides your younger brother, G, and yourself, at the time that your brother Timothy Ferguson passed away, who was living at the house in Norton Shores? Besides you and your younger brother, who else was living in the house?
My mother and my my little brother, though he was at my grandparents at the time, my step grandparents.
And obviously your younger brother, if you can put it that way, but your youngest brother is the one that we're not identifying by name. He was living in the house at the time that your next youngest brother, Timothy Ferguson, passed away, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your mother was also living in that house as well.
Yes.
And is she in the courtroom right now?
Yes, sir.
As best you can you kind of point her out or maybe say what she's wearing right now?
Her hair is in 2 braids. She's got, I think that's a black sweatshirt.
I think that's sufficient for the record to reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
Yeah, the record reflect that.
Now let's back up just a little bit from the time your brother Timothy actually passed away. When did Timothy come to live with you and your mother in that house?
May 27th of 2001.
2001. Was it maybe 2021?
21.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. So in May of 2021, Timothy came to live with you. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And at the time when Timothy came to live with you, besides yourself and G, was there somebody else that was living in the house during that time period?
Other than my mother and half brother, my stepfather Adam.
Okay. And your stepfather Adam, was he married to your mother at that time?
Yes.
And is he actually the father of your younger brother G?
No.
But your mother is the mother to you and to Timothy and to G. Is that right? She's your mother. She's Timothy's mother. She's G's mother. Is it better like that?
Yes.
Right? Yes.
He said no. Is he wrong? Well, I mean, I think he could be confused because he said half brother, so we know that it's not his dad. His dad isn't the father because he called G his half brother. So we know his father, the father of the other kids, his other brothers isn't his father. He's saying Adam isn't his father. Was there a middle guy that she was with, that had a kid with, or was he just mixed up and confused and he said it wrong? Yeah, so I don't know, guys, but gosh darn it, I'm trying to figure this all out. So now it's like, it's like I'm the type that I just need to know everything perfectly. Like I need to have these answers. OCD, I know it's partly OCD and it's partly just how I am. But the OCD doesn't help. But how are we going to figure this out? I just want to know. Is there another guy? Dang it. Oh, well. All right.
And at some point in time, did something happen to Adam where he wasn't living in the home?
I'm going to play it again. You didn't hear it, Tammy? All right. I'll just play that part. I'm not going to play the whole part again, but I'll play the part where she asked. Hold on. I know, that's what I was thinking. I'm thinking, wouldn't the lawyer have corrected him if he was wrong? Because usually the lawyer knows these answers when they ask. So you think he would have made sure that the record was right and clear and he would have corrected him. Unless for some reason the lawyer's like thinking like the lawyer thought he was, but then when he said no, the lawyer was like thinking maybe like, oh, wow. Like thinking, man, okay, maybe he's not. Maybe I got something mixed up. So then he just kind of went along. Because it almost sounded like when the lawyer was asking him that he thought the answer was going to be yes. But sometimes they ask questions like that where, you know what I'm saying? They just ask questions like that and it's not the case. But it did kind of sound like that. If it was like an everyday conversation, you would think that he was thinking he would say yes, I feel like. But, so yeah, unless if the lawyer just doubted himself and was like, oh, maybe I don't know. Okay, we're not going to focus on that. Let's move on. You know, thinking in his head. Don't know, but I'm going to rewind it.
Was your mother at that time?
Yes.
And is he actually the father of your younger brother, G?
No.
I'll rewind it a little bit farther back so you can see the context.
My stepfather Adam.
Okay. And your stepfather Adam, was he married to your mother at that time?
Yes.
And is he actually the father of your younger brother, G?
No.
But your mother is the mother to you and to Timothy and to G. Is that right? She's your mother. She's Timothy's mother. She's G's mother. Is it better like that?
Yes.
Right? Yes. And at some point in time, did something happen to Adam where he wasn't living in the home anymore?
He suffered a stroke in January.
Did he leave the house at that point?
Yes.
When he left the house at that point, then when it became just you, your two brothers, and your mother living in the home?
Yes, sir.
And when Adam suffered the stroke, was he physically able to do anything to provide any care to either you or to Timothy or to G?
No.
And where did Adam go when he left the house after the stroke?
After the hospital, he went to live with my step-grandparents, my in-laws, in their house in West Olive.
When did the stroke happen?
January.
And from the time the stroke happened, was he ever back in the home in any way?
No.
And the folks that he went to live with were his parents, is that right?
Yes.
And they live in West Olive down in Ottawa County?
Yeah.
So those would be like your step grandparents?
Yes.
And they'd be Timothy's step-grandparents as well, is that right?
Yes.
Now, in addition to your younger brothers that we've talked about, do you have any older siblings as well?
Yes.
Who are your older siblings?
My biological brother Nolan, stepsister Chelsea, stepbrother Chris. There's, I don't know exactly how to put it, step brother and sister, Kenzie and Xavier, I suppose would be the terminology.
But biologically speaking, you have an older brother, Nolan, is that
Yes.
correct? And Nolan is how much older than you?
2 years.
2 years older than you.
Yes.
And was there ever a time where he lived with you at the house in Norton Shores?
No.
Where does Nolan live?
North Carolina.
So Timothy came to live with you, and prior to Timothy coming to live with you, was it just you and G and your mom and stepdad in the house at that time?
Yes.
So you went from 4 people in the house to 5 people in the house in May of 2021.
Yes.
And then back down to 4 people when Adam unfortunately had his stroke in January of 2022.
Yes.
Now, around shortly after the time of the stroke, did there come a point in time where you became involved in having to administer some discipline to your younger brother, to Timothy?
Yes.
We'll talk about some specifics, but we've already had some text messages read, and you've had an opportunity to kind of hear about some of those text messages throughout this, right?
Yes, sir.
And you sent text messages back and forth between yourself and your mother. And we have those text messages from January through the time of your brother's death in July of 2022. Is that your understanding?
Yes, sir.
At some point in time in February, there's a discussion fairly early in those text messages about blocking Timothy's access to food. Can you describe what was happening at that time and how he was restricted from getting access to food?
He was sneaking food that was not necessary at that time, and it was solved by placing locks on the fridge, freezer, and pantry.
When we say he was sneaking food that wasn't necessary, who would make that determination that it wasn't necessary?
Shanda.
And what type of food are we talking about that he would sneak that wasn't necessary?
Sweets or anything he could really get his hands on.
So as early as February, there was restriction, the locks were going on the freezer and the refrigerator, and you said there was also some type of lock on the pantry, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And we've heard a text exchange, but at some point a little bit later, as things are progressing into April, was there a time where Timothy was doing something to get the locks off of the pantry door?
He was pulling them off by hand.
And what were you instructed to do as a result of him pulling the pantry door locks off? Let me ask you this way: were you given some instruction to replace that lock?
Yes.
And who gave you that instruction?
Shanda.
And what was your understanding of why you were locking the pantry back up?
Because he was sneaking food.
Let's talk about your brother Timothy for just a little bit. Did Timothy have some special needs?
Yes.
What was your understanding of what his special needs were?
He was attention deficit hyperactive disorder, as well as autistic. He had speech and motor impairments.
Speech and what?
Motor impairments, movement impairments.
Movement impairments?
Yes.
And at the time that he came to live with you, was he supposed to be taking some medication?
Yes.
And did he stop taking his medication?
Yes.
Why did he stop taking his medication?
Could you please reiterate?
Yeah, I guess the better way of saying it is, who made the decision for him to stop taking his medication?
Shanda.
As far as you know, from the time that Timothy came to live with you in May of 2021 in Norton Shores to the time of his death, did you ever see Timothy go to a doctor?
No.
Did Timothy go to school?
Not public, no.
How was he schooled?
Home.
When we say homeschool, what would that entail?
At first, it was assignments on a tablet, and then my mother restricted it to where she would print out the assignments, and he would sit downstairs and do them.
So he never went to school and never went to a doctor, as far as you could see.
Yes, sir.
Basically, from January, from the time of the stroke moving forward, was Timothy allowed to even leave the house?
No.
When, if ever, was he ever allowed to go outside?
To walk the dogs sometimes.
And when he would walk the dogs, where was it that he would walk the dogs?
In the backyard, out of sight.
Was there ever some physical discipline that was involved with him being outside as well?
Yes.
What was that discipline?
He was made to run up and down the patio stairs.
And those are stairs in the back of your house?
Yes, sir.
Are those visible at all from the front of the house?
No, sir.
Visible to anyone walking by on the street or driving by, anything of that nature?
No, sir.
There are some text messages referenced in there where there's a discussion about doing the stairs chasing style. What is that, if you remember?
Following close behind him to ensure he moves faster.
And who would be the one that would chase him if that was taking place?
I had to.
What was, besides, you've talked about some of the special needs that Timothy had when he came to live with you. What was his overall physical appearance, though, when he first came to live with you?
He wasn't skinny, but he wasn't extremely overweight. He had a good amount of chubbiness to him.
So he was a little chubby?
Yes.
Obviously, as we all know, and now the jury's already seen some of the photographs that went away at some point in time. When did the food restriction on Timothy start, with the locks going on the refrigerator and the freezer and the pantry and things of that nature? When did that actually begin?
Sometime in February.
There's been some testimony already about Timothy going on a hunger strike around the time of Adam's stroke. To your knowledge, did Timothy ever go on a hunger strike when Adam had his stroke?
No, sir.
There's also a reference to him going on another hunger strike about 2 weeks before he passed away. Excuse me, did that happen?
No, sir.
The police have indicated at the time they searched your residence, there were a number of cameras seized, as well as some other items. So let's talk about the cameras first. What was the purpose of the cameras being inside the residence?
To watch Timothy.
And who would be watching Timothy on those cameras?
My mother, or when she couldn't, she had me do so.
And how is it that you would kind of explain for the jury, if you can, how is it that you watched the cameras so you could watch what Timothy was doing?
I would log into the app on my phone, and it would alert me if there was a motion movement.
So you had you had your phone and you had some type of app on there that was connected to those cameras?
Several, yes.
And you said that you were also alerted to movement. Were there motion sensors in the home?
Yes, and the cameras also had that feature as well. They activated on motion.
And what was the restriction on Timothy's movement that would cause those cameras to go off? Where was he limited to?
Could you please reiterate?
Yeah. Where could Timothy go, basically?
Mainly he was restricted to the downstairs area, to a closet downstairs.
The downstairs area actually contained 2 bedrooms. One was yours and one was G's bedroom. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And there was also a bunk bed that was out in that area that I believe that the defendant indicated was Timothy's bunk bed. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Where did he actually sleep most nights?
In the closet.
What did you call the closet? Was there a name you used to refer to the closet?
The small room.
And what was in the small room if Timothy was in the small room?
There was a camera monitoring him, even when he slept.
Was there an alarm on the door as well?
Yes, sir.
Some type of motion sensor or alarm?
Motion, vibration, yes.
So we had that on the door and then a camera actually inside the room as well. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And were there times where you were required to watch that camera?
Yes, sir.
And to your knowledge, were there times when your mother was watching that camera as well?
Yes, sir.
Was there a restriction on how much Timothy could move while he was inside that closet?
Could you please reiterate, sir?
Were there any restrictions on his movement inside the closet, or was it he could move around however he wanted inside the closet?
There were restrictions.
What were the restrictions on his movement?
Hands on his head, normally.
Hands on his head, is that what you indicated?
Yes.
Is some form of discipline for him?
Yes, on his knees and against the corner or wall of the room.
When we say hands on head, I'm going to demonstrate, just putting my hands just over my head like this. Is that what he was required to do?
Yes.
He was required to be on his knees as well? Say yes?
Yes, sir.
You have to say yes or no, because this is
I
being
apologize.
recorded. You're fine. No, that's fine. Everybody makes that mistake. It's not a problem. And was he monitored to make sure that he was doing those things?
Yes, sir.
And for how long would he have to do these things?
Several hours.
And that was inside his closet, for lack of a better way of putting it, what you referred to as the small room, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were there also times when he was required to stand against the wall?
Yes, sir.
And would that be in the closet, or would that be in other places in the house?
At times it would be upstairs by the back door or on the wall between me and G's room.
And when he would stand against the wall, how long were we talking about that he would be required to do that?
Hours, sometimes overnight.
At some point, did you utilize some type of alarm or alarms on his body to alert you if he was moving?
A vibration detector, yes.
Was there more than one that he was required to wear at times?
At times, yes.
Where were those devices located on his body?
They were normally tied to the back loop of his belt or the back loop of his pants. I apologize.
And was there something placed on his wrist as well at any point?
Handcuffs, and before that, zip ties, zip cuffs.
When you say zip cuffs, are those put together with zip ties?
Yes.
And those were designed to restrict what?
Movement.
Of what part of his body?
His hands.
I think there's a text exchange that the jury's heard a couple of times where it's referencing him tightening those zip cuffs on his wrist. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And so what was happening that caused you to send that text message and had that exchange with your mother about those zip cuffs?
He was complaining about them being too tight.
And what was your mother's response when he was complaining about those being too tight?
To leave them and she'd deal with it after she got home.
So the jury has some clarity in terms of a schedule here. You and your mother worked basically different shifts, for lack of a better way of putting it. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
What was your job at that time?
I worked as a dishwasher at Applebee's.
And was that, which Applebee's?
The one in Grand Haven right off the bridge.
What was your normal shift that you would work?
4 to close.
What, at that time, was your mother working as well?
Could you reiterate?
Did your mother have a job as well?
Yes.
Where was your mother working?
As a court scribe, I believe you would call it.
Okay, and where physically was that job?
That I remember of, did she say here at this courthouse?
So there was a time she worked at the Muskegon County Courthouse?
Yes,
Do you remember a time when she worked in a northern county at a courthouse as well?
I believe so, yes.
And what was her normal hours that she would work?
6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
So would it be fair to say that you two are not together in the house very often?
Yes.
So whose responsibility was it to keep an eye on Timothy if she was not in the house?
Mine.
And vice versa, like if you were not in the home, who would take the responsibility of watching Timothy at that point in time?
She would.
But did The small room that you've described, at some point in time, there was a tarp placed in there. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And what was the reason there was a tarp placed in that room?
Due to Timothy's bladder problem, Shanda didn't want him urinating on the floor.
Would that be something that he would do?
Yes.
Did he wear some type of adult
diaper? Yes.
And let me ask it this way: if Timothy had to go to the bathroom, how would he go to the bathroom?
He would have to ask, and he would be timed.
And who would do the timing?
Whichever one of us was there.
So he'd basically has to ask permission to go to the bathroom.
Yes, sir.
And what time was he allowed to go to the bathroom?
For urinating, it was a minute. For
you can say the word, it's okay.
Taking a poop, it was 2 minutes.
And who set those time limits?
Shanda.
We've seen a lot of text messages and references to hot sauce and hot sauce retrieved from the home. At some point in time, were you asked to start feeding him bread with hot sauce on it?
Yes.
And who asked you to do that?
Shanda.
Why were you giving him bread with hot sauce on
it? Because he was supposedly misbehaving.
And how would you describe to the jury what you would do to do that and to make him eat the bread with hot sauce?
I would put it on bread, have him stand in the kitchen area near the back door and watch him eat until he finished.
And was he required to eat it until it was all gone?
Yes, sir.
Did it ever look like he wanted to eat the bread with hot sauce?
No.
Were there times where you were told that he could have something besides bread with hot sauce on it if he ate the bread with hot sauce first?
Regular bread, yes.
So he had to eat that bread with hot sauce first, and then he could have some regular bread.
Yes.
Did he have to wait a period of time before he could eat the regular bread, though?
Yes, sir.
What do you remember about what that was? About how long?
30 minutes.
With taking the bread out of the equation, was hot sauce used in some other fashion as a form of discipline for him?
It was poured directly into his mouth.
And who would do that?
Me or Shanda, me under her orders.
And it's just like what you sound like. How did you do that?
Had him open his mouth and poured it in.
There's some text messages. Do you recall a text message exchange with your mother in, I believe it's around April or so, where you've alerted her to the fact that he's eaten some part of a burger?
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
What was it? What part of the burger is it that he ate?
Just the crust.
And what was your mother's response when you told her that he had eaten the crust of that burger?
Make him throw it up.
Did you try to do that?
I tried at first, yes.
How did you try to do that?
Putting a finger into his mouth as instructed to the back of his throat to induce vomiting.
So who gave you the instruction to put your finger in the back of his throat?
Shanda.
We don't see a text message to that effect. Were you two also communicating by camera as well?
Yes.
The cameras was it a two-way capability, basically? You
Yes.
could talk to the camera. Or
You could
on the
talk
camera.
and they could hear. At certain times, it could be activated.
Was there ever any other time where she instructed you to make Timothy throw up?
Yes.
How many times did she instruct you to do that?
3 or 4.
At some point in time, was there a form of discipline introduced that involved you placing Timothy in a cold tub?
Yes.
And what was the mechanism for that? How did you do that?
Clog the tub, plug it, turn on the water, and take the ice that was in our ice maker upstairs and put it in, and have him get in.
Initially, how long was he supposed to sit in the cold water?
30 minutes.
30 minutes? And that, when we say cold water, we actually mean water with ice cubes in it? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
And how often, when did that start in relation to when Timothy died? If you remember.
I do not remember the exacts.
And do you know about how many times you did that up until the day the day before Timothy died?
Before the day that Timothy died?
The day before Timothy died, we'll get to that in just a moment, and I believe that.
3 then.
So you remember doing it 3 times before the day before Timothy died?
Yes.
And who would direct you to put him in the ice bath?
Shanda.
Was there some type of camera in the bathroom as well?
Yes, on the counter.
Was that camera monitored by somebody if you were in the bathtub or if you were in the bathroom with Timothy?
Shanda.
Were you instructed to stay in the bathroom with Timothy when he was in the tub?
Yes.
Why?
To ensure that he couldn't get comfortable or try to turn the water hot.
And what would you, if you tried to move around, what were you instructed to do?
I don't quite understand.
If you said that you were supposed to make sure that he stayed uncomfortable, how were you supposed to make him uncomfortable in an ice bath?
Put his body at an odd angle that was not a comfortable position to be in.
When he was in the tub, would he try to rest his head somewhere?
On his shoulder, yes, or the lip of the tub.
Is that allowed?
No.
I know this is difficult for you, Paul, and you and I have had a number of conversations about this matter. But I need you to look at a text message that you sent to your mother. It's got a photo that you took of your brother. You remember sending that text message?
Yes, sir.
For the record, this is People's 36A. This has been previously shown to the jury. Who took that photo of your brother?
Me.
And you sent it to your mother?
Yes, sir.
Why did you send it to your mother?
Because I was concerned with how thin he was.
That photo was taken on, do you remember what the date was?
Not the exact, no.
If your phone indicated it was June 13th, you'd have no reason to dispute that.
No, sir.
And you just became, again, the reason you sent it to your mother was why?
Because I was concerned about how thin he was.
You remember what your mother told you to give him after you sent her that photograph?
Bread.
And then is there a reference to bread and some peanut butter?
Yes.
So at that point, your brother's very skinny, right? Was he eating regular meals at that point?
No.
Were you still administering the hot sauce on the bread as a form of punishment for him during that time period?
Yes.
And did that continue all the way up until the time of his death?
Yes.
Did he ever eat any normal type of meal leading up to his death after you took that photo and sent it to your mother?
That day I made him an actual real meal, an actual peanut butter and jelly sandwich, as well as scrambled some eggs and put cheese in them.
Did you tell your mother you made that meal for him?
No, sir.
Why not?
Because I didn't want her to be upset with me.
Let's move up to the day before your brother passed away. Do you remember the day before your brother died?
He was unresponsive when I was told to get him up.
So you were given some instructions to wake him up in the morning?
Yes.
Was your mother already at work?
Yes.
Were the cameras activated at that point though?
Yes.
So your responsibility when you had to go wake him up was what? Just to do what? To get him up?
Just wake him up, which normally wasn't difficult before then.
And this is the day before he passed away, but was it difficult on that day?
Very.
Did you scream at him and yell at him to get him to try to wake up?
Yes.
And at some point were you instructed to do something with him because he wouldn't wake up?
Put him in an ice bath.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Was he able to, where was he sleeping that night?
Closet.
So when you went to wake him up and he was unresponsive, was he still in the closet?
Yes.
How did you get him from the closet to the bathroom with the
I
ice
had
bath?
to drag him.
He didn't stand on his own?
He couldn't, no.
Didn't walk on his own? Is that
No.
Was he even talking at that point?
No.
Do you remember about what time it was that you put him in the ice bath?
Not exactly, no.
If the text message indicated it was around 2:00, does that sound about right?
Yes.
What time did you have to leave for work that particular day?
I was supposed to be at work at 4, but unfortunately, due to a flat tire on my e-bike, I had to wait till 6 for my mother to get home and drive me to work.
So from 2 to 6 until your mother got home, you were home with Timothy, is that right?
Yes,
And where was Timothy that entire time that you were home with him?
in the bath.
In the ice bath? Was your
Yes.
mother giving you instructions on what to do with him while he was in that tub then, at that point in time?
Yes, sir.
What was she telling you to do?
Make him uncomfortable, and at one point she had me heat up a pizza roll to see if he would be responsive to enticement.
Did you actually do that?
Yes.
And what did you, so describe for the jury exactly what you did with that pizza roll with Timothy in the tub.
I held it close, and when he responded, as per instruction, I was to pull it away from him.
So did you actually do this?
Yes.
So you actually held a pizza roll in front of him to see if he would respond? Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
I know it's difficult. Did he respond?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do when he tried to respond?
I had to, or as I was told, I pulled it away.
So we didn't get to eat the pizza roll?
No.
Do you recall while Timothy was in the tub, an exchange where your mother inquired about pouring hot sauce on his private parts?
I do, yes.
Did you do that?
No. That was beyond cool, as everything else was.
So you put him in the tub around 2. Did your mom come home at 6?
Yes.
And when your mom gets home at 6, did you go to work at that point in time?
She drove me to work, yes.
And was Timothy still in the tub at that point in time?
Yes.
So you and your mom drove to Grand Haven to drop you off at work, and Timothy's just in the tub?
Yes, sir.
Was he even physically able to move around at that point in time?
No.
Do you recall getting a text message from your mother around 11:30 or so that night while you were at work?
Yes. Though I saw it later than that because I was busy.
So you received the text message, but you didn't actually read it until a little bit later than it was received.
Yes, sir.
And what did you understand from that text message from your mother about where Timothy had been up until the time you were at work at 11:30 at night?
Still in the tub.
So that's 9 hours plus from the time that you first put him in the tub at 2:00?
Yes.
When you got home, do you remember about what time you got home that night?
1 o'clock.
How did you get home? Did somebody give you a ride?
Yes. A
So
coworker.
Did your mom didn't pick you up that night, did she?
No.
When you got home at 1 o'clock, did you go to your bedroom
Yes.
downstairs in the basement area, the lower level?
Yes, sir.
Did you see Timothy at all?
No.
Did you check on him at all?
No.
When did you next become aware that something was happening with Timothy?
The next morning,
And what happened?
I had to get up early so that Shanda could drive me to the premises area of work. And I'd gone to the laundry room to get a pair of clean socks and was then made aware that he was not breathing.
And where was he at that point in time?
In the closet.
And who made you aware that he wasn't breathing?
Shanda.
Was he on his bunk bed?
No.
Was he ever on his bunk bed from the time that he was in that small closet until the time the police arrived? If you know, do you know how much time passed from the time that you first became aware he wasn't breathing until 911 was called?
18 minutes.
And during that 18 minutes, did you tell your mother or ask your mother if you were going to call 911?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what she said?
No. She said no. Sorry, that was my bad.
I'm sorry. Good. Let's clarify that. Do you remember what your mother said when you asked her if we should call 911?
She said no.
And you didn't call 911 at that time?
No.
During that time period, what were you doing?
I was attempting to resuscitate, though it was too late.
At the time when he came out of the small room, how did he get out of the small room at that point? How did his body actually come out of the small room?
He was removed.
By who?
Shanda, and I believe I helped a bit.
What was he wearing when he came out of the room?
Nothing but an adult diaper.
At some point, did you put clothes on him?
Yes.
Who put the clothes on him?
Both me and Shanda, per Shanda's request order, however you'd like to phrase it.
So before he was wearing the diaper, but you put the clothes on him while he's unresponsive outside of the small room.
Yes.
And do you remember what clothes you put on him?
A hoodie, a pair of my jeans, and Shanda had me remove my belt and put it on him.
Did she tell you why she wanted you to take the belt off and put it on?
Because the pants were too big.
At some point, the 911 is actually called. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, before 911 was called, and I guess let me ask you this: who actually called 911?
Me.
But did Shanda actually talk to the 911 folks, if you remember?
Not that I remember of, no.
Before 911 is called, was there some discussion about a hunger strike?
Yes.
What was the discussion about the hunger strike at that point?
Shanda said to say that he'd gone on a hunger strike.
Or
And
said
that we
who
found
she-
him on the bed.
Seems
dead.
obvious, but who is she referring to?
Timothy.
And said that he was found on the bed?
Yes, the bed.
So 911 comes at that point, and then the police are also involved. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
At some point in time, did the police leave you guys alone in the home
Yes.
later that night?
Yes.
And when that happened, did Shanda do anything with any of the items in the house?
She disposed of evidence.
What did she dispose of?
Vibration detectors, a camera upstairs that was not confiscated. She broke the memory chip that was inside into 4 pieces and threw them out the window as we were driving to Grandma and Grandpa Vander Ark's.
So you went down to Grandma Vander Ark's that night?
Yes.
And she disposed of evidence on the way down to?
Yes, and the vibration alarms were thrown into a trash can, were stuffed in a plastic bag and thrown into a trash can at the Chick-fil-A near our house.
When you say the vibration alarms, are you talking about the sensors that were on the doors?
Yes.
Was one of those the sensor that was on the small room door?
Yes.
Mr. Ferguson, we've had you testified about some of the alarms that were placed on Timothy's body. Did those alarms, what would those alarms do? I mean, how would they make noise or alert people?
Loud beeping.
Was that something you could hear if you were like close to the alarms?
Yes, through solid wall even.
And did Timothy have some ear problems?
Yes,
What
sensitive hearing.
It's sensitive hearing.
And had tubes implanted at one point.
To your knowledge, was Shanda aware that he had these hearing problems and the tubes in his ears?
Very much so.
And again, to your knowledge, was it indicated to you that the alarms were a form of punishment for him? That as if they went off, they would be harmful to him, distracting to him?
I believe so.
And we talked about being made to stand against the wall. Was he made to do something else against the wall as a form of punishment as well?
Wall sits.
And wall sits, for the jurors that might not be aware, is what, basically?
Back pressed against the wall, sitting with your crouched with your legs as though you're sitting in a chair.
But nothing to support your weight on your buttocks or your upper thigh.
No.
And at some point, he was forced to do that as well. I have no further questions.
Okay. Before you begin, Mr., I think it's a good time to take a longer afternoon break. So let's adjourn till approximately 3:45, and then we'll return. All right, please rise. I can be seated. Anything else, Mr. Roberts, before we break?
Thank you.
And Mr. Johnson? Anything? All right, we're in recess.
Okay, hold on, guys. I got food coloring all over me. It spilled. I forgot. Hold on 1 second. I forgot it was in this bottle. Oh my god. Hold on. I'll put it in red. Oh, hold on. Dang it. Here, let me try to play the next one. Look, I got it. Hold over. It was in this bottle, and I forgot I had it in my. Okay, hold on 1 second.
Ask you.
Oh wait, here it is.
23110 FC, people of the state of Michigan versus Shanda Vander Ark. Is Mr. Ferguson back in? Yeah. All right, let's bring him out. All right.
I'll be right back, guys.
Record to reflect the jury is in the jury room. Anything before we bring them out, Mr. Roberts?
Okay.
And Mr. Johnson?
Nothing for them.
All right, please rise. All right, you may be seated. Mr. Johnson, you can commence your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Ferguson.
Good afternoon.
Do you remember me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm Fred Johnson, in case you don't remember. I examined you at your preliminary examination. Do you remember?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've been doing very well with your examination. Please keep your voice up so everyone can hear you, okay?
Of course.
Okay. I've got some hard questions to ask you. You ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, let's start where Mr. Roberts started. You got a deal for testimony, right?
That nothing I say will be used against me. Should I pursue this into my case in a trial?
Okay, that's good. That's not what I asked you though. Did you get a deal?
A deal? No, sir.
You not got no deal?
No, sir.
Okay. You're not a lawyer though, right?
No.
And you have a lawyer, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. All right. Let's go way back to the very beginning. I remember, I don't know if you've seen the police reports in this case, have you?
Yes, sir.
You seen the, in the first police reports I saw where they talked to you, you referred to your mother as either mom or mama. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And then in the, you had an interview with Detective Piesky. You remember that? Detective, are you here? You stand please, so you can see. You remember that gentleman there? Detective Piesky?
Not perfectly, but
okay.
Yes.
2 days, thank you. 2 days after after the event, after Tim passes, you have an interview in his office. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
You're wearing shorts and your knees were up and that sort of thing. It was warm out outside.
Yes.
You remember that? And during that interview, you referred to your mother as mom or mother. Do you remember that? Or mother or mama, something like that, right?
Yes, sir.
And about 3 weeks later, well, however long it was, 3 weeks later, we had a preliminary examination, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you referred to your mother as Shanda, correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. And one of the things that happened between the time that you interviewed with Detective Piesky and the time you testified your preliminary examination is you cut a deal, didn't you? Take your time.
No, sir. Not that I'm aware of.
You're not aware. You testified to it at the prelim, don't you remember? We talked about it at the prelim. There's testimony on it. You remember?
I said what my guidelines were, but I was not given a deal for them.
Okay, you were not given a deal. Well, first of all, you and I have been through a preliminary examination. I will bet some of the folks over here have never been to one. Let's describe what a preliminary examination is for them, okay? Okay? I'll ask you a question. You just fill in the blanks for us, okay? First question. A preliminary examination is held in a courtroom, like not this one, but a courtroom, right?
Yes, sir.
And there isn't a jury at a preliminary examination, is there?
No, sir.
But there is a judge.
Yes, sir.
Not this judge, a different judge, right?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Roberts was there, and I was there, and your mom was there, that sort of thing, right?
Yes.
And you testified like you're doing now. You told us what happened. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you told us what happened under oath. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The same oath you took here. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The other thing is, this preliminary examination in this case was about 18 months ago, wasn't it? It was a long time ago.
Yes.
Okay. So I don't expect you to remember everything that happened and everything that was said. That would be unfair, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We have had the liberty of looking up. when you have a preliminary examination, one of the reasons you speak everything out loud is so that somebody can type it up, right?
Yes.
Okay. And they type it up and they call it a transcript. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. A transcript is an exact duplication typed up as to what everybody says in the courtroom. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
It's the official copy. It's the official word as to what was said, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm telling you at your preliminary examination that there was a transcript done.
Okay.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have some of my assistants look up what we talked about in terms of your deal, so that I can refresh your memory as to whether or not you knew you had a deal at the time. Correct?
Okay.
All right. Cool. So having said that, you have been charged, and it's on the subject of your deals, you have been charged with what, as far as you understand?
First-degree child abuse.
Okay. Do you know what your mother has been charged with?
At the moment, it's open murder.
Okay. What else?
That's all that I know of.
Okay. Would you, if I tell you that she's also been charged with first-degree child abuse, just like you have any problem accepting that?
No.
Okay. So, your mother's charged with first-degree murder, right? And yes.
I didn't say anything. That was.
I'm asking, do you know if your mother was charged with first-degree murder?
Yes.
Okay, and according to me, first-degree child abuse, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And according to your testimony and other things you said, you're the one who put the hot sauce in this boy's mouth.
Per her orders, yes.
Timothy's mouth. You're the one who put the cuffs, the braces on, the ties on it, right?
Per her orders.
You're the one who put him in the cold baths, correct?
Per her orders.
You're the one who said, in one of those texts that you've never wanted to beat somebody, and I forget the exact word, beat somebody so bad in your entire life. You said that, was that per her orders?
No.
You also said that if something happens, I'm going to kill him. Was that her orders too?
No.
Okay, all right, that's what I'm asking. But you're not charged with first-degree murder, are you?
No.
The prosecutor during his opening comments talked about hypothermia. You know what hypothermia is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell the jury, what's hypothermia?
When the body suffers from extreme cold to a high extent.
Okay. And you're the one who put him in a bath for 7 hours, 6 hours, whatever it was, the day he died?
Yes, per Shanda's orders.
All right. But you're not charged with first-degree murder, are you?
No.
It's a good deal, isn't it? Let me ask you this. I withdraw that question. Let me ask you this. And I don't want you to tell the jury what the penalty is. I just want to know if you know what the penalty is. Do you know what the penalty is for first-degree murder?
Yes.
Okay. And you're not charged with that, are you?
No.
In fact, it is your desire that your mother in this trial, in this case, and get you out from under, isn't it?
That was what I said in that letter.
The letter I'm holding here?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I was furious at that time.
You're furious at that time?
I was not thinking straight.
Are you furious now?
No.
You're still calling her Shanda though, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Do you remember when the police asked you at the time of the event what was going on? What had happened in the house, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you tell them what happened, or did you lie?
I lied.
And when Officer Piesky asked you the next time out, 2 days later, did you tell him what happened, or did you lie?
Told him the full truth.
You told him the full truth? You told him that you pulled, Timothy was in that room, and you pulled him out, and he didn't fall from the bunk bed? You told him that?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about what you told him. You told him that Timothy had passed all his final exams. You remember telling him that?
No, I do not.
Did he?
I can't say for certain. I don't remember.
You don't remember? Okay. You told him that your mother loved every one of us.
That was what I believed.
You don't believe that now?
No.
You told him that Timothy went on a hunger strike. You remember telling him that?
I told him that at the house, yes.
You remember telling him that 2 days later?
No.
Do you remember that the interview itself? You were interviewed in his office, correct?
Yes.
And did you know that there was a recorder going on?
Yes, sir.
And that recorder was recording everything you said?
Yes.
These are brand new earphones because I didn't want you to have to use care. You don't have to worry about disease or anything. If I were to allow you to listen and watch the video of what you said at the time, and you were able to hear what was said and what you said, would that refresh your recollection? Would that refresh your memory as to what you said at the time?
Most likely.
All right. Let me take just a moment, Your Honor. And this is to the question about the hunger strike, correct? Let me make sure this works. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? You may. All right. I'm sorry, I put them on. Do you mind? I put them on before you. Can you still use them?
Yes.
All right. Tell me, is that comfortable?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to play you the part, I think, where you're talking about the hunger strike. And I don't want you to say anything. I just want you to listen to what was said, okay? And then I'll ask you questions about it. Can you hear that? Pause it. Did they speak of the hunger strike yet?
Yes.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection as to what the question was and what you answered at the time?
Yes.
All right. May I remove the headset, please?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. All right. Now you've had your recollection refreshed. And I think the question was, I asked you if you had told the detective that there had been a hunger strike, your brother had been involved in a hunger strike. Having listened to that recording, do you remember what you told the detective?
I told him that there was, but then I cracked and told the full, everything.
So
That was the
you,
part that you missed.
so initially you lied?
Yes.
Okay,
I
and such it was, so as far as you're concerned, your brother had never been on a hunger strike?
No, never.
Not even when he first got there and his stepfather had the stroke, remember that?
I remember, and he was not.
He was not, okay. Do you remember telling the detective that your brother could walk? And that he was never there was never anything major wrong with him?
I do not remember that, no, but
Okay. Did you remember telling the detective that your brother was looking around and didn't talk when he was in the tub?
no.
Oh, one of the things we talked about cold baths and ice baths. You showed the detective how much ice was in that ice, those ice. Where did the ice come from?
The ice maker, there
How
wasn't a
mu-
lot.
Now, you know it's on tape, right? You showed the officer how much was in that ice maker makes, right? You remember showing with your hands?
Not a specific amount, but I remember showing him.
Do you remember showing him? Well, it's on the tape. Would you like to see it?
No, sir.
Okay. My recollection is you showed the officer that he said, how much ice is it? And you did like this. You make this gesture where you put your hands together and to form like a pocket for about that much ice. Do you remember telling him that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Why did you tell? What was the original story you told the police as to why Timothy slept in that room? What did you all call it? The spare room? The closet?
The small room?
The small room. Do you remember the original story you told them?
That he wanted to be in there?
Okay. And you told them that, and didn't you also tell them that because Timothy was taking things apart, his bed was not safe to sleep on, and they weren't because he'd taken loose the bolts and screws?
Yes.
And you told them that as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You told him that originally the small room had a mattress, but he ripped it, so we had to take it out of there. You remember telling him that?
Yes.
You remember telling him he would sneak out? He would move around the house, not just for food, but sneak out to the garage and other places in the house. Do you remember telling them that?
Yes.
He kept shredding the plastic covers, so we had to switch to tarp. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about the hot sauce thing. Tell me about how was the hot sauce administered?
Either slathered on bread or administered directly orally.
Okay. And you would do those things, correct?
Under my mother's orders, yes.
Under your mother's orders. By the way, one of that pizza, remember that you testified that pizza, you gave him that pizza, that mini pizza or whatever, and right, and pulled it back once he responded?
Yes.
Do you know that we were hearing a text where your mother told him to try it, and if he ate it, give him 2 of them? Do you remember that part of the text?
No.
And she never, she didn't, according to your text, one of the text between the 2 of you, as I recall it, she says, give him a pizza roll, see if he'll eat it, and if he does, you give him 2. You don't remember anything like that?
No.
Your recollection is if he tries it, snatch it back and don't give it?
Yes.
Was she in the room at that time?
No, she was at work.
She was at work. Why not give him the pizza roll? Why snatch it back?
Because I was doing as I was told.
Okay, good. All right. And you mentioned today that you fed Tim a good meal.
Yes.
Okay. Why is it? it's not in the police reports, right?
No.
And it's not in the interview that you did, right? There's no mention of it in your interview with Detective Piskey, is that correct?
Is there?
Yeah, I'm sure. There's no mention of it, correct? If you don't remember, that's fine.
I don't remember.
Okay, there was no mention of it at the preliminary examination when you're under oath, correct?
I don't believe I was asked.
Okay, good, but you certainly didn't mention it, correct?
No.
But you took that, there was an opportunity to sneak in some food, and you snuck in some food according to your testimony today, right?
Yes.
All right, you work at Applebee's, right?
Yes.
Do they make food at Applebee's?
Yes. Unfortunately, I can only get one free meal, and I don't always remember my credit card because I don't have it on me.
Okay, this is 6 months. Right?
Yeah.
And you're concerned about your brother, right?
Sympathy slid in and out.
Okay. But you worked at Applebee's, right?
Yes.
And unlike this meal that you're telling us about now, you never took anything from Applebee's and snuck it home to your brother, did you?
No.
And
What does he say right there? I have these other earphones on. I hope I didn't get dye on them. I can't get it off my fingers. What does he say when he asks about the sympathy and he says what? I tried to rewind that when I was listening to it the other day. I could not make out what he's saying. He says, did you feel bad for your brother or something? He says something like sympathy something. Let me rewind and see what you guys can make out. Sympathy slay something. I don't know. Maybe it's a saying I'm not familiar with. Here, let me rewind it. But sorry, guys, I had to go do something and then I got food coloring. Well, I told you that already. So I was just trying to do a couple things that I need to get done for this week. With my medicine, I have to like break it into fours. I don't know. I'm not going to tell you everything. But so I was trying to get that done while I'm freaking listening. Since I'm like, well, we're listening to it anyway, so let me do some of that. Well, that was stupid because I wasn't thinking and I was on my phone listening to this. Yeah, I dumped the food coloring all over me. I can't get it off. Why won't, like, I washed my hands like 5 times. Why, it's like stains. How long does it stain, guys? Good thing I don't have a ton on my fingers. Does anybody know? I'm going to play it again. Sorry. Rewind it. I just wanted to explain, but I've been listening, so I feel bad that I'm
coming from Applebee's.
Why is it not going? Hold on.
To your home in Norton Shore.
I hate when it doesn't rewind. Oh, there we go. There it is. I don't remember how far.
Why is it? It's not in the police reports, right?
No.
And it's not in the interview that you did, right? There's no mention of it in your interview with Detective Piskey, is that correct?
Slated an ounce. I don't know what that means, though, Sarah. What does that mean? It does sound like you might have said that, but
If you don't remember, that's fine.
I don't.
Okay, there was no mention of it at the preliminary examination when you're under oath, correct?
I don't know if I rewound it enough.
I don't believe I was asked.
Okay, good, but you certainly didn't mention it, correct?
No.
But you took that, there was an opportunity to sneak in some food, and you snuck in some food according to your testimony today, right?
Yes.
All right, you work at Applebee's, right?
Yes.
Do they make food at Applebee's?
Yes. Unfortunately, I can only get one free meal, and I don't always remember my credit card because I don't have it on me.
Okay, this is 6 months. Right?
Yeah.
And you're concerned about your brother, right?
Sympathy slid in and out.
Okay. But you worked at Applebee's, right?
Sympathy slid. It makes sense. Sympathy slid in and out, but it almost sounds like he's saying sympathy slid in and out. Is it slid in and out? I mean, yeah, Betty. So what do you guys think? Slid? I mean, or is there a saying I'm not aware of that's like a saying? Okay, sympathy slid in and out. That's a very unique statement. Like, I've never heard anybody describe it like that. You know what I'm saying? Somebody asked that question and, oh, sympathy slid in and out. You would think it would be like, oh, sympathy varied. Like, it was, sometimes I felt, well, I mean, it does make sense. I just never heard anybody say it like that. Okay. Have you guys? Hey, She Builder, what up? But have you guys heard people? Is that a thing? Because, like, I'm in the Midwest, and, like, when I moved to Colorado, I learned certain sayings and certain words were different. So is that something that is, like, a common phrase for anybody in here? Okay. Oh, thank you, Misty. Thank you for joining. Yay. I was just talking to Soul about trying to think of some stuff to do for my members, because I haven't done anything in a while. So we were trying to think of ideas. I might like do like just like random lives. Like, well, when I used to go on my walks, she's like, you should do it when you're on your walks. But now I do my walking in my house. The other day it was nice and I went outside. But like when the nicer weather, I could do it, outside and take you for a walk. But like I'm trying to think of other options. You know what I could do though? So I was doing, well, no. I don't know. I know last year I did like giveaways where, like I did specific giveaways for just members only. So you increase your chance of winning. You know what? I should do a Christmas giveaway to members. I could do like a gift card to members, like a $50 gift card to, you know what I could do? I could do whoever wins, you tell me where you want it. Yeah, let's do that. So members, it'll increase your chances of winning, because it'll just be like a poll between the members. So yeah, let's do that. We'll do that for a Christmas thing. Yeah, me either. Alex, wait, ask you what again next week, Harley? Wait, what? Ask us again. Wait. I know. Well, Sarah, here's the thing. I didn't like download this video and put it in the editor because it really wasn't that important. It's 4 hours. It just really wasn't that important. I mean, it's important, but not really to sit there and download it and then have to put it in the editor. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Try to get the sound out, because I can't do it just from this. I'd have to get a copy of it, which I can, but I don't know. I just so busy that I just didn't. I mean, I'd rather just ask you guys, and look, I figured it out. But wait, I want to know, Harley, you said ask again next week. What? All right, I'm going to press play. I'm going to go, I'll be back, but I'm listening. I'll have to put these headphones. I just got to put this back now. All right.
Right?
Yes.
And unlike this meal that you're telling us about now, you never took anything from Applebee's and snuck it home to your brother, did you?
No.
And you're on a bike coming from Applebee's to your home in Norton Shores?
Yes.
You have to pass a Walgreens or a convenience store, a gas station or something, correct?
At 1 a.m, everything would be closed.
Gas stations wouldn't be closed, right?
The only one that I went by was the one at Meyer, and it was.
And you could stop. You went by the gas station at Meyer?
And it was closed.
Was the Meyer itself closed too?
I don't know. I never checked.
Yeah, it's a 24-hour store, correct?
I don't know.
Did you ever go into any place before work or after work to buy your brother a candy bar to bring him home and help him out?
No.
You kept saying during the text, you kept saying, young man, that you were under the impression that what Timothy was going through was an act. Do you remember that?
Because I was convinced by my mother.
Okay. You thought it was an act, correct?
Yes.
You thought he was faking it, correct?
Yes.
The seizures, you thought that was an act?
Yes.
The shaking, you thought that was an act?
Yes, I wasn't there when some of that occurred.
The trembling, that was an act? Did he cry when you had him crouched like that? You had him do that back thing against the wall? Did he cry?
Not cry. He complained.
Did he cry when you had him stand up for hours against the wall? Did he cry?
No. Not
Okay.
that I remember of.
You don't remember any crying, any complaining, do you?
No.
Okay. When you cuff him, did he cry?
No.
When you said he would close, well, it's been said, you haven't said. He would close the loop on those cuffs and make them tighter on his own wrists. Is that your recollection?
Yes.
You didn't do that, right?
No.
Did he cry when that happened?
He complained about it, and that was how I knew.
Okay. There were numbers of monitors in that house, right? Video
Yes.
monitors?
Yes.
But they weren't all for Timothy, is that correct?
There was one that was in G's room because, according to Shanda, he had a tendency to remove all of his clothes and wander around in his room like that.
But that's when he was 2, right? He's older than that at this point, isn't he?
That was what I was told. It was what I believed.
But there's monitors in the entire house, correct?
Yes.
And what were you told was the purpose of the monitors?
Other than the one in G's room,
Mm-hmm.
she hadn't told the purpose. I just knew that she was monitoring Timothy.
Okay. Let's switch up a little bit, talk about something else. Tell me about your mom a little bit. What do you know about her? How far has she gone in school?
She's graduated from law school, second in her class.
Yeah. Were you impressed by that?
Yeah.
Yeah. She's worked. Did you know she was the judge's clerk?
That's what it was called.
Okay. That's what it was?
Yeah.
Both
I was
here
trying to figure out what the name was.
That's fine. Both here and in Nuevo?
Yeah.
Okay. And was she doing other things professionally? Was she studying or anything say during May to July or February to July 2022? Was she studying or writing books or?
No.
Okay.
There were
All right.
times when she'd do law school service dog's eyes for her YouTube channel.
Okay. You know she was tutoring other law students?
No.
Okay. During that time, Adam Ferguson?
Vander
Ark, I'm sorry. Vander Ark, I should have figured that out, right? Adam Vander Ark, her husband, had a stroke, is that correct?
In January, yes.
Was he working prior to that?
Yes.
Okay. And you're also aware, so he's not working once he has a stroke, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So who's providing for the family as far as you know?
Me and her.
You and her. Cool. So you're working.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so the two of you are providing for that household, correct?
Yes.
And the house, how old are you now?
21.
And you were 19 back then? Sort of close, somewhere around there?
Somewhere around there,
Okay,
yes.
cool. All right. So she's providing the household with your assistance.
Yes.
She has 2 children younger than you to provide for. Yes.
Yes.
She's homeschooling G as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you had 2 kids at home being homeschooled,
Yes.
correct? She has her own issues, correct?
I don't know.
In terms of not being able to sleep, that sort of thing? Insomnia, did you know about that?
No.
She didn't share that with you?
No.
There was a
She
lot.
was she's hypoglycemic.
Okay. All right. All right. So there's a lot going on with her at this point in her life, isn't there?
Yes.
And you're not just babysitting, she's relying upon you to watch the kids, is that correct? When she's at work, you watch the kids. When you're at work, she watches the kid, correct?
I suppose you could think of it like that.
Even with the video monitor, she depends upon you to watch the 2 younger ones, correct?
Yes.
And in that circumstance, she would come to rely on, not everything can be seen on a camera, correct?
Yes.
So she would rely on information that you provide for her in addition to whatever she can see on the camera. Is that correct?
Yes.
And she would be also at work, right?
Yes.
Working for a judge, right?
Yes.
So presumably kind of busy, right?
Yes.
Assume? Okay. Did you ever bring work home? That you know of?
Not that I remember of, no.
Okay.
She'd tell me some of what went on in court at times.
Okay. And there were pets?
Yes.
Okay. These are big dogs, right?
Yes.
What type of dogs were they?
When how do I put this? By the time all of this transpired, we only had Sharma and Piper, but Piper was living with my step-grandparents.
Yeah, these are, what are they, Great Danes or Greyhounds?
Great Dane and Sharma, or Piper was in Newfoundland.
Okay. All right. Okay. We saw, I'll strike that. That's not relevant. Okay. Let's go back to the interview with Detective Pieskey, if we would. Do you remember telling Detective Pieskey we weren't neglecting him, and even if we were, it wasn't intentional?
Somewhat.
You remember that?
Yes.
That's true, isn't it?
I'm sorry?
That's true, isn't it? It wasn't intentional, was it?
Not on my part.
No. No. You're putting this young man in the shower, right? Correct? And you gave him 3 showers, right? That you can remember? 3 baths?
Yes.
Okay. So you know what his body looked like at that time, correct?
Yes.
And this happened, well, the one was what, 3 weeks before he passed away? The one in June with that picture that you took it, where he was standing there and you took a picture of him with his shirt off and then pulled up his pant legs? That happened about, what, a month before he died?
Give or take.
Okay. And you told Detective Pieskey we weren't neglecting him, and even if we were, it wasn't intentional. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. You told Detective Pieskey that she, meaning your mother, didn't want this. We loved him so much. Correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You mentioned one time he refused to eat.
No, he did not.
Okay. Did you say it though?
Yes.
Okay. So you lied. Detective Pieskey, do you remember the point in that interview? It was about 3/4 through. And Detective Pieskey starts to explain to you, this isn't love. Do you remember him saying, this isn't love? This is,
I remember. Yes.
Yeah. Used words like disgusting and, okay, that sort of thing. Remember that?
Yes.
Why does he have to tell you that? Did you not know that?
You shouldn't have had to.
No, you shouldn't have had to. But before he died, when your brother passed away, did you expect that? Or were you surprised?
I was surprised, shocked, horrified.
How about your mom when she was in that room? We have that on video a little bit. Do you remember how she responded to that?
Let's see, trying to cover it up.
Do you remember her crying?
Crying? No.
If it's on the video, would that be accurate though? If there's video of her crying, would you deny that's what she's doing?
No.
But you just didn't see it, right? Do you remember how frantic she was? She called you down there to come quick. She was frantic at the time. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. You told the Detective Pieskey that your brother Tim would force himself to throw up. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
You remember telling Detective Pieskey, if I could take his place right now, if I could give him his life back, I'd do it. I'd do it in a dadgum heartbeat. Do you remember saying that?
I stand by it.
Yes, sir. You never intended your brother to die, did you?
No.
And you came to the conclusion that your mother intended it after, right? Not while he was alive.
Yes.
You thought your mother was a good mom, didn't you? You told Detective Piskey that, didn't you?
Yes. As
And
well
you-
as the fact that I haven't got it diagnosed and I don't know how to explain it.
That's fine.
But I'd say it's something similar to Stockholm syndrome.
Okay.
I have a desire to find a role model that's, due to my own low self-esteem, I would do anything to make proud of me.
Okay.
And that's not an excuse, I know, but I feel like I'm glad that I was at least able to realize it so I can correct it.
While he was alive, in one of the texts, your mother asked you, should we be worried? Should we be worried about?
Wait, what this part is, yeah, this is the part that I didn't feel was sincere. Because I am, and like I said, I could totally be wrong here because you don't run across a lot of people where you could talk to them and see how they act if they have Stockholm's, as far as like interview, like, hey, you know what I'm saying? See how they deal with it, what they say, because it is a rare thing. We don't get a lot of chance to see it. I mean, it happens. I'm just saying it's not like we see it every day. So I just don't think, from what I've seen of it, that he would be open to it and be like say it like that too. Like, wouldn't he still be in that level, like with his mom? And he would still, like, 'cause you know what I think of is I think of, for some reason, I keep thinking of the Menendez brothers and Eric, and how he talked about his dad. So I think there could be well, I know he was abusing Eric, but it was like that thing where he wanted to please him, he wanted to love, so he would do things, because he wanted that love, but like he wasn't aware, at least. I mean, it probably took years of therapy, but to be so self-aware and say it like it's, oh yeah, I'm over that, like that was that, but now I could see it. Would it happen that quick with him? I almost think that it's more to that. Like, he would still be under that type of thinking, in my opinion. I mean, help me, guys. What do you guys think? Don't you think he would still be in that, in a way? Like, he wouldn't just be like, yep, I'm recovered. I'm not saying he said he's recovered, but he's like, yeah, this is what I think I had. I could realize it now. He could see it. He's so self-aware. He's so aware of it. Like, there would be a lot of haziness and fogginess, and that would take years to get through all of that. In my opinion, I just don't think it would be that simple. Like, I have it, I'm done, this is good. No, he'd still be working through it real bad. He would still be praising his mom in a weird way, and he would still want to make her happy. You know what I'm saying? It's when you have it, it's so deep in you, you're just not going to just go away like that. And for him, it just seems like it's away. And that's why I think it could possibly, there obviously is a level of something going on where it's not healthy, because he is doing what his mom says and he shouldn't be. There is a level of it, but I almost think it's not exactly what he's saying or what some of you guys are thinking in the chat. I could be wrong, but I just don't see it like that. That's why I'm having trouble having sympathy for him. But obviously there is something, because he did it. You know what I'm saying? And he was with his mom, and his mom was telling him to. So there's obviously something at play, but I think he had more power in it, basically, is what I'm saying, than somebody that is suffering from that has. Like, I feel like he had more power in those choices, and I don't know. I just... It's not away. He's still standing there. Yeah. They still love him, and he wouldn't be... That's the thing. Like, the fact that he's just, like, so willing to all of a sudden, first of all, offering that deal right away, and so willing to just put it on his mom. Somebody that has that is not going to want to do it, because they're going to love their mom. They're going to still want to please him. It's not going to just go away. It's so deep within you. So he wouldn't just be so quick to turn on her and be like, oh, it's all her fault. I'm sorry. I just don't see it. If that's legit, he wouldn't do that. It would take years of a lot of therapy to come to that realization. You know what I'm saying? And he was asking for a deal real soon. Like a year ago, they said that's when that one video we watched when he was trying to get a deal for what 6 to 8 years for his testimony. He would no way. That means almost right after he got arrested, he's ready to turn on his mom. Somebody that has Stockholm syndrome is not going to do that. I'm sorry. That would be like, no, I can't. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Yeah, he was clearly manipulated. He was clearly, his mom clearly took advantage of him in a way. But like, I feel like as far as I'm feeling he is more to blame though than what a lot of people were thinking, in my opinion. Um, so I just think because like I said, yeah, he did it, and it was kind of his mom's the one kind of like directing it, you know what I'm saying? So obviously, and so that power dynamic, and of course there's something at play, but it's just, I don't think it's that. I don't. All right. Let me press play. How much longer we have? Okay, so we're almost done. So we might as well finish it, and then we still have to watch hers. So I don't think we're gonna be able to watch all of hers, guys. What do you guys think? I don't know. It's important. Maybe I should have skipped through some of his.
About him, is he okay? And you say no. Do you remember that?
Because we still have to go through our YouTube channel. I want to go through.
The text were to say so. Would you? Do you have any problem with? You've seen the text. You helped write them, correct?
Yes.
So if it's in the text and we saw in the text, as far as you know, nothing's been changed in those texts, correct?
Yes.
So if we can point out in the text where you say that, you're not disagreeing with that, correct?
No.
Do you remember the time when you asked her, we should be feeding him, he's too thin? And she says, give him a little something, and then you just keep going on after that, back to the old routine. You remember that? You remember
If
after
it's
you,
in the text, it's likely true.
you sent him that text with his shirt off and his pants leg pulled up. And you say, Mom, we need to feed this guy. Something to that effect, right?
Yes.
And she says, okay, give him something. She give, I forget what it was.
Bread.
Okay.
Just bread.
Okay. And then after that, did anything change?
No.
Okay.
Because I was too afraid to put my foot down.
You're too afraid? A minute ago, you just want her to be followed.
There's
Now you're
various
afraid?
reasons, and I'm not trying to excuse my own actions.
Well, yes, you are. I disagree. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Do you have a cell phone?
Yes.
What happens when you have your cell phone and you press 911?
You're connected to the cops.
There you go. Did you know that when you're 19?
Yes.
Did you know what Child Protective Services were when you're 19?
More or less.
The one thing, when we just listened to almost an hour and a half of tapes, of transcripts from your text messages, you did say no to her when she asked you to put hot sauce on his penis.
Yes.
Oh. But you didn't, okay. You weren't scared? You weren't scared to refuse it?
Not at that point.
And I don't recall, I sat here and I listened, I don't recall any other point where you told her no to anything she asked you to do. Do you remember any other point where you text, where we can show it in the text, where I told her, no, I'm not gonna do that, Mom?
No.
From the standing in the corner, to the hands on the head, to the hot sauce, to the shackles. Did you put, was his leg shackled? We found this metal shackle, this chain, leg shackle. Were you familiar with those?
A little bit.
Did you put those on him?
When I was directed to.
When you were directed to, how many times were you directed to?
Quite a few.
Would you be surprised to know that there is no text where you even discuss the leg shackles, much less putting them on him? Would you be surprised by that?
Very.
Do you remember, let's see. Did you remember saying, oh, wait a minute. Do you remember telling the detective that you were concerned?
Yes.
Okay. Is there, as you sit there right now, do you love Timothy?
I suppose I didn't love him enough.
No,
It's why I'm trying to bring justice for him.
Just a moment.
But can I say that I loved him during the time before his death?
Yes. Did you love him before his death?
With all the ways I acted, I cannot.
Okay. Let
Unfortunately.
me ask you this. When did you start feeling this way? While he was alive or after you found out that the way he was being treated killed him?
After.
So while the time he was alive, did you think you were killing him?
No.
You told Detective Piskey that we didn't want this. We loved him so much.
That was what I thought, but it's not true.
Let me ask you this. If you knew Timothy was in trouble, say the house was on fire, hypothetically, would you help him?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that the reason you didn't help him is because you didn't know he was in trouble?
No.
You knew he was in trouble. Now, I'm not talking about now, I'm talking about then, when you were living through this. You just said you didn't know you were killing him. So did you know you were killing him or not?
No.
So how could you say somebody you didn't know was in trouble?
You can't.
Okay. One moment, please, young man. You mentioned you think it was 18 minutes, about 18 minutes before you called the police when you found Timothy. Is that correct?
Yes.
Why did you think it was 18 minutes? Somebody tell you that? I mean, I'm just saying, usually people say, they say 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, but 18 is kind of specific and kind of exact. What made you think it was 18 minutes?
What I was told.
Okay. That's all we're asking for is the truth. Okay. That's all we're asking you. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Roberts, any redirect?
All right, Mr. Ferguson, let me let you off the hook there with that last question about the 18 minutes. You and I discussed the phone call to 911, didn't we?
Yes, sir.
And I'm the one that told you it was 18 minutes, wasn't it?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to doubt that it was 18 minutes or so before you called 911?
Not at all.
You recalled the time actually taking place, though. You recall it actually happened, correct?
Yes.
And at one point during that, did you before you called, did you say to your mother, I think we should call 911 or
Yes,
should we
sir,
call
I did.
911? And what was her response?
No.
And Timothy was completely unresponsive at that point, wasn't he?
Yes, sir.
Wasn't moving, wasn't breathing, eyes wide open,
Glassy.
glassed over. And she said no when you said, should we call 911?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about the interview with Detective Pieskey. I don't know if Mr. Johnson in the video that he showed you had dates or times or anything like that. So let's just walk through this step by step. When you were at the house, when the police were there, did Detective Pieskey talk to you? In one of the bedrooms?
I know that I was talked to by an officer. I don't remember which one, but this report says it's him that it is.
Okay. You're not denying that you talked to an officer in the house while everything was happening, right? Timothy's still in the house at that point. Police
Yes,
are
sir.
investigating. You talked to an officer, right?
Yes, sir.
At that point, did you stick with the hunger strike story, the story that your mother had told you that you were to tell
Yes, sir.
police right before you called 911.
Yes, sir.
And you told the officer that at that time.
Yes, sir.
And that was actually the day that Timothy passed away, correct? That was actually at the house, and Timothy was still in the house, or maybe had just been removed from the house when that, right?
Yes, sir.
When you talked to Detective Peasky at the Norton Shores Police Department, was that the next day?
I believe it was a few days after.
So within a few days of Timothy dying, you're talking to Detective Peasky at the Norton Shores Police Department, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you weren't truthful with Detective Peasky, weren't completely truthful with him at that point in time, were you?
No, sir.
What story were you sticking to in terms of what had happened with Timothy and the things that had been done to Timothy?
The hunger strike.
And whose idea was it to come up with the hunger strike story?
Shanda's.
You yourself were not arrested on your charge until about a week after that, correct?
Yes.
And at that point, then you sit down with detectives and give another statement.
Yes, sir.
And you're not here today trying to convince the jury you were telling the truth when you talked to the first officer or you talked to Detective Peasky that first time, are you?
No, sir.
So, Mr. Johnson talked to you about your testimony about a deal being in place. I don't believe he had you read your testimony over or anything like that. What's your understanding of any agreement you had to testify today?
That what I say cannot be used against me should I take this to trial, should I take my case to trial.
And are you also hoping that you get some consideration if you were to plead guilty for sentencing consideration?
I'm not asking for leniency, only a slight amount of mercy.
But is it your understanding that I've agreed, that this office has agreed, that we'll tell the judge that you've cooperated, and that your hope is that you receive a sentencing benefit for that, right?
Yes, sir.
Has anything else been promised you?
No, sir.
Mr. Johnson didn't read you another deal where he talked about there's an agreement that you're not going to be charged with murder, is there?
No.
To your knowledge, could you still be charged with murder?
Very much so.
And nobody from the prosecutor's office or your attorney has told you there's an agreement in place that you can testify to under oath that says you're not going to be charged with murder?
There is not.
So when you're demonstrating to Detective Peasky about the ice that's being put into the water, I'm assuming this starts with cold water in the tub to begin with. Is that fair to say?
As cold as it can get. We didn't have hot and cold. It was a single knob that turned, and it would get hotter with how far you turned it.
So it's not like you were putting ice in a lukewarm drink to make it colder. You started with cold water and put ice in on top of that, correct?
Yes.
And could you have been underestimating how much ice you were putting in there if you were demonstrating? I don't know what this means, demonstrating with your hands, but.
I could have very well been.
I think he testified that one of the things that initiated punishments for Timothy was that he would sneak food. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
There's a few text messages about him sneaking chips. The one about the eating the hamburger crust, and her response to that is go make him throw up. You recall that, correct?
Yes, sir.
If a person's on a hunger strike, the fact that they sneak food shouldn't really matter, should it?
No.
In fact, you're not really on a hunger strike if you're also eating food, correct?
Exactly.
Let's talk about the pizza roll incident in the bathtub. Was Timothy in the bathtub, in the cold tub, when you did the thing with the pizza rolls?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Johnson asked you, and there may have been some confusion here because there are a lot of text messages, admittedly. But who was actually watching on the cameras while you were in the tub, while Timothy was in the tub and you were watching him?
Shanda.
And was she directing you what to do, both in text messages and through the camera?
Yes, sir.
And whose idea was it to warm up a pizza roll and hold it in front of him and then pull it away before he tries to eat it?
Shanda's.
You can see this pretty good, but I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as People's 36 and it's page 5983 from that. Can you see that okay to read that top text message there?
Would you like me to read it?
Yep, go ahead.
Crazy idea. Ask Gabriel if he wants some pizza rolls and heat up a set of pizza rolls and take one and offer it to Timothy and see what he does. Put it right in front of his mouth, but be ready to yank it back if he tries to eat it.
Now that's her text to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you actually do that?
Yes, sir.
And she was watching on the camera.
Yes,
And were you worried about what would happen if you didn't do that because she directed you to do it?
very much so.
It's even more difficult. Can you see the time that is sent down here?
7/5/2022.
So that's the date. Is there a time after that?
2:47.
2:47. So 2:47, he's been in the tub for some time, and she tells you to do the pizza roll trick, right?
Yes, sir.
Now let's fast forward to page 6002, and here's another text. Why don't you go ahead and read that one for the jury?
Oh, okay. Crazy thought. Tell him if he actually sits up by himself and stays sitting up, he will get some pizza rolls. Don't tell him it's only 2, and I'm okay if they are frozen rather than cooked.
And that's her message to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's at 3:45, isn't it?
3:45.
3:40,
Approximately.
approximately
Yes.
3:40. So the first time she tells you to do it is at 2:45, heat up the pizza roll, hold it in front of them and pull it away. And then an hour later, it's okay if you give them 2 frozen pizza rolls.
So long as he does something for them.
And this isn't you saying to her, hey, I think we should try this thing with the pizza rolls and see if we get a reaction from it, is it?
No, sir.
Mr. Johnson was asking you about and there are a lot of references between the two of you about, oh, this is just an act on his part. He's acting, see how fake it is. You wouldn't disagree that there's a lot of text messages back and forth between you two, is there?
I would not.
It goes without saying, but you are not Timothy's father.
No.
You are not Timothy's mother.
No.
Obviously. Have you ever raised a child before?
No.
Why were you so convinced that any of this was an act?
Because she was his mother, and I suppose I believed that mothers know best. If you have the right ones, they do.
Let's talk about your mom again, because Mr. Johnson brought up a number of points which are really quite impressive in all candor. Your mom graduated second in her class from law school, didn't she?
Yes, sir.
Your mom passed the bar exam with a score of like 182 out of 200, right?
Yes, sir.
And she was very proud of those accomplishments, wasn't she?
Very much so.
As
As
she
was
should be.
high at the time.
Very high scores, very high intelligence. But she also has some health issues, doesn't she?
Yes, hypoglycemia, allergy-induced asthma, which I forgot to mention. My apologies.
And
But
does
that's
she-
about all I know.
Does she take some? Does she take some medication for that?
She has a eucalyptus inhaler in the car, and the service dog, Sharma, Gemini, were to alert of blood sugar drops.
So you referenced Sharma. There's a lot of text messages about Sharma. That's the Great Dane that was living with you at the time. Is that
Yes,
correct?
the puppy.
And you referenced Gemini. That was the prior service dog that your mother had, correct?
Yes, sir.
They're both Great Danes.
Yes, sir.
Very large dogs.
Yes, very.
Did the dogs ever go without feeding?
No, normally, if their bowl was empty, we'd scoop more from a large container. I don't exactly know how to describe it.
Was that in the kitchen?
Yes,
And the dogs got food whenever they wanted food, didn't they?
yes,
Sharma, Gemini. What was the other one? Piper.
Piper, yes.
Right. But Piper was actually living at your grandma and grandpa's house at the time Timothy passed away, correct?
Yes.
But the dogs never went without food.
No.
Now, your mom needed service dogs to take care of her health issues, correct?
Yes. Well,
was it your understanding that your mom had these service animals because of the health issues that she
yes.
had? And did she tell you she had these service animals for this health issues that she had?
Yes, sir.
She never said to you, I don't know why these 200-pound Great Danes are following me around all the time, did she?
No.
She understood, she demonstrated to you that she understood the need for some medical treatment for the conditions that she had, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson was asking you whether or not you intended, and then he used those words directly, to neglect. He used those 2 words specifically, that you intended to neglect your brother Timothy. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, sir.
And I think that was tied back in again to the interview with one of the interviews, or maybe the interview with Detective Peasky, where you said it wasn't your intention to neglect Timothy, correct?
Yes, sir.
There wasn't a plan in place between your mother and you to say, hey, I've got a great idea. Let's neglect Timothy, was there? You guys didn't sit down and discuss that ahead of time, did you?
No, sir.
You didn't plan it out and say, what we really need to do is neglect him so something happens to him.
No, sir.
Was there?
No.
But that's what happened to him, right?
Yes, sir. Well, it wasn't meant to happen. It is what happened. That much can't be denied.
In your mind, you would have not wanted, you didn't want Timothy to die.
No.
That's the simplest way.
Not at all.
You did not want Timothy to die. And did you believe that what your mother had told you about, this is all an act and this is all faking?
Yes, sir.
And you hadn't had any training, hadn't tried to raise a child, hadn't been responsible for care, any of those things, did you?
Not at all.
Those were left to the woman who graduated second in her class in law school and passed the bar at 182 and understood her need for service animals for her medical issues. That was her responsibility, wasn't it?
Yes, sir. And I trusted her judgment.
But at one point you were so concerned so as to send a picture of your brother because of his condition to her, right?
Yes, sir.
And after that, her response was given bread and then maybe some peanut butter, correct?
Yes, sir.
You have no reason to believe that she didn't see that photograph, did you?
No.
And you, looking at Timothy at that moment in time, thought, he is too thin.
Yes, sir.
We have got to feed him something, Mom. What do you think? And her response is give him some bread and then give him some bread with peanut butter. Right?
Yes, sir.
From that moment forward, did you continue with the hot sauce punishments on the bread, though, for him?
Yes, sir.
At whose direction?
Yes.
At whose direction?
Oh, Shanda's. My apologies.
No.
Mr. Johnson.
First one, you testified that you're the one who called the 911 dispatch. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
They've made a tape of that, and I'm going to check it tonight. I thought I heard a woman's voice calling for 911. How sure are you that you're the one who made the call?
Honestly, only about 80%.
Okay.
I can't say for certain. Shock, panic.
Right.
It's hard.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Roberts, any follow-up?
No.
All right. Mr. Weaver, can you check on your jury questions? Just one.
Hold on 1 second. I'm trying to. Huh. Wait, was that done? I missed it. So I was reading, someone sent me, the Adams obituary, and they do list Gabriel as, well, they say daddy to Gabriel, but I mean.
Ferguson, this is kind of a compound question, so I'm going to ask it.
Oh, this is when they ask.
Ferguson, do you have any special needs?
I am diagnosed as ADHD, reactive attachment disorder, and sensory processing disorder, as well as I was taking medication for anxiety and depression.
Okay. Similar vein, it might be the same exact answer. Do you have any learning disabilities?
I'm not sure if any of those count as learning disabilities, but I
don't want to cut you off. Go ahead.
I suppose reactive attachment disorder can make certain things hard.
Okay. And well, let me follow up with that. This is not the jury question, but has anyone told you? Well, strike that. Do you have autism? This is the other question. Do you have autism to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge, not that I've been diagnosed with.
And do you have any other emotional issues that you're aware of?
anger issues. I never have been good at controlling my anger. Never was truly taught well.
Okay. Any follow-up to that, Mr. Roberts? Mr. Johnson?
Mr. Ferguson, there's a door in your house with a dent in it. Is that one of your anger outbursts that you're talking about?
Timothy was in the closet at that point during the night, per Shanda's request, and he had one of the vibration detectors strapped to his belt.
Oh, okay. Dang it, dude, I want to watch hers, but like I want to go over this other stuff too. Shoot. Wonder if in the middle, I don't know how to do this. Because now it's like a couple more hours to watch hers, but like I don't know. It's important. But like I'm anxious to like go through the YouTube, go through the Facebook stuff that I found. I'm just anxious. Dang it. I could do it. I mean, we could, well, let's watch a part of hers and then we could actually do the YouTube and Facebook stuff tomorrow, or how do you want to do this, guys? Because you got to see hers. Okay, so testimony part 2. Where's our part 1? Trying to understand. Yeah, but that's gonna be like a 10-hour live. I mean, by the time we get through hers, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I mean, like we could try. I just don't want people to people not to watch the end when we go through this stuff because it's like a 10-hour live and people are gonna be like, I could probably just clip it out. Hold on, I keep hitting freaking my YouTube email instead of, or my Google email instead of my gosh darn YouTube. Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me get since I remember I said I had them all ready, but I forgot to send the link. I sent the timestamps and not the freaking link. I know. That's me for ya. Can't just have anything or everything or any time, even when I'm prepared, to run smooth for my lives. Because it just wouldn't be alive with me, I guess. I guess that's the way it works. All right, let me see if this is it. Yeah, this is it. Oh, no, this is the part 2, though. Hold on. Hold on. All right, let me. Oh my God. Oh, that's what I want to do. So this is the right one because then it goes into. So I wanted to play the corner, just a couple clips of her. Trigger warning, guys. The trigger warning, like I said, it's seriously on this one because she talks about how he was. I'm only playing a couple parts of hers, talking about like his weight and some of the physical stuff. I'm probably gonna pay like a few minutes of that. And then we'll play Shauna. It's on the same video. So at 26:17. All right.
Very normal
So
height.
I think you were likely going to get into, so the next question would be, can you do the same analysis as it relates to his weight?
So she did his height, and she said he was in well, you know what, maybe we should see his height to see how tall he was, but she said he was in like the 60th percentile, so his height was normal, right? But then wait till you hear his weight.
About half the population might be, percentile, like if you're the 50, 68 inches tall and weighed
68 inches.
So as it relates to
69
height
pounds.
at 68 inches tall, how does that rank in terms of an average? And he was 15 at the time. How does he fall in the scale for average height?
Right. So in order to determine that, if you've ever taken a kid to the pediatrician.
5'8". So he's 5'8", because 68 inches is 5'8". 69 pounds. He's 6 inches taller than me. I can't even imagine weighing 69 pounds, and I'm 6 inches. You know what I'm saying? Dang it, man. There's no way that neither of them couldn't tell. I mean, hello, like, how do you think he's going to keep living? Like, there's no way that, well, duh. I mean, I don't think anybody's even arguing, at least none of us. We know that what they did, like, there's no way they didn't know that they were really, that he was on the brink of death,
Or whatever, but there are growth charts and there's normals for what people should be, what kids should be as they grow up. And they have kind of, percentile, like if you're the 50th percentile, about half the population might be taller than you or weigh more at that age, at that same age, and half the population's going to weigh less than you if you're at the 50th percentile. And so in this case, for his age, at the time he died at 68 inches, he was in the 60th percentile. So 40% were taller than him, and 60% are shorter than him at that age.
So a little over average. So.
Yeah, a little over average, but very normal height.
I think you were likely going to get into, so the next question would be, can you do the same analysis as it relates to his weight?
His weight was 69 pounds. That was on the chart less than the first percentile, essentially 0 percentile. Every other child at that age largely would weigh more than him. It was a really severe, extreme emaciation.
And you said you've been a medical examiner, at least for Muskegon County, for 20 plus years. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you get a lot of cases where a person has died as a result of emaciation or starvation?
Mr. Roberts?
I think it goes to the issue as to whether or not, the question here is whether or not Ms. Vander was responsible for the death of the child, and whether or not it's unusual for a person to have been essentially starved to death. And I think this medical examiner is certainly qualified to testify about whether or not there have been other similar cases that have resulted in starvation.
Your Honor, I would concede that she's qualified to testify to that effect. However, our argument is relevance to this matter. What relevance does it have? How often this happens in the state of Michigan or the United States or in the world for that matter? It's simply not relevant to the facts for this jury.
Yeah, I think she's testified to where he landed on the scale of normal adults his age. I think asking her.
Wait, I thought she said 69 pounds. Didn't she say 69? I thought she said 69. But no, 5'8". Because when I type 68 inches, that's why we round it. They said 68 inches, which is 5'8". And I swear she said 69 pounds. So, but 68 inches is 5'8", Melissa.
Or how many other cases like this
That's what it says on my stuff.
Is not relevant to this particular case. So I am going to sustain the objection.
Thank you. So we talked about the height and the weight, and you
Wait a
said
minute.
part of the analysis also involves a
Hold
internal
on a second.
organs. Is that correct?
That's weird. So one graph says it shows 5'6". How is it going to be on the same graph 5'8", and then it says 5.6666? Wouldn't that go up to 5'7"? Why would they round up to 5'8"? That makes no sense to me. So I have no idea. But oh, I could do that math. Hold on. I know how to figure I would just do it in my head. Duh. Why did I even do it that way? So how many inches? So 68. Oh. How many inches did I say now? Yeah, it's coming out in 5.66. See, what I did was I just Googled how many feet is 68 inches, and it said comes out 5'8", but then it puts it in a graph and it's saying 5.666. So how do you get 5'8" out of 5.666? It'd be 5'7", exactly. Exactly. Go Google that and see what I'm talking about. What? Am I like... But I should have just did... I'm good at math. Like, I should have just... I know how... I mean... That's a simple calculation to do. I don't know why I didn't just go to my calculator and do it. But I think we're so trained now to just go in Google and have Google do the work instead of something like we could just figure out. Instead, I'm over here, Google, how many, and let them do the work. But don't do it because you can't trust them. Let me see if you guys can. Well, you guys can just Google it and you'll see it yourself. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. But you guys that were doing in the well then wait a minute. If you're saying 60 inches is 5 feet, then it would be 5'8". But if you do the 12 inches is in a foot, right? If you divide it that way, it'd be 5.66666, which you would only run up to 5'7" though. You guys, is this one of those math? My dad he was finances and stocks and math, and he was like good at math. So he would have, because he would teach classes too, so he would have sometimes his students do these math problems that don't make sense. They do, but like when you figure it out, something about, I forget exactly what they were, but something about if you figure it out this way, you'll get this, but then when you like break it down, it's something different or something weird like that. It's like, is this something like that? No, I know I divided. Sweet Dudley, I believe you. I know that. I'm talking about if you go in the calculator, you divide. If you divide, I mean, am I wrong that there's 12 inches in a foot, right? So I just divided I divided 68 divided by 12. Well, isn't that and then you get how many, or that doesn't work out that way? I guess you could do it the other way, but wouldn't that just be doing it backwards? I mean, wouldn't both ways just be doing it just the opposite way? Shouldn't you get the same answer? Oh, I thought 8 would be 8 inches. You're saying it, wait. Now I am kind of blown here because I thought 5'2". I thought the 2 at the end was always inches. Are you serious? Then I don't know. Like when we if we measure ourselves at home, we always go by everything is an inch. Because 8 inches is a portion of 12. Good Lord. Because I swear if it's like you're 5 foot, right? And then the 2 is usually 2 more inches, isn't it? I always thought that, but I guess I was wrong, guys. I guess it's 2/10 of whatever, 2 of the tenths. No, we're just discussing, sweet Dolly. It's fine. I like to learn. Okay. Teddy, I know you're referring to. I cannot watch her. Oh yes, me too, Petty. Me too. I've watched her. Oh my god, dude, it's like she is like scary. Oh my god, that's a good point, you guys, to compare this, okay? And also, you got to remember, guys weigh more because they have more muscle mass usually, right? Because usually, like, God, right? I don't know. I guess I feel like I don't know anything anymore. People are acting like I'm an idiot, I feel like, by your comments. I'm not really that stupid. We always in our house just, when you were like, oh, 5'2", like, if we were measuring, I swear that's how we did it. So I don't know. I'm gonna have to, well, I guess if the doctors, they would do it right. I don't know, though. Wonder what they, never look at what the doctors, get. I don't know if they ever give me, like, the results. Anyway, yeah, well, here's the thing, Tammy. You could do that now that you know what you're looking for. You know what I'm saying? But if you didn't know, then you wouldn't know what numbers you'd have to guess what numbers to put in. You know what I'm saying? Now, I mean, I get now because we know, okay, 60, or okay, 12. You know what I'm saying? You guys know the 12 times 5 because we're talking about it. But like, let's say 89 inches. I would want to divide to see how many feet first. You know what I'm saying? Instead, you could guess and be like, let's see, 12 times 7, 12. You know what I'm saying? So, like, it just depends. But with that, yeah, we know that. So now you could do it like that. But I feel like my first thing is it would be to divide, to figure it out. To figure out how many feet. You know what I'm saying? How old are you guys, though? Maybe you guys were in the math. Are you a younger generation where they teach different ways? Because, like, I feel like I would always go to the, like, okay, how many 120, well, that's too easy. 186, I would do, how many feet? Okay, so I would do 186 inches divided by 12 to see how many feet. 15 feet, 0.5. You know what I'm saying? So I always do the dividing. I wouldn't even, like, you to get back to it. I mean, I know how to multiply, but, like, for something like that. So I was just trying to figure out how many feet 68 inches were. Right? And, well, basically, the first thing I did is I just Googled it and it said 5'8". But there is a question. Is 68 inches 5'8" or 5'6"? There might be other people must have been like, wait a minute. What is if it's 68 inches, if you're 68 inches, it's 5 feet 8 inches. Since you're 12 inches in a foot, in other words, you're 5 feet 8 inches tall. Or no, 5 feet 8, whatever. I guess it wouldn't be. That's the part that I'm a little bit confused on. Like, how much is the 8? And I still don't get that. How they, you know what I'm saying? Because 5.66, so it's 12, so it's 5 feet. Okay, I'll shut up. I know people are getting mad, but 0.5 equals 6 inches. Yeah. Okay, I get it. But see, here's the thing. I wasn't looking, when you say 5'8", I never looked at it as a point. You know what I'm saying? My whole life, I always thought that was the inches. You know what I'm saying? I mean, do you get it? So I didn't think it was 5.8. I know like decimals, it's a tenth. I mean, I get that kind of it, but I didn't know that translated into that. Do you guys get it? So I bet you if I asked my mom, she wouldn't either. I don't know. I just grown up. That's how we did it when we measure ourselves. You know what I'm saying? It was just like, so I always thought the 2 was 2 inches. I didn't know it was 0.2. So I guess I'm shorter than I thought. Dang it. I did, Liberty. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about right now. They said it was a tenth, though, Steph. They just said it was a tenth. So, see, everybody kept saying it was a tenth. So, I don't know. I'm just going to figure it out myself, guys. But, okay, just answer me one thing. What is the 2 then? How much is the 2? That's all I want to know. How much is each of those? So, how much is the 1, 2, so how much does it go up to? So I always thought it would go up to 5'11", and then when it hits 12, since 12 inches, it would go to 6 foot. That's how I always just thought. I'm really good with numbers, though. That's the thing. But I guess I understood what that was this whole time. I didn't know. Like, what is it? Because you just see 5'2", like your height. Oh, I'm 5'6", I'm 5'8". I don't know what that second number is. Well, then what is the 2? I don't laugh at it. Here's the thing. I never thought it was that until you guys, everybody was saying it's a tenth. So then I'm like, oh, okay, so it's 5.2. I always just thought it was 5 feet, 2 inches. That's what I thought. But everybody's saying that's wrong. I don't know. I'm going to... Yeah, I'm just going to... But okay, if you're saying that that's 2 inches, do you see how I feel like that's one of those things that's not making sense then with the calculator. I know the first one is feet, but if you break it into inches, 5 foot. Okay, I'm going to press play. There's people leaving because everybody, they can't just have a normal conversation. They get annoyed and they can't just hang out and talk about something other than what it is. But I'm going to press play.
Yes.
And specifically as it relates to your internal examination, did that examination, combined with the overall examination, reveal any other contributing factors to Timothy Ferguson's death?
Well, at the time of autopsy, one of the findings we had were that the lining of the stomach had what we call Wisniewski spots. These are dark brown spots that are in the lining of the stomach. All right, and they're a little bit unusual. They're very well demarcated, dark brown, almost black spots scattered over the inside of the stomach. And at the time of the autopsy, I certainly took note of it. These are seen on occasion. Most commonly, they're seen in individuals whose body temperature is very low, who have hypothermia, hypo meaning low temperature. And they can also be seen in somebody who's a diabetic and goes into diabetic ketoacidosis. Those are by far the two most common scenarios that we see this. So I noted it at that time, and that was a significant finding. The other organs, like I said, had changes you'd expect from extreme emaciation. Some organs, the organs tend to get much smaller as well as the body. But the hypothermia, the findings in the stomach were significant. And then later I learned that there were reported prolonged ice baths. And I believe that was those were truly hypothermic type Wisniewski spots.
And in what way would those have been a contributing factor, if any, to the death of Timothy Ferguson?
Well, the spots themselves are not the contributing factor. It's an indicator that there was hypothermia. It supports that finding that was present at the time. And in this scenario, especially in someone with this extreme emaciation, to be subjected to extreme cold temperatures, the body is not at all equipped to handle that. Typically the body, someone can shiver and that will help raise their body temperature. We have a lot of mechanisms within our own body to try and keep us warm. And eventually you have to, when somebody does die of hypothermia, there's typically, or if that's a major contributing factor, there's some reason why they didn't extricate themselves from the cold and go put on blankets and get warm. And so in this case, though, how the hypothermia contributes is it does just continually weaken the body, and it can also slow the heart rate and cause and contribute to that process of dying, essentially.
So if I understand you correctly, a person with a normal body weight, or even close to a normal body weight, there's a mechanism within the body that will protect you from that, even if you're exposed to it and not able to extricate yourself from that in some fashion.
Well, you'll be able to last a lot longer. Obviously, if you're in an ice bath or you get into cold water, at some point your body can't handle it anymore. But in someone with extreme emaciation, it's their capacity to overcome that would be markedly diminished.
And what is the reason for that?
Well, because the body itself, the mechanisms that it can use, the use of fat as an insulation, the ability to be strong enough to shiver. There's other things that are going on with different hormones in the body, from the adrenal glands and from the thyroid gland, to help warm the body as well, and to increase your metabolic rate so that you're generating more heat. But with all of those systems really in very poor condition because of starvation, malnourishment, they're not responding adequately as well. So you're going to be much more susceptible to the cold.
You said that there's one other, there may be more than one other, but you list, I think when you talked about it, you talked about the hypothermia being a potential cause, and then there also might be a disease, or ketoacidosis, I think is what you referred to, could be a contributing factor to creating those spots. Were you able to rule out other causes as potentially contributing to why you observed those spots in Timothy Ferguson?
Yes. And so diabetic ketoacidosis, although typically glucose levels will decline after death, even if they're normal, in somebody who does die of diabetic ketoacidosis, when we test the eye fluid, we'll see elevated glucose levels in that area. It's a very stable fluid that we can detect that in. And we'll also find ketones, which are a product that happens in the body and gets into different body fluids. And neither of those were present. This was not diabetes, and this was not diabetic ketoacidosis.
So Timothy Ferguson didn't have diabetes or any disease that would have otherwise explained those spots?
No.
Did he have any diseases or anything that you could determine that would have caused his death other than the malnourishment and the contributing factor with the hypothermia?
No, he did not.
As part of your analysis, does it involve obtaining any available medical records to review?
Yes.
And did you attempt to do that for Timothy Ferguson?
Yes, we did.
And what was the last medical record you were able to? Well, first of all, I guess let's talk about the process. How did you go about obtaining those medical records?
The process is to try and, number one, find out which medical facilities he was treated at. We couldn't find any evidence of him being treated here, but we have an investigative staff, and they called around. They called other family members of Timothy to find out maybe in Oklahoma where he had been treated, and we did get some information on that. And so with that, then we, as the medical examiner's office, we reached out to these agencies or organizations and healthcare organizations to get copies of his medical records for review to see if he had a history of a significant natural disease that might have been the cause for why he was like this.
And were you able then to obtain any medical records for Timothy Ferguson? You said you couldn't find any in Michigan.
Right.
Were you able to find some records or some recent records for him?
All right, I'm going to move on to hers now. You guys ready to watch her? Wait, where? Oh, 30. 36. 36. Or no. Yeah. Wait. Right. I started at 20. Oh, maybe I want to hear something at 36. I have this. For some reason, I have this timestamp. Let's see what it is.
I think you testified, but just to make sure that we're clear, what is, in your opinion, what was the cause of Timothy Ferguson's death?
So his cause, the other finding that I'm going to clarify because it went into the cause, was that we were able to determine that he was severely dehydrated as well. And that was from the testing on the eye fluid, which gave us additional information that demonstrated that. But his cause of death was dehydration and extreme emaciation due to malnutrition and starvation. Go ahead.
No, that's fine.
All right. Yeah, there was I also contributed. There's another significant contributing condition, and that was something called exogenous hypothermia, meaning hypothermia, but it was from outside sources. You can actually have a condition in your body where you don't make enough heat, and that's endogenous, so your body's not doing the right thing. But in this case, it was, and most of our hypothermia deaths are from cold exposure.
And that finding, that cause of death does get reported and is contained in the death certificate for, when you make the cause of death determination, that gets reported on a death certificate. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you also make a determination as to the manner of death, and we talked about the different categories of manner of death. Did you also render an opinion as to the manner of death for Timothy Ferguson?
Yes, my opinion, based on all of the circumstances that I had available to examine, was that the manner of death is best classified as homicide.
And could you explain the reasoning behind that finding?
This death was caused by the actions of others to do harm or cause death.
For the record, if I could just take a look at the exhibits that I've got up there for you. Yeah, People's Exhibit number 42. Do you recognize that document?
I do. This is a copy of the autopsy report.
And is that the report that you prepared for Timothy Ferguson?
Yes, it is.
And does it contain the findings that we've discussed here today?
Yes, it does.
And if you recognized, I understand you don't necessarily prepare document number 45, but could you explain what that is to the jury, please?
So the document number 45 is a copy of the death certificate. This is actually a document that we provide information, but then it's produced by the county clerk's office.
And does that list the cause and manner of death on the death certificate?
Yes, it does.
And does it contain your identifying information as the pathologist in the case?
Yes, it does.
These have been previously admitted as People's 42 and 45, Judge.
Okay.
All right, finally, Dr. DeYoung, there's two photographs there, and out of respect for Timothy Ferguson, we are not displaying those on the monitor. If you could just take a moment and review those photographs and ask if you recognize what's in those photographs.
Yes, I do.
And what is depicted in those two photographs? I think the number is probably on the back.
So on People's Exhibit number 43, this is a photograph of Timothy. It's kind of just from above the genital area up, and it shows the front of his body without any clothing on. There's a ruler there, and that's ruler has our case number in it. It shows us that was our which case this was.
And is that, if I could just stop you for just a second, is that one, and in fact, the next photographs that are taken early in the autopsy process?
These are taking after any clothing that he was wearing was removed. So that it is early before any incisions are made, yes.
And the second photograph, could you just identify what we're looking at in that
Yes,
photograph?
People's Exhibit number 44, we're looking at largely the right side of his torso. You can see his right arm as well. You can see his neck. But I think both of these display the significant loss of body fat, and you can see the ribs and you can see the bony prominences. There's also actually a lot of scratches on there. In some of the areas that look discolored, it's because the skin is so thin, you can see tissues beneath it. It's very transparent, but there are also scratches and some bruises on here.
Thank you, Doctor. I have no other questions. I would like to publish those photos to the jury at this time.
I don't know if I should stop it here and go to her. Do they go on to? Oh, he would have. Oh, I got off track. See, I was just saying like all the like people leaving because you know they get annoyed if I talk about something else. But it's very important because we were talking about height and weight. That Eugenia or whatever. How much you said 96 pounds or whatever? This is important for this case, okay? It's relevant, so don't leave. They said she weighed like what, 95 pounds, and she's 5'8", I think somebody said. Somebody quote how tall. Definitely like around his height, right guys? How tall is she? If you go look at what she looks like, and I should maybe on Rumbles because I'll probably get copyright. I'm sure she's YouTubers like that. I'm sure get copyright. Oh my God. Well, maybe I'll put a link in the description or to give you some good examples of when you could really see. And she looks like a skeleton. She looks so horrible. Like it's sick. It's like they should not allow that on YouTube because it's not healthy and it's not portraying like a healthy lifestyle for kids that watch her. But if she weighs in the 90s, I think they said what, 96, right? Around the same height as him. He weighed 69. So can you imagine how skinny he was? And here's the thing, men usually weigh more because the muscle mass too. So he probably even appeared way, oh, I can't even imagine what he looked like. I cannot even imagine. Yes. Eugenia, yes. That's what I said, Patronus. Somebody on here said, well, I don't know. Somebody said she weighed 96 earlier. That's why I said it, Petty. I don't know. Wait, let me find it. They had the stats of her. I'm trying to go back through and find it. I just can't even imagine because she looks disgusting. Like it's it makes you almost want to throw freaking up. It makes me mad that they allow her to, I don't know. She makes me mad. I know she has a disorder, but here's the thing. She sits there and flaunts her body like it's like, and it's not healthy for these people that are watching her. And I don't agree with what she does. I know she's sick. She needs to get help, but I feel like she uses that for her, like she uses it for her content because she knows there's no way with freaking comments and people freaking making videos all about her. There's no way that she doesn't see and realize that's why people are watching her. That's why she gets a lot of views because you know how people, I hate to say it, the humans are fat, like not attracted. I don't know what the word is because I don't want to freaking get misunderstood, but people like to watch that and see the stuff that they don't get to see every day, like something like that. It's the truth. You know what I'm saying? It is. So if she gained weight and looked normal, she might not keep up with the views. It's the honest to God truth, and she knows that. You would hope she would, but people are, it's the way people are. And because it's like a show to them, because how freaking inhuman, like not human she looks, they watch her. So I think she's doesn't want to lose that. And I think she likes hearing. I don't think she likes the attention. I really do. I do. It's sick. It's sick. I don't know how. Somebody said 95, but she's probably in the 90s. I bet you they're right. So, I don't know. Just go check it out. And then you can compare what this poor kid probably looked like. And this isn't even his choice. She's choosing to do that, okay? He's being made because he wants to eat. Oh, I know, Tammy. I saw that earlier. You're fine. I already saw it, by the way, yeah. But I'm not gonna, with what I went through, I can't put it up. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, I would get in trouble, even though they, you know, it's online, but, you know, yeah, so if you guys want to watch it, go ahead. All right. I think I'm going to fast forward it, though. Did I already? No, 145. I don't remember if you guys think we should watch any more of her. I think I don't have any more timestamps, but I didn't get to watch all hers. I try to just skim through because I haven't watched everything yet, and I don't have gosh darn time to keep up with everything. Yeah, I think I'm gonna skip to hers. Ready? 145. Here we go. You guys ready? The people that haven't seen Shanda, because we do have some newbies that haven't seen this case yet, right? So here she is, guys, the monster.
Right, Mr.
I know you guys have seen her been testifying.
The defense calls Shanda Vander. All right, Ms. Vander, if you can come around here, please. Stand in front of that chair. Raise your right hand, please. Raise your right hand, please. In this matter now pending, you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do, yes, sir.
All right, you can put your hand down, grab a seat. Please state your name for the record, spelling your first name and last name.
Shanda, Shanda, Vander Ark, Vander, space, capital A-R-K.
Thank you, Ms. Vander Ark. You're being called to testify in your own cases. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
And to do that, you have to make sure that everyone can understand you, correct?
Yes, sir.
With you, and knowing you as I do, I don't think volume's gonna be a problem with you.
Probably not, sir.
Talking fast, maybe.
Yes, sir. It might.
Okay, so this is, are you nervous?
Yes, sir.
This is stressful?
Yes, sir. Very.
So questions gonna be thrown at you, fast and furious. You've seen how trials work, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And under those circumstances, you may speed up again as I do.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You may be reminded from time to time to slow down just a little bit. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Let's make sure everyone understands you. You've been sitting through this trial since the beginning, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were arrested for these offenses alleged back when?
July 7th of 2022.
Okay. So you've been living with this thing for more than, 18 months?
17 months, yes,
17 months. So you know what we're talking about, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you understand the allegations against you?
Yes, sir.
And that it also helps that you have a legal background, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The things they said about how well you did in school and all those things, were those all true?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I don't want you sitting there and regaling this, but the things about cum laude and going to law school, all that stuff is true.
It was magna cum laude. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right. Let's go back to the very beginning. When did Timothy come to your care?
May of 2021.
Prior to that, who had physical and legal custody of Timothy?
My ex-husband.
Okay. And when he sent, and how did it happen that you ended up with custody then?
My ex reached out to me, stating that Timothy he could no longer handle him, that he was pushing his buttons, and that he needed to send him to live with me.
Okay. And you agreed to that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Had you ever lived with Timothy during his?
When he was younger, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So you agreed to accept him into your home?
Yes, sir.
And who was living in your home at the time?
Myself, my husband, Adam, Paul Ferguson, and then my little man, G.
G. Okay, that's what we've been calling G, correct?
It's really hard to do. Yes, sir.
Okay, just do the best you can. Okay, so they're all living in your home, and then Timothy joins you, correct?
Yes, sir.
When Timothy's joining you, did your ex-husband ever make any effort to transfer legal custody to you?
We discussed it, but he never did actually sign anything. No, sir.
Okay. And without legal custody, how do you get Timothy into school?
You can't.
And without legal custody, how do you get medical treatment for Timothy?
You can't.
Did your husband at least send his, I assume he had medical insurance for Timothy. Did he send that?
He did not send me. I requested his medical card, his insurance card, and he never sent it to me.
Now, you heard the testimony that Timothy saw the doctor in 2019. Did you hear that?
Yes, I did.
That was a year before you received him?
2 years before I received him.
2 years before. So in the prior 2 years before you received him, as far as you know, based on what you heard here, your ex-husband never took him to the doctor?
As far as I know, yes, sir.
How do you know if he had medical insurance for this young man?
He told me he did.
Okay. But he never sent it to you?
No, sir.
Okay. What was your financial situation once Timothy arrived and your husband had a stroke?
After the stroke, we
Yes.
lost my husband's income. And it was paycheck to pay, not even paycheck to paycheck. Almost everything was paid late. I was struggling. I asked Paul for help with groceries sometimes because we were struggling.
Okay. And Paul was working full-time?
He was working part-time.
He's working at Applebee's?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So he's working part-time, and so were you receiving any child support?
No.
So the entire financial burden was on you?
Correct.
Could you have afforded daycare for any of your children?
Absolutely not, no.
And could you have afforded any extra expenses other than the ones that you were providing for?
No.
What type of expenses were you able to provide for this family?
Just basic living expenses.
Rent?
Yes, sir.
Utilities?
Yes, sir.
Food?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that leads to the next question I have for you. You had monitors and cameras in your home, is that correct?
I'm afraid to stop it because I'm afraid I'm going to lose people because 40 people just dropped. I'm like, dang, I can't get off subject. I can't freaking stop. Sorry, I'm just frustrated about that. A lot of pressure for I'll go over 5 hours and feel like I can't veer off talking about this. But this is about this. So why did she have the kids? Why? Does anybody know? Like, if she can't afford them, like, why did she take them? She wasn't supposed to have them. Like, did her husband say she had to have them? Like, her husband's like, you take him? I can't afford him. Like, why? I am still. But like I said, I haven't watched all the trial, so they're very well. They could have explained it, and I missed it. But does anybody freaking know why? If she can't afford it, and you're so busy with law school and doing this and training dogs, why take them? Don't take them, or just take just take Paul. He's an adult. If you need help, he could work, or you know what I'm saying. Like, don't take the youngest ones. If Gabriel was though Adams, then I guess yeah, they would have him, right? But why take Timothy? Hold on. So if anybody knows the answer to that, let me know. Oh, did I tell you it says though that he calls in his obituary, he calls Gabriel. They say, God, this isn't staying up. I'm going to press play and try to work on this.
From the testimony I heard is that it was for the sole purpose of ensuring that Timothy could not get the food. Is that accurate?
No.
Why did you have all those monitors and cameras in your home?
When Timothy came to live with us, his stepmother informed me that they had motion sensors. They weren't as tech savvy as I was. I worked in tech before law school. I worked in tech support for several years. But they had motion sensors and she told me that she didn't sleep at night. She only slept when he was at school because he was into everything. And so because my younger child, he used to, when he was about 2, he would take all his clothes off. So we started putting a camera in his room. And then once we moved to the Marshall Road location, it was bi-level. My husband was born with a disability. My husband was wheelchair bound. So we had an extra wheelchair that we kept on the upper level. That's where
I want to say something about that. When I was reading his obituary, and actually it reminded me when I was watching this, a thought that came to my head. I could be totally off, but one of my thoughts, it's like, not that people, do date, like, able-bodied people do date handicapped people. I watch YouTube channels of the couples. It's cute. She don't seem the type that would. Is she with him for like the Social Security and probably benefits he gets? Is there any chance? Because a lot of times if you're disabled, you get money from the government. Do you think there's any chance that it was for some kind of purpose? Not that she, like I said, able body can't love a disabled person. It seems, I mean, it's possible with her, but it's just, I don't know. She just doesn't seem like the type that would be able to do that for some reason. Is it? Do you think? I should do a poll. This is not staying up, guys. It's driving me nuts. And I have it as tight. I can't even get the thing any tighter. Yeah, for the money, I think so. It shows on his Facebook page, it says he's a manager at Dollar Tree. I know he's dead now, but is that what he did? And then I'm sure he gets Social Security because he's handicapped. So, yep, could be for the money. Makes you wonder. Well, I guess, wait. She did claim that they weren't getting any income. Never mind. Hold on. Back up. Because she does talk about how, well, he lost his income. But, dude, if you're disabled, you could get Social Security. But why wouldn't the prosecution point that out if that was the case, though? Because she's talking about, I can't, afford it. He lost his income, which I know he had a job, too. But it doesn't mean he's still not getting disability, when you're handicapped. I mean, you can still get a job. So my question is would they have called that out? Would they have called her out if she was getting it? Do you think they would have been like, well, wait, weren't you getting his disability? Or were they just not going to go there? Or was he not getting disability? Because if he wasn't, that's pretty stupid, especially after he had the stroke. I mean, he could have been getting it the whole time. Why wouldn't he have got it to help? You know what I'm saying? Oh, so the person that is Adam Vander, that is her friend, and it says manager at Dollar Tree, that's not the same guy? It's in her friends list, and it says Adam. So his name's Adam, right? Does he have another son, maybe? Maybe his son's name's Adam, too. Not Gabriel, but maybe he has another son. Maybe. There's somebody named Adam that's in her friends list that says manager at Dollar Tree or whatever. All right. But if you're I know it is, but if you're he's wheelchair bound, soul, that wouldn't be that hard. In your whole life, you know what I'm saying? He wouldn't just be applying she said he was born with it. So it's not like he would just be applying, as an adult. He would have had his whole life to get situated on it. Yeah. And even even people that say it's hard, it's not that they don't get it. Usually they'll get denied once and then they reapply. You know what I'm saying? And that's just for more minor things. You could sometimes get it. You will probably get denied the first time, but you just reapply and you might get it. But being wheelchair bound, I don't know. I would think he would be able to get it no problem. Right? So, no, I could be wrong. Maybe he didn't get it. He should have. I mean, that's what it's for. People, you know what I'm saying? If he's wheelchair bound, he's definitely disabled.
Master bedroom was. But that way, if G was down in his bedroom, my husband could talk to him through the camera and have him come up. It was much easier. My husband could crawl down the steps before the stroke, but we didn't want him to have to crawl up and down those steps.
Okay.
But no, you just have to try. Because here's the thing, Patronus, and I know I'm going to lose people because whatever. I don't care. I want to talk to you for a second. Here's the thing. I know people that got it that were just really lazy and overweight, and they got it. You know what I'm saying? And they just brought up it. So that's not true. You're just going to put effort. It's no matter how much do you want it. You know what I'm saying? To put that effort. Maybe there's some certain circumstances, but I know people that I feel like they would have definitely not to the level of a wheelchair, and they got denied. I know a couple people, because that's where I learned it, where, they got denied sometimes a couple of times, and they kept reapplying, and then they were able to get it. It's just, and so it's a known thing that, yeah, you'll probably get denied maybe a couple times, but just keep reapplying. So maybe the person you're talking about just gave up and they didn't realize. You know what I'm saying? That if they keep reapplying, so maybe her husband did too. But amputee should be able to get it if you keep reapplying.
The only reason why
This
you
is
said
driving me nuts.
monitor Timothy, or were there other issues?
There were plenty of issues, sir.
So, well, first of all, what we've heard some testimony as to Timothy's special needs. What were his special needs?
He was on the autism spectrum, but he was completely verbal and he was grade level in school. He was not behind in school at all. He was diagnosed with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
I know. See, you guys aren't understanding. I know you wouldn't automatically get it. You might have to put in some effort. You might have to put in some effort, and you have to have a doctor. But I don't think you would have trouble a doctor given a reason why he should get disability. I don't think a doctor is going to deny somebody in a wheelchair. I really don't. But maybe he just have to have the effort and the will to want to do it and put up with all the annoying things. Trust me. You'd be able to get it. You just have to work at it. I'm trying to think somebody somebody got disability just for having the same back issues that I have too, but they got denied a couple times. Just the degenerative disc, the spine, what's the other one? Stenosis. They're up walking, but they got a doctor's reason that they can't work, and they got it. It was one of my mom's friends, because she was telling me when I came home, because my back would go out and I didn't have a job at first. They were trying to tell me, try to just get, Social Security disability or whatever. I'm like, I don't want to deal with, go through that, because it get times where I couldn't walk. And I was like, no, I mean, I don't want to feel like I would really need it. I mean, I don't know. But yeah, because I forget who it was. She's like, so-and-so got it for that. So yeah, it's a pain, but I don't know what I'm gonna do with my mic, guys. Wait, what is that? It is as tight as it goes, and it's not staying. Like, I can't do this any more tighter, and it's just falling.
I heard Paul mention physical disability. He didn't have any. Now, Timothy, when he first got
he was born with it. Yeah.
And I asked his
Wonder what it
mom
was.
about it to make sure, and she said no. He was not coordinated at all. The first summer that he lived with us, my youngest was playing baseball, and Timothy actually mentioned, because we had planned to put him in public high school, I'm going to try out for the baseball team, and I didn't say anything to him, but I remember thinking, sorry, sweetie, there's no way you don't have the coordination for that.
And he to take. Tell me, did he
Ducking
yes,
friendlies. I just got this though. This mic.
He took batteries apart. He took toys apart. My youngest son's toys. If he could get a hold of anything from Paul's room, he would take, mostly it was Legos. Paul still had Legos. He at one point messed with our water heater.
What do you mean?
He actually turned the gas off to the water heater. He knocked out the pilot light and then turned the gas off as well at different points.
Okay. Did you have any concerns as to whether or not his predilections, his desire to get into things might be a safety hazard for either him or somebody else in the home?
I was extremely concerned about that, yes, sir.
So it was your desire was it just your desire to monitor Timothy, or did you also have a younger child in the home that you wanted to monitor?
We had both.
But you could still work too. Can't you still work? You just have to work you have to make us under a certain amount and be limited and not enough, maybe not enough to be able to survive. So you get help. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, as far as if you're working, then you can't get it, but I swear you could still work, but you just can't. There's a limit. You know what I'm saying? You have to prove that you're not able to survive and make enough, and it's limiting you. So you need help. My thing is I know a lot of you guys are giving examples. I know this person, they don't have it, but it's not that. Here's the thing. It's not because maybe they couldn't get it. You know what I'm saying? And even if they got denied once, like I said, it's an effort. It sucks. So it turns people off from even trying. I think that's the point, because it's like, I got denied, and they just give up, or twice. Oh, I'm not going to get it. It's a pain to go through it and stuff. And so they give up. But what I'm saying is, if they kept trying. So maybe, like I said, maybe he didn't know and he didn't. I just know that you have to keep trying because I guess I know a couple people, like I said, that did it. I said, no, you don't give up after you get denied. You just keep doing it. You'll get accepted eventually. I mean, if you have a reason. Okay, I think I got it, guys. I think I got it. Okay. I think... Oh, God. It's like it does not turn anymore, though. Okay. All right, let's go.
Video and audio cameras, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And alarms on the doors?
Those didn't get installed until about 3 weeks before he passed away.
Okay. And motion sensors?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
He got around the motion sensors multiple times.
Were you able to stay home and personally monitor your children?
No, I had to work full time.
Okay. How were you able to get, specifically, were you able to get Timothy into school?
No, we were not. We tried to enroll him in Mona Shores High School, and Mona Shores told me that my ex, I guess Timothy had damaged a Chromebook in Oklahoma, and because my ex owed money on that, they would not send his records up to us. So we were not able to enroll him. So I found online homeschool curriculum that I had to monitor, but I enrolled him in that.
Let me make sure I understand. Was it your original intention to put Timothy into public schools?
Yes, sir. We started the process. I filled out the paperwork. Because of my work schedule, I couldn't actually take paperwork to Mona Shores. My husband did that. Adam did that. But yes, we did try to get him enrolled.
Okay. And the youngest child, G, was he in public schools?
No, he was homeschooled.
What about Paul? Do you know if he was homeschooled or if when he got to you, was he still in school?
No, he had graduated high school.
Okay. All right. Okay. Now, you mentioned that you weren't able to stay at home and care for your children at home, in the home, as a stay-home parent. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what type of, I assume you were out working?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Explain to the jury the work that you did during the period of time that Timothy arrived in your home.
When he first arrived, I was still studying for the bar exam. So my husband was working full time. And I was just doing, I trained dogs on the side, everything from basic obedience up through different types of service dogs for other people. And so I had a couple of dog training clients, but mostly I was studying for the bar exam. I also was an intern here in this courthouse.
That pay a lot of money.
Thank you. Good point, Butterfly Dan. If anybody could know what the rules are, it would be her. So, it's almost hard to believe if he didn't. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're married to her. She knows the ins and outs, what you have to do. Okay, you're going to get denied a couple times. You keep at it. This is what you have to do. You give it here. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. Maybe not. But yeah, good point, Butterfly Dan. I wasn't even thinking about that. And plus they're raising kids, they would have really needed that help, But where did he work? Because, so you're saying he wasn't a manager at Dollar Tree, like that Facebook thing? Who's, I forget what somebody said he worked at. Let me know. Whoever knew where he worked, will you say it again?
Oh, it was not paid at all, sir.
Okay.
But it was the week of the bar exam. My judge that I worked for here as a law clerk informed me of this position that was open in Nuevo County, and she knew that the judge referred me, and that's when I did the interview, and I started work. I think it was 2 days after I completed the bar exam.
Okay. Was that a paid position?
Yes, it was.
Was it lucrative enough where you didn't have to do any other work?
Well, with my husband's income, it was.
Okay. But your husband's income stopped when he got sick?
When he had the stroke, yes.
Okay. So at that point, was it enough income to provide for you and your family?
No.
Will you receive?
Then for sure. I mean, right after he got sick, like if he didn't have it before that, after he got sick and couldn't provide, why the heck wouldn't he freaking get on disability? Like, that is stupid. But it says on his obituary, leukemia. That's how he died. It said a brief battle with leukemia. What a bad luck, this guy. So freaking, he divorces her after she gets arrested. Then he gets leukemia and dies. Are you freaking kidding me? Dang it. This case is just.
Using any other outside income?
My older brother lives in the home that I still own in Oklahoma, and he paid rent to us.
Okay.
But it wasn't a lot. That went towards our house rent.
Child support?
No, my ex, one of the siblings was forgotten yesterday. There's 5 total. We talked about the 4 boys. I also have a daughter. She is now 19, but she stayed down with her dad.
Okay.
So we each had one, so there was no child support. And because of child support on the other 4 kids, I actually was still paying my ex child support. It was still being deducted from my check.
Okay, so you had that's another deduction from your income?
$1,000 a month, yes, sir.
Okay. So, were you also doing tutoring when you went to the judge who was paying you? Were you still tutoring or doing any other outside work?
Not at that. I was doing the dog training.
Okay. Let me ask you this. What time in the morning did you leave to go to work?
I usually left the house about 6:30,
And what time on average were you getting home?
about 6 o'clock.
Okay. So we're talking about 12 hours away from the home.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Those monitors, the video cameras in your home, you were able to view them while at work?
From my phone, occasionally, yes, sir.
Okay. But you were still working?
Yes, sir. I didn't view them at all until after the stroke. I mean, because my husband was there, or we had arrangements where my husband was off certain days of the week. Paul was off one day, specifically one day a week, so he took care of Gabriel and Timothy. And then the other 2 days that I needed to care for Gabriel when my husband was working, he actually went to my in-laws' house down in West Olive.
May I approach the witness for just a moment, John? You may. Let's see. You have 3 children at home.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And my understanding is you faced other challenges personally in terms of your own personal health.
Yes, sir, I did.
For instance, let's run down the list. You had insomnia.
Severe insomnia caused by attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
Okay. And for those folks who get a great night's sleep every night, don't understand what insomnia does to your ability to function, can you explain to them what impact chronic insomnia has on a person?
It limits your ability to think clearly. Your energy level is greatly reduced. Takes a lot longer to process things. You forget things easier. It was much harder to function with so little sleep.
Okay. And you talked about your other personal disorders. Were you receiving medications for those?
I was for, I have severe attention deficit hyperactivity disorder combined type. I also have sensory processing disorder and OCD. And then after my husband's stroke, as a result of my husband's stroke, because I viewed him, I wasn't in the room when he had the stroke, but I was there right afterwards. And so I developed post-traumatic stress disorder with disassociation from that. The only medication that I was on was for the ADHD.
Okay. And you had the service dogs in your presence too?
I had one service dog for me, yes.
Okay. What sorts of interventions were available for Timothy's disorders?
When he came to us, he was on medication. They gave us a whole large gallon-sized Ziploc bag of medications for him. I could not refill them because I could not get him to the doctor. We were going to try to adjust his medication because when he came to live with us, when he took his medicine, he was a zombie. It was just horrific. And when Paul came to live with us, because Paul had only been there a year when Timothy moved up, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
And when he was on the same big bag of medication, and there were serious concerns that they just, instead of handling, especially my ex, he wanted to medicate them. But I never got that option because I couldn't take him to the doctor.
Okay. All right. There's been some allegations, there's been some implications, put it that way, that you tried to keep people from seeing Timothy, that you tried to keep him away from public view, that he didn't go to school, he didn't go to the doctor, etc. That he went outside, he was in the backyard. You remember that testimony?
Yes, sir.
From if someone's outside in your backyard, are there trees or fences or other obstacles to keep the neighbors from looking over there and seeing who's out in your yard?
No, there's a clearing before there was woods at the back of the lot.
Tammy, I thought you wanted to go over even this stuff later. You're like, let's do it tonight. You just didn't want to watch her testimony. How many of you guys want to watch this, or should we have done the other stuff? I don't know. Now I'm feeling bad because I have like the other stuff that's not this that I wanted to go over, but I wanted the people that aren't aware of this case to actually see her testimony though. So I don't know. Maybe tomorrow, I guess. I don't think I'm gonna do it all tonight. Maybe tomorrow we'll finish her testimony, and then tomorrow we'll do the other thing. What do you think? But thanks, Tammy. I'm not trying to give you a hard time. I just said, wait, I thought you said you wanted to do it all tonight, but maybe it wasn't you. But somebody said that, and I was like, okay. But yeah, okay. Yeah, tomorrow probably we'll do the rest though. Will you come back tomorrow? All right. Because I'm a little, was it yours? I'm a little like jumpy, or no, little grumposaurus, I should say today. Hey, Justice Jane. No, we're gonna finish watching her testimony, and then I'm gonna end it, and then I'm gonna change the title because I have the YouTube thing. Then tomorrow we're gonna go through her Facebook. I found some interesting posts by her. So we're gonna go through her Facebook, we're gonna go through her YouTube. LinkedIn doesn't really have much. And then I'll have time to maybe try to figure out some connections. I did a background search. There's not much. She had some check stuff that she did that was a crime. I think she wrote checks where she didn't have money in it, it sounded like, or something, 2 different times in 2006, 2005. But yeah, all right.
But there was a clearing, and at least the neighbors on each side, there were pretty sizable windows on the back of their homes. They weren't I think the next door was a 2-level, but the one on one side was just a single level. It may have had a basement, I don't know. But there was big windows, and they could see into our backyard easily.
Okay. Was it ever your intention to keep people from seeing Timothy?
No, my mother-in-law saw him. They do rental home inspections, I guess, the city of Norton Shores. I don't remember if it was late April or early May of 2022, but it was in that neighborhood. And so we'd had the inspection that day, and my mother-in-law happened to stop by that day. And I invited her in. We sat and talked, and Timothy wanted to come say hi. So he came up and said hi to her.
Now you're a Muskegon County transplant, correct?
Yes, I'm not from around here.
So and I'm assuming that your direct biological family, there's not a lot of them in this county?
There's no, I don't have, other than my children, I don't have any biological family here.
Okay. How far away are they?
My older brother is in Oklahoma City. And then I have 2 sisters that I have not talked to in over 20 years, and they live in Alabama, where I'm from.
Okay. So how often do those folks, your bio family, stop by and to see how sister's doing?
The last time I saw my older brother was when we went down to North Carolina for my oldest son's wedding in October of 2021. And then my brother and sister-in-law drove over from Oklahoma for the wedding as well. We FaceTimed a lot. We watched football games on FaceTime, but I didn't get to see them after we moved up here.
Okay. Do you have a lot of friends in the area that will come by, will stop by on maybe on, does it happen to be in the area, that sort of thing? They'll come by and visit your home?
Most of my friends were from work, and they actually, because I worked in Newaygo County, they lived in Newaygo or Oceana County, or even further. I don't know. I'm not from here. I don't know what county is next to Newaygo east. But I know at least one person from work lived in, I think it's Big Rapids.
Yes.
So no, they didn't stop by because they were too far away.
Did you have a lot of time for social interactions at your home?
No, not at all.
And how about Paul? Did he have friends that he'd bring by, or?
No, he talked about people at work, but he never asked to bring anybody over.
Was he ever given any instructions? You can't have people in this house?
Absolutely not.
And what about the youngest child, G? Did he have any friends for sleepovers or anything like that?
We didn't have any friends over for it. No. He played baseball. Because of me not being able to get out, he didn't get out a lot. I mean, I wish I could have gotten him out more. That's why we put him in baseball, so he could get around other kids more. I had been looking into homeschool co-ops, but with my schedule, I just couldn't do that.
Okay. What would you say was more impactful in terms of your, get Timothy out of the house? Was it your desire he not get out of the house, or your work requirements?
It was work requirements and his choice. There was, I want to say it was April. The weather was halfway decent. I guess people here were, there was kids down the street. There was teenagers playing basketball when I came home from the grocery store one weekend. And I stopped and rolled my window down and said, hey, I've got a 15-year-old at home. Can he come play with y'all? Even though I knew he wasn't coordinated, I thought he would enjoy it. And they said, yeah, sure, absolutely. And he did not want to go play.
Did he ever request to go play and you denied him?
No, he never did. Actually, Paul, we had, mom and dad, my in-laws, got Timothy a bike for his 15th birthday. And Paul and we were on a cul-de-sac. And Paul had tried to teach him to ride the bike.
Okay.
I know they had a few sessions. I don't know how many.
So on those occasions, he'd be outside.
Oh yeah, he was out in front of the house on the cul-de-sac.
All right. Okay. Let's talk about some of the things that have come up in this case. There were leg irons discovered in your home. Were you aware of those?
I was aware that Paul had them. You actually could look on my Amazon. Paul had the option to do payment on the Amazon as well as mine. And Paul had actually ordered those under his account.
Okay. You did not order the leg irons?
I did not, no.
Did you ever use them?
No, sir. No, I never instructed.
Let's be in specific. Did you ever use them with Timothy?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you ever notice any bruising on Timothy's wrists or legs that might be attributable to the use of leg irons?
No, sir. I never saw anything like that.
You heard Paul talk about plastic ties. What was that about?
I honestly don't remember.
Okay.
I don't know why we would order. I saw the ties. I don't remember ordering them. I don't know what happened there.
You're going to say I don't remember a lot, aren't you?
Unfortunately, yes, because of the dissociation.
Okay. Explain to the jury what that means.
Well, I guess there's different forms. Somebody told me this. I did not find out about the PTSD and the disassociation until about 7 months after my husband's stroke, even though it had been going on since the stroke.
I need to place an objection on the record, and I think we're going to have to excuse the jury.
Okay.
You jury?
We'll have to excuse you back to the jury room. All right, may be seated. Record reflect the jury is now in the jury room secure. Go ahead, Mr. Roberts.
Well, first and foremost, Your Honor, she's not qualified to testify about what disassociation means and what disassociation what affects disassociation. Anything she knows about that presumably would have been told her by a doctor. We've already been down the road. Mr. Johnson's, to my knowledge, has tried multiple doctors that would be able to provide a diagnosis of Ms. Van Ark to indicate that she has, some type of disassociation or some type of mental disorder which would have contributed to this offense and has not done so. That's an insanity defense. We covered that extensively. Mr. Johnson, I think, valiantly tried to get that and has been unable to provide any information to me from any medical doctor who's examined Ms. Van Ark that she suffers from any of these diagnoses. So I'm objecting to this entire line of questioning about disassociation, about why she can't remember certain things. If she wants to say she just can't remember, I guess she can just say she can't remember, but she doesn't get to use the excuse that this is disassociation. Furthermore, I have a doctor still on standby as a potential rebuttal witness who did examine Ms. Van Ark. It's the report from the forensic center, which Mr. Johnson has, which essentially debunks this entire disassociation myth that she doesn't remember things or chooses not to remember things because of some disassociation. So I'm objecting to this entire line of questioning. It's an inappropriate, essentially, defense that's being raised here. It sounds like it's almost like a diminished capacity type defense, which we all know is not a valid defense. And I'm not on notice of any insanity defense or any doctor would provide a diagnosis meaningful for the jury so they understand what these things actually are.
Right, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, sir. Initially, let me tell you what it's not. It's not an insanity defense. It is, and certainly my client can testify as to what she knows. Now, if the people are liberty to examine her as to what she knows and how she might know that, and determine that her sources of information aren't adequate or that her understanding is inadequate. But certainly I can ask her what she knows and how what she knows corresponds to what's going on with her physically and mentally. Those do not rise to insanity defense. And certainly if she says, I don't remember, she can explain why. If she were a drunk and she said, I can't remember because I was drunk that night, we would allow that in. If she says, I can't remember because it's this association thing, then that should be allowable. It doesn't rise to a legal defense. It doesn't arise to a argument of insanity. What it does is an explanation simply of what she did next. Why did you do this? Why did you do that? Why don't you remember these things? That's what this explains. And quite frankly, that I think is relevant, and it's certainly I think permissible at this point. If the people have an expert that they can bring in and say, hey, look, that's not what's going on with this woman, that's their call. But to say she can't even talk about it because somebody else may disagree with her is not the standard. The standard here is the information relevant, and certainly did she act upon it? Certainly. And she's acting upon this information, and does it explain an issue for which the jury has to determine? They have to determine intention. And quite frankly, if she doesn't even remember the conduct that she's involved with, certainly that goes to show that she didn't make I would argue that it shows that she didn't make an informed choice to do the things that happened in that household. But certainly she gets a chance to explain why it is I don't remember, because that's going to be her answer. I don't remember. And so she gets a chance to explain that. And that's all we're asking here. We're not going to argue that this is a defense. It's just simply an explanation for why she did what she did.
All right, Mr. Roberts.
Well, she can certainly answer. She doesn't remember. Absolutely, she can answer that. What she can't do is testify about a diagnosis that she says that she's been provided by somebody and an explanation for what that diagnosis means. She's not a doctor. Anything that she learned to talk about disassociation was provided to her by hearsay. And that those individuals, if that is going to be the testimony and disassociation is the defense, then I want the doctor here that examined her and diagnosed her with having disassociation so she can conveniently forget the horrible things that happened in this case. It's all hearsay. It's not the same thing as intoxication.
So, Mr. Johnson, I think, you're going to ask her if she doesn't remember, assuming she's going to answer no. Well, why don't you not remember? She's going to say, well, because I have this dissociation disorder, right? I think you'd have to lay the foundation for that testimony. And the foundation for that testimony would be hearsay, would be from some other source. She's obviously not a doctor. She can't self-diagnose herself. She's not been admitted as an expert. So she can, as a layperson, testify to what she feels and those things rationally based upon her feelings and what she sees and understands. So I don't think it's an objection that she can say, I don't remember. Why don't you remember? Well, because, I black out. Now, your example was drunk driving. Well, a layperson can say, hey, listen, in my experience, when I drink 8 beers, I, stumble. I can't really remember, those kind of things. And it's rationally based on her perception. And she can describe those things that are happening to her. I think that's fair. But in order to say, yes, that is exactly dissociation disorder or this, there's got to be a foundation laid for that. Yes, and she cannot lay that foundation. And if she's going to, again, that would be hearsay. Again, if a doctor comes in and says, we told her this, that lays the foundation, okay, fine. But I think Mr. Roberts is correct when he says that foundation has not been laid, which would then implicate him bringing in a doctor to say that's not true. So based on that, I am going to sustain the objection. Again, you can still ask her about what she felt, what she heard, what she saw, the symptoms she experienced. I don't think you're objecting to that, Mr. Roberts. Is that correct?
Well, symptoms makes me a little bit nervous. I guess we can address it on
on
Okay.
a answer by answer basis.
But if she says, hey, look, I felt heart palpitations, or I felt my blood pressure going up, or I felt.
Oh, certainly
Okay.
talking about physical impacts on your own body. Sure, anybody can testify to those things.
Right.
But tying it to any specific diagnosis is just inappropriate because there's no foundation, as the court's indicated.
I agree. All right. So objection is sustained.
Do you understand? We can't talk about disassociation. We can't use that term.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Secondly, Judge, and a few moments ago, I was given permission to approach my client. I whispered something in her ear. She was using Gabriel's name.
Yeah, Mr. John, I did hear. Mr. Roberts caught that too. Yeah. So no, I didn't say anything then, and I understand. We've been, practice. I've seen you in practice. You haven't actually practiced in front of me yet, but I certainly have seen you in action. So I think I trust that you're not doing anything nefarious. So
Thank you.
Yep. All right. Anything else, Mr. Roberts?
No, sir.
Okay. Let's bring it back up. Please rise.
You guys want a little lap? Whoa, did you hear that? Just a little laugh in the middle of this. So let me just read you one of Shanda's posts, okay? Just to get a little comedy in here because of, I don't know. I find it funny because, I don't know. Let me know. Maybe you guys won't. Hold on a second. Hold on. Just to kind of like change it up. 1 second, then we'll finish it. I just wanted to read you one. Since I'm not going to be able to do it tonight, I wanted to read all these. At least let me read you one. All right. Okay. I don't know why I think this is funny. Now I build it up too much and it's stupid. That's how I get. Okay. So, oh shoot, that's not that. I know, I can't zoom in it right now. Tomorrow I'll have everything zoomed in more, but okay. So, January 23rd, 2010, she writes, has to share this with everyone because it just made my night. It was so adorable. I tend to look younger than I am. Always have. Just didn't think I looked this young. Waiting with a friend for Eric and a friend to come out of another movie at the theater tonight. This group of 3 boys walked over near us and one leaned on a table and said, "Hey, I lost my digits. Can I have yours?" And then I just feel like, I don't know. I don't know why I think that's funny because I think it's probably full of crap. Anyway, and then she says, hold on, let me do all of them. All comments. Okay. Then she says, I asked him how old he thought I was, and he said 13. Wait, so who is asking a 13-year-old for their digits? Is he like, you're talking about like a teenager? Like a little grade school, high schooler's asking you? Because if not, that's kind of gross if this old freaking adult or an adult's asking a 13-year-old. So she says, that's true. She probably was wearing pigtails. So I asked him how old he thought I was, and he said 13. He was stunned to learn my real age, and I'm pretty sure he and his buddies didn't believe me. That made my night. And she says, yeah, for the record, I'm less than 2 months from 31. I get 16 or 18 all the time, but not usually 13. Somebody says, go girl. I love it. Keep looking younger than my true age. The older I get, and you are blessed with all that as well. Wearing sunscreen every day for as long as I can remember. With Helio, something every day helps. Somebody says, too funny. I had someone tell me that I look like a teenager, but I'm sorry I don't see it. Shanda, this is Shanda again. Shanda says, thank you, Meg and Jessica. Yeah, that was pretty cool. I don't do anything to look young. Apparently I do. But apparently I do. Somebody says, oh, hi, Shanda. Hi, I'm so tired, girl. Shanda says, oh, sorry you're tired. Hang in there. And Jessica says, I will. Missed Eric at work, so it was pretty boring naturally without my partner in crime. I think he tired of me asking him too many questions all the time. And Shanda says, LOL, nah, wasn't tired of you at all. It actually worked out well that he wasn't there. Some stuff came up that he had to help with. And Rod, wait, help with. And Rod, I have pics up on my photos. I'll go look. So I don't know where Rod's comment is that she's responding to. And then Susan says, so what movie did you see? Hugs. Shanda says, Hugs, The Spy Next Door. There's a theater here called Tinseltown. All of the new releases, but way cheaper than anybody else. $5.75 for a regular movie instead of $9, and $3.75 for matinee. It was a Jackie Chan movie. Really good. Wait a minute. Oh, Eric. Okay. So this is when she was still with Eric. I was like, wait. I thought she said Adam. Okay. So, all right. I just wanted to give us a little humor. But we have, that's what there's a lot of posts we could read with her. So we'll get into that tomorrow, but let's just watch the rest of this. I might walk around a little bit listening. Could get my legs flowing. My legs flowing. Yeah, that sounds right. Okay. Where are we at?
All right, you may be seated. All right, you may continue, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. Ms. Van Aert, you've told the jury about how busy you are, and you told the jury that you have some physical things going on with you, correct?
Yes, sir.
How did those things impact you in terms of your ability to think clearly, organize, and follow through on information?
Starting right after my husband's stroke, I started experiencing episodes where if you've ever passed out, like the world closed, you get tunnel vision and the world closes in on you until you completely black out. It felt like I was blacking out, but I didn't actually pass out. And the events that happened after that, I have no idea what happened. I don't remember it. I don't know.
Okay.
And this happened anytime I got even a little stressed.
So you're understanding, you're under oath right now, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're asked to tell the truth right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we're asking you that you not guess at anything?
Correct.
Okay. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
So it is, if you don't understand, we need to say you don't remember, we need to say those things.
Correct.
Okay. And you did testify that these symptoms and this pressure impacted your recollections. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yes.
And then there's the final pressure. You're raising children and teenage children, some of them in your home at the same time. So all these things are going on at once. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
While you're at work monitoring, and you've got the ability to monitor the home, would your job permit you? Did you have the ability to sit in front of a monitor and watch the home all the time, or were there times that you could not do that?
Most of the time I couldn't do it.
And why is that?
Because I had work to do. Part of the time I was in court with my judge. And then most of the time I was doing research or doing other tasks that my judge or one of the other judges in the county assigned. So I didn't have time to do that.
When you're watching the videos on the phone, you said you watched them with your telephone screen, correct?
Correct.
And it is a standard screen, nothing special about it?
It was an iPhone, I think it was a 12.
Okay. I've seen those video cameras systems where you can have 4 different cameras going on at one time, all the same screen. Was that your situation, or did you move from camera to camera and only have that camera visible?
No, the cameras were different brands and different cameras, so you could only do one at a time.
Okay, all right. So, and were you wearing an iWatch as well?
An Apple Watch, yes.
Apple Watch, thank you. Were you able to monitor your children from the Apple Watch?
No.
Okay. So if you were, say, in a courtroom like this and you're doing your job, you got a message on your Apple Watch, what would you get?
You could get messages and pictures. You couldn't see it. I mean, the screen was tiny, but you could get messages, and then there's certain like pat responses, like pre-programmed responses, or you can type with your finger.
Okay, I'm going to ask you about a specific email or text that you received that accompanied a picture. Is the one that the prosecutors given to the jury that shows Timothy from the chest up and then his legs. You know what I'm talking about?
I have heard about it. I have not actually seen these pictures.
How could, when you respond to it, how can that be?
I typed on we were in court that day. I actually think I responded. I'm in court. I scribbled out a message real quick back to Paul.
Okay, so did you see the photograph afterwards?
No, I had too many messages on my phone. I don't usually scroll back.
Okay, so how did you know to respond to Paul to say, give him some food?
Because of what he said. He had sent a message saying something.
Okay, so you were able to see the message.
Yes, I saw the, and the picture, I mean, it's this big, but there was pictures, I just couldn't see what it was of.
Okay. I deviated again. I tend to do that. Sorry about that. I need to be more organized and we'll get there. We talked about the leg irons. We talked about the plastic ties. And did you purchase those plastic ties?
I don't remember, honestly.
Okay. What about the hot sauce? Tell this jury about hot sauce and your son, Timothy. Well, I'm not going to tell you my understanding because you don't need to know that. The question is, whose idea was it to get hot sauce and to administer it to your son?
The idea was originally Paul's.
Okay. And what was the point of the hot sauce?
Because we had tried multiple other discipline methods and he thought maybe that would get him to stop misbehaving. Okay. He suggested it to me and I was so wrung out, I was willing to try just about anything.
All right. Were you aware of were you aware that this hot sauce was purchased online?
Yes.
Do you know why it was purchased online instead of going to Meijer and picking up a bottle of hot sauce?
Well, I didn't have time to go to the store. I mean, I did the grocery delivery through the Walmart app or through the Meijer app. And I didn't see anything. They just had basic stuff. And from our discussion, we had talked about something. And Timothy could handle this child. When I got pregnant.
I know you're going. Hold on a second.
Okay.
I want to make sure we understand this. This hot sauce has a particular label. I've never seen it at Meijer. Did you see the label? Did you see the hot sauce itself? Did you order it?
I believe I ordered at least one of the bottles, yes.
Okay. Why did you order this particular hot sauce or these particular hot sauces? What do they have in common?
Because I think it was the same brand, the same one. Because it was hotter than what you could usually get, and because Timothy he liked spicy food.
Okay.
He loved spicy food.
All right. How do you know you like spicy food?
That actually started before he was ever born. Before I got pregnant with Timothy, I didn't like spicy at all. I mean, nothing, no heat, nothing. When I got pregnant with him, I started craving, my ex liked spicy foods, but I didn't. And I started craving, like I would outspice my ex. It was amazing. I still not to the extent when I was pregnant, but some of that remained. But Timothy, as early as age 2, he could eat a whole bag of the flaming hot Cheetos without a drink. I mean, he could he loved spicy food. It used to scare the heck out of me.
But you were aware that these spices were hotter than what you get at Meijer?
Yes.
And that it was for disciplinary issues, is that
Yes.
correct? Did you ever, the testimony was that you did childcare while Paul was at school or at work. Did you ever administer any of the hot sauce yourself?
If I remember, I might have done some on bread a couple of times. Okay. But usually by the time I got home, that either we were cooking food, I had to cook, or I had Paul cook something so I could feed everybody. But I don't recall, I think I did it on bread once or twice maybe, but that was it.
There's a text out there that says you suggested putting hot sauce on his penis. Do you remember hearing that?
I remember hearing it, yes.
Do you remember saying those things?
I do not, no, sir.
We talked about the ice baths. Some called cold baths and sometimes they were called ice baths. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The source of the ice, according to the testimony I heard, was your home refrigerator.
No, it was actually a countertop ice maker. The refrigerator did not have an ice maker in it.
Okay. And you didn't go out and buy the 50-pound bags of ice for the home?
No, I did not.
How much ice are we talking about that tabletop ice maker can?
It actually made about a cup and a half of ice. I had to measure it to use it I made some frappes at times. Okay. The basket was maybe this wide. And then underneath was the water, where the water was kept, because that's how it made the ice.
Okay.
And then it took about 2 hours to remake more ice.
Okay. All right. Okay. You admit getting frustrated with your child care efforts with Timothy, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Um,
Frustrated, discouraged.
Did you ever intend to hurt him?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
You raised other children, correct?
Yes, I did.
And while Timmy was malnourished, to your knowledge, have any of your other children ever been reported as malnourished?
No, not at all.
As I looked at Paul, he seemed like a thin guy to me.
He is. We're all pretty small. Well,
Okay.
my oldest is a little bit thicker.
Okay. My question is this, was Timothy's, when he was healthy, was his build like his brothers, or was he built like his older brother who's a little heavier?
He went back and forth. There was a situation where he actually got on the bathroom scale it was after Mother's Day of 2022. I can tell you why I know it's after Mother's Day if you want me to.
No, that's not necessary.
Okay. But I was training a new service dog, and as has been discussed, it's a Great Dane puppy. He was 7 months old at the time, and he was too big to sit on the bathroom scale to get his weight. And I wanted to see what he weighed. And Timothy, what we would do is somebody would stand on the scale, get your weight, and then you pick up the dog. And Timothy wanted to help out that day. So I thought the dog would be too big for him at that point. He was already really big at 7 months old. But I said, okay, let's try it. And so it was, like I said, sometime after Mother's Day. It wasn't very long after Mother's Day, but at the time he was 104. Timothy was. He could not pick up the dog because the dog was 102 at the time.
Okay. Part of this process of providing childcare, somebody had to be the eyes in the house when you weren't there. Is that correct?
Yes.
You selected Paul for that purpose.
I didn't have a choice. That was my only option.
How much did you rely upon what Paul was telling you?
I totally relied on him.
Do you remember the during the reading of the transcripts, the text that you asked Paul? Matter of fact, let me. Be honest with me. Are you worried about him at all, or is it all a bunch of BS like it has been for days? Do you remember that? Do you remember that text?
Vaguely, yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember his response?
I remember he said he wasn't worried about it.
Did you rely on that?
Yes, absolutely. He was the one. I was at home so few hours when the kids were awake, unfortunately.
And then you had to try to sleep yourself.
I tried, yes, sir.
And
They slept better than I did.
Let's face it, your house is a mess. It's a wreck.
Yes, sir.
Why was that?
I'm not a great person at keeping things clean, and having 3 boys, that contributed. I tried to get their help cleaning up as much as I could, but I just didn't have time or the energy with the lack of sleep and everything else going on. I barely functioned.
Okay. And that message strike that. Leave that. Did you depend? I asked you. Did you depend on what Paul was telling you?
Yes, sir.
In your opinion, did Paul ever, for lack of a better term, sound the alarm?
Not that I was aware of, no, sir.
Okay. That one message, is that it?
That was it. That's the only thing I got from Paul that ever had any concern.
With the one little pictures in it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And okay, let's talk about some other stuff here. Once you discovered that Timothy had passed, and once the police get there, do you tell them the truth?
I was so freaked out. I'm sorry. I've got one. I'm sorry. Thank you.
You're welcome. Why didn't you tell them the truth? Why were you so freaked?
I don't remember what my line of thinking was at the time. I was so I don't know. I wish I had an answer for you, but I don't.
Were you tired at that point?
I was exhausted. The night before he passed, I had less than an hour of sleep.
Were you frightened at that point?
Absolutely. I just lost my son.
You need a moment?
I'm okay.
Okay. Were you expecting, was this outcome expected by you?
Absolutely not. No.
So would it be safe to say you were surprised?
I was shocked.
Were you in disbelief initially?
Yes, absolutely.
We've got there's an indication that it took you a while to call the police. In fact, you told Paul not to, according to Paul's testimony. Why did it take you so long? He said 18 minutes out loud. Why did it take you so long to call the police?
I have no idea, honestly. I'm trying to figure out how to describe it. It was surreal. Like you don't even know what's going on. Time slowed down and I didn't know what was going on.
When was the first time you found out it took 18 minutes to call the police?
Was it yesterday or the day before? Yeah, it was within the last few days.
Okay.
That's the first time.
Do you remember who was testifying when you found out? It doesn't matter.
I think we discussed it at a meeting on Monday. Was it Monday? I think so. And I heard 14 minutes initially, and then the first time I heard 18 minutes was when Paul said it yesterday.
Do you remember how clear is your memory of your time and from the time you found Timothy and he had passed and to the time you finished talking to the police that day?
It's spotty.
Okay. The first officer said that you were distraught. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely.
He said that you were crying. Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the police that you pulled Timothy from his bunk bed when you found him in distress?
I remember saying something like that. Yes, sir.
Was that true?
No, sir.
Do you remember providing CPR for Timothy?
Yes, I do.
When did you stop that?
When the pro-med people walked down into the basement, I had asked them to take over and they didn't take over right away, but they said I had to leave the area.
Okay. Let's do the hard stuff here. Jury's seen pictures of Timothy. We've all seen pictures of Timothy at the time of his death. How could you not know he was that ill? How could you not know?
Honestly, I was barely functioning. I missed a lot. I hate it because, I feel like a complete failure, but there was things that I just didn't see. There was a lot that I didn't see, unfortunately.
In those texts, you instruct Paul to make sure he's getting enough calories, correct?
Yes, sir. I did.
You had a restricted diet, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you instructed Paul to make sure he's getting calories.
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you rely on that?
Absolutely.
Paul says he called the police ultimately. Who called the police?
I called 911. It was on my phone. I'm sure you can pull the call and find out where it's from.
Did you intend to hurt Timothy?
No, never.
Did you know he was being hurt?
No, I didn't, unfortunately.
The tactics that you use to first of all, the tactics that you use to discipline Timothy, did they seem extreme or outrageous to you at the time?
No.
Timothy remained in, you'll admit the bath was not warm on the day he died. It was a cold bath.
Correct, the day before.
It wasn't an ice bath though, correct?
I wasn't,
You know.
from the text, it looks like he did, but that wasn't what was said to do.
Okay.
Paul chose to do the ice on his own, if you look at the text.
Okay. So There's testimony that you remained in that tub for hours. Were you aware of that?
No, I didn't realize he was in the tub. No,
When you came home, you didn't realize he was in the tub?
I did when I got home. I actually ran him a warm bath when I got home.
Okay. Where?
In the tub downstairs.
Okay, so once you found him in the tub, what did you, explain the dream what you're talking about?
Well, I had to get Paul to work, and then I came home, and my understanding at least was that when Paul had splashed water, he had splashed it on his face only. That's what I understood. So I didn't realize he was still there. And so when I got home, I was like, wait a second, what the? So I decided to go ahead and run a warm bath just to.
There's a bunch of stuff in there, talk about make sure he doesn't sleep, make sure he doesn't sleep. What's that about?
There was a couple of situations where Timothy actually intentionally kept everybody in the house awake. He would intentionally set off the motion sensors. He would make noise. With the house being bi-level, you could hear a lot from the downstairs. But he intentionally kept everybody awake.
Okay.
And so that was, okay, if you're gonna keep us awake, then you have to stay awake.
So here's my question. If he slept all day, what would he do all night?
Oh, he'd be up all night. You had to get him up no later than about 10 in the morning, or he was up all night long.
There's a door that has a dent in it that we still have an exhibit of. Okay. And you heard Paul testify that he did that.
Yes.
What is your recollection of that incident?
What I remember is I remember hearing Paul yell from his room, because his room was directly below the master bedroom. And then I pulled up I wasn't asleep. So I pulled up the main camera in the basement area, and I see Paul come out and kick that door. And I went to hit the button. He was screaming at Timothy while it happened. And I hit the two-way talk button on the camera and said, hey, what the heck? Go back to bed. And I actually had to physically go downstairs and get him away from the door and send him to bed.
Was in the text on occasion, Paul would have say things that suggest aggressions towards Timothy on occasion. Did you know any other circumstances other than what's in those situations in the text?
Oh, absolutely. He never displayed that towards my youngest. He never displayed that towards my husband when he was still at home, or myself. He would get aggressive when he was playing games. He would get really angry. He had some serious anger issues. And then when Timothy moved up, and Timothy did push his buttons some, but he never reacted well. I mean, he just overreacted to Timothy every time. He hardly ever reacted rationally to Timothy.
Okay. And so, other than what he was texting you, and other than what you could see when you weren't working at your job, you don't have firsthand information as to what's going on between Paul and Timothy. Is that correct?
No, I asked my little guy occasionally, but Timothy never told me anything that was going on.
Okay.
So I did. I mean, I asked just because if I had texted Paul and he seemed upset, then I would get home and, hey, is everything okay? And my little guy, honestly, I don't remember him ever saying that there was an issue. He said, yeah, Paul got mad, but that was it. He never said anything happened.
Okay. One moment. What was your intent when you would administer punishments to Timothy?
To get him to behave.
Was it ever your intent to harm him?
No, absolutely not. No, the locks on the fridge and freezer, they're actually, he scared the heck out of me after my husband's stroke. And that's what brought those two on.
Okay.
I can tell you what happened.
What was the incident? And then what was the incident that caused you to put locks on the fridge?
I had just purchased a 2-pound bag of frozen chicken nuggets and put it in the freezer. And overnight, I guess he got around the motion sensors. But the next day, it was a weekend. And the next day I went to little man asked for some chicken nuggets, and I went to get them, and the bag was empty in the freezer. And I was like, what? I mean, we hadn't touched it. And so I started asking, and at first Timothy lied to me. He said he didn't touch it. And then I went and checked with little man and with Paul, and nobody had touched so I went back because I had issues with both Paul and Timothy lying to me a lot. So I went back to Timothy. I said, nobody else has touched this. He said, I ate them. I said, okay, did you cook them? He said, no, he ate the whole 2-pound bag frozen, uncooked chicken.
All right. Were you concerned about his health and getting into and eating frozen food?
Yes, and he ate, there was a time where he ate uncooked bacon out of the fridge before the chicken nugget incident. He ate a whole pound of uncooked ground beef at one point. This was all after the stroke when there was less people to keep an eye on.
Did it occur to you he's doing those things because he's hungry? He's starving?
No, there was plenty of food. There was no issues. He never told me he was hungry at the time when these incidents happened.
Okay. So fast forward. You offer him 2 pizza rolls if he does a certain thing. And you say, I don't care if they're frozen when you give them to him. If you're concerned about him eating frozen food, why would you offer him 2 frozen pizza rolls?
Because the chicken was uncooked and it's dangerous. I had a panic attack when he did the chicken. It was terrifying. I broke down completely.
So the nuggets were uncooked chicken.
Yes, it's uncooked chicken. That could have killed him.
Okay.
It freaked me out.
But the pizza rolls were at least cooked.
Yes, that
Even
was
if they
just,
were
you
frozen.
reheated them.
Okay. He was, and I'll give you one more, he was rail thin. How did you not notice?
I wish I hadn't answered that. Part of it, he actually, from the time of the stroke, because my husband's stroke was January 3rd of 2022, so most of this was cold weather. Part of it was he wore big clothes, he wore hoodies. The clothes that were sent to him from his dad and stepmom, most of the pants didn't fit him well to begin with. And I had gotten him a couple of pairs of jeans, but I couldn't afford a lot. And he also, once the stroke happened, he got really reclusive. He didn't want, and I had to force him, for a while when he was doing his homeschooling, he would do it on his tablet. And then I found out I tried to lock the tablet down, but he was doing other stuff on his tablet when he was supposed to be doing schoolwork. So I started the curriculum that he was on. You could print the assignments and the questions. So I started printing that, and literally he'd be like, just stick it on the stairs. And he'd give me the other assignments. I would grade them and stick them and put them into the program. But he didn't want anything to do with me hardly at all.
Yeah, but when you put your arms around him to hug your son.
He didn't want hugged. He was 15. He didn't want me.
And he was autistic, correct?
He was high functioning.
Okay.
But most of the autism came with like interactions with other people. He struggled there.
Okay. So was it just you he didn't want touching, or was there anybody, he didn't want anybody else?
He didn't want Gabriel. Sorry. He didn't want little man hugging him either.
Okay. What about Paul? Do you ever see
They
him?
never offered to hug each other.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Roberts, how long do you anticipate your?
Oh, I'm thinking at least an hour and a half, Judge. So.
Okay, well, it's a little early before lunch. I think it's a natural time to take a break unless you prefer to start now,
No,
Mr.
actually,
Roberts.
there's an issue I think that I'd like to address first. We'll might cut a small chunk of that out, but it's going to be quite extensive. So I agree that it makes sense to break now and maybe come back early.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break a little early for lunch. You'll be allowed to leave the jury room. You can go wherever you want for lunch. I'd ask you to please wear your badges to and from your vehicles. That way people know that you're a juror. Please don't talk to anybody. Please don't look at any social media, news reports, articles online. Again, same applies. We have to make sure we have an unbiased panel. We'll be back here. I'm going to have you back. We have some matters to attend to at 1:00. I'll have you back here at 1:15, hopefully for a 1:30 start. So I'll have the attorneys back here at the same time. So thank you. We're taking a recess. So please rise.
those motions now? I can send them.
No, just,
Hang on.
hey, you just hang on to them, yeah.
All right, and be seated. Reflect the jury, the jury room. Go ahead, Mr. Roberts.
Thanks, Judge. I guess the only issue I would like some clarity or direction from the court on is this. I intend to ask Ms. Vander questions, and this is tipping hand a little bit. I understand that, but I think it's necessary to get some clarity from the court. I intend to ask her some questions about why she didn't file any legal documentation to get custody of Timothy Ferguson.
Guys, I didn't know. Why didn't somebody tell me it stopped? I didn't know it stopped. I was behind on the video and I didn't realize it. How long has it been off? How long has this been off? Dang it. Nobody even bothered to tell me. I wish somebody would have said it's over. Shoot. No, there's another one. We haven't even seen the prosecution. I just didn't know. 10 minutes. Why? Dang it. We can't waste time because I am tired. I'm not really tired. I just want to go to bed because it's late. But I want to finish this. Shoot. I wish I would have known. I was just behind, so it was still going to me. Oh, so everything I was commenting wasn't making sense because I was freaking commenting as I was watching it. So when I said, so that last comment, that would not have made any sense to you guys because it was right after I was hearing what she was saying. Thank you, Misty. I would never have known. I'm glad you said something. I was wondering why you thought that, and then I was still confused. And then I'm so glad you said that. Okay, so no, we got to finish this. Dang it, I'm mad though because it's going to make people that rewatching and not come. Look at this. Hive. Hive. It's for real. You see that? But not only Hive, but like it looks like I got sun, but I wouldn't have got sun. Wow. Anyway. All right, let's find the other one because that's definitely a hive or something. My stupid skin. All right, so now we have to go. Testimony part 2. Here we go. Guys, I can't wait for the prosecution. That's what I'm really looking forward to. All right, let me see where it starts here. Oh, wait, hold on. This might actually be the whole thing. Hold on a second.
Actually, recall. Yeah, sorry. You reminded you are still under oath.
Yes, okay. I'll be back.
Good afternoon, Ms. Vander Ark. Now, Mr. Johnson kind of tried to shortchange you a little bit earlier in your in his direct examination when he wanted to talk about your background, your schooling. Remind the jury again of your educational background.
I have a Bachelor of Science degree, magna cum laude, and then I also have a Juris Doctorate, it's a law degree that I graduated magna cum laude, second in my class.
And magna cum laude, for those that might not be familiar, means with the highest honors, correct?
Yes, sir. In law school, actually, Summa only goes to number 1. At the college level, it's above a certain GPA, but for law school, only number 1 gets Summa, and then above a certain GPA gets magna.
And then below that is even cum laude, which is what Mr. Johnson tried to say you were,
yes,
and I think you corrected him and made sure the jury understood, no, you were second in your class in law school, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you took the bar exam.
I did.
Passed the bar exam.
First try, yes, sir.
With a very high score, right?
Yes, sir.
What was that score?
182 out of 200.
Bar exam is an incredibly difficult test to pass, isn't it?
Yes, sir, it is. It was like 400 hours of study that went into that.
And the pass rate for it usually hovers somewhere around 60%. So 4 out of 10 people that take it usually fail, right?
I did not know that, but I'll take your word for it.
Okay. But you understood it to be a very difficult test when you took it.
Yes.
And I believe that score would constitute the highest score for that time that you took the bar, right? Your score.
I mean, I don't know. I would assume so.
And you also were magna cum laude in undergrad as well for your
Yes, sir.
bachelor's degree?
Yes, sir.
And where did you obtain your bachelor's degree?
Liberty
from?
University.
You had an opportunity to actually work in this very courthouse for a period of time. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I did my law school externship, and then after I graduated law school, I stayed on as an intern. It wasn't paid, but the experience was invaluable to me, so it was worth it.
And particularly the field that you were working when you were working here, you worked under Judge Smedley, one of
Yes,
our
I
other
did.
circuit court judges, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your area of focus that you wanted to really focus in on was appellate criminal work. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you had an opportunity to work on some cases here in Muskegon.
I did. Yes, sir.
And eventually that turned into an opportunity to go work for another judge in another county, correct?
Yes, sir.
Up in Newaygo County.
Yes, sir. For another circuit judge.
Right. And you were doing the same type of work there?
Yet even more work than what I was doing here, more specific. I didn't do the sentence scorings here, and I did that there. I helped Judge Smedley write one opinion while I was here, but I actually drafted most of my judge's opinions as law clerk.
It's quite the responsibility that you had there. So congratulations on that.
Thank you, sir.
And remind the jury again, how many children do you actually have?
I have 5 total.
Okay. And again, we're not going to name the youngest, little man, I think.
Little man, yes. Nolan is 23 and married. Paul is 21 now. Millie, my only daughter, is 19. She's in college in Oklahoma, as far as I know. I haven't talked to her in a long time. Timothy would be 17. He was 15, a month shy of 16. And then little man just turned 9 in September.
And with the exception of Timothy, no harm has come to your children in terms of them, dying as a result of malnutrition and starvation, has it?
No, not at all.
Dehydration, hypothermia?
No, sir.
None of those inflicted on any of your other children?
No, sir. They're all healthy.
Detective Piesky, at the time he interviewed you, I think attempted to get some photos of Timothy from your phone, and you told him that you had no photos on your phone of him from January on, did you?
I had one from January, but after that, no, I didn't have any.
But you had a functioning phone.
I did, yes, sir.
You used it to monitor the cameras that we've talked about, the motion sensors, all that stuff. You had the ability to use a phone that was your own personal phone.
Yes,
right?
sir, that was my phone.
It wasn't a work phone where there was a
Oh, no.
restriction to say, well,
No.
you can't take photos, anything
No.
of that nature, was it?
No.
So you certainly had the ability to have photographs of your child on your phone,
I
right?
did, yes, sir.
Let's talk about some of your health issues, because you listed quite a few issues that you're, in terms of your diagnosis and health issues that you had. I think you said ADHD, something called sensory processing disorder,
OCD,
those
PTSD.
PTSD. I guess I would kind of classify those more as almost, I don't want to use, I'm not using this word in a negative context, because those are almost more mental disorders. Would you
Yes,
agree
sir.
with
Yes,
that?
sir. No, I agree with that.
Right. You also had some physical disabilities as well.
Yes, sir.
And I don't know if Mr. Johnson went into those, so why don't
He
you
didn't.
tell the jury what your physical disorders are as well?
I have allergy-induced asthma. I am allergic to almost everything environmental other than animals, every different type of pollen and mold and weeds. And then I am a reactive hypoglycemic. I have been my whole life, but it was actually after Timothy was born, it got much worse. And they finally figured out right after I moved here what was going on, but it required, I can eat, my blood sugar will still crash. So I can pass out, I can be doing whatever and just pass out. So
And if I'm not mistaken, you actually, I had the opportunity to meet a very, very nice, but very large dog. You had a service animal when you worked there, didn't you?
yes, sir, I did.
Gemini.
Gemini, yes.
And Gemini's function as your service dog was what?
He was scent trained to pick up your blood sugar smell. If you've ever been around a diabetic, when their sugar's high enough, they put off this hubba bubba bubblicious smell. Well, we as humans, we can't pick up the low blood sugar smell, but a dog can actually pick up your sugar going up about 20 minutes before we can. And they can pick up the low blood sugar. So he was scent trained. He would let me know when my sugar was about to crash. So I always carried orange juice with me, and that would keep my blood sugar up for 2.5 to 3 hours guaranteed. And then he was also trained if I ignored his alert, and this did happen at work a couple of times. He was trained, he was off leash. He was trained to go and get somebody to bring them to me to make sure I took care of it so I didn't pass out.
It's just remarkable that dogs can do that. It's just
It
an
is.
aside. And was Gemini the first service dog you had?
No, sir. He was my second.
Okay, and so you had one before Gemini, and then
one after.
Then one after, and that was Sharma? Is that
Sharma,
right?
yes, sir. He was another Great Dane.
Another Great Dane, okay.
I like the
Um,
big dogs.
So you are certainly, you are keenly aware of your health issues and the things that you need to do to address your health issues, right?
At times, I don't take great care of myself. I will admit that.
And the fallback to that is you have a dog that will
It
alert
does.
you if your blood sugar gets low.
Yes, yeah.
So you understand that so you have a backup plan.
Yes, I
right?
do, yeah.
So if I forget to eat or my blood sugar gets too low, then my dog is going to alert me to that. So I've got a backup plan.
Yes, sir.
But you understand how that works. You understand
Yes, sir.
the medical need to have those things treated.
Yes, sir.
And the need to have your other issues that we talked about, get treatment for those issues as well, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Sensory processing disorder involves basically overstimulation, right?
Yes, sir.
And you suffer from a disorder which causes you to become overstimulated with what, audio and visual stimuli, correct?
That's part of it, yes, sir. It can be stress related as well.
But as a punishment for your child, you decided that hot sauce, audio alarms, cold, we'll get into this later, but cold, at least cold, if not ice baths, and isolation and sensory deprivation were appropriate means of punishment. Is that your testimony? Those
Yes,
were
sir.
appropriate forms of punishment?
For some of it, yes, sir.
You also train service animals, correct?
I do.
And when you train service animals, is crate training involved at all?
Yes, it is usually.
And explain what crate training is to a jury.
It depends on what you're using it for. Usually it's part of house training to begin with. And when the service animal in training is very young, you don't get to take them with you 24/7. So you don't want to leave them unattended a lot of times. Plus, putting a dog in a crate, a lot of times that's comforting to them. They like the more enclosed space. So it keeps them contained, keeps them from being destructive, and it teaches them, like for house training, it'll teach them not to do anything in their house, basically, where you take them outside and where they do their business.
And one of the ways you make them feel comfortable in their crates, and so it's their house, is they have a blanket or something of comfort in the crates, right?
I don't usually, at least not for house training, because then they could actually do their business on that and shove it to the back of the crate. So I don't usually put anything in there.
But that is a method that some people do
use
employ.
it. Some
crate
people
training.
use it, yes, but I don't.
We've had there's a lot of text messages. We had a lot of testimony from Paul yesterday and a lot of photographs about Timothy's small room. That was basically like a crate, wasn't it?
I don't believe it was that enclosed, but he asked for a space that he could close the door.
He asked to go into that?
He asked for a space. He asked for somewhere he could, some place he can go in and close the door. And it was actually half joking. I was like, that's all I've got, because the other rooms were taken and there was no way he was sharing with Paul, and I didn't really want him sharing with little man either.
But you didn't set that up as a room for him, did you?
Not originally, no. He was actually out in the lower area for a while.
But you didn't put a bed in there. You didn't put
We
a
did
mattress
originally,
in
yes.
there.
He tore it up.
Okay, but there was no mattress, nothing of comfort for there in him the day before he died, was there?
Not that day, no. He had torn it up. I couldn't afford to get another one.
You put a blue tarp in there, didn't you?
That was what was on the mattress previously, yes.
And the tarp was because he would wet himself.
Yes, sir. Because I tried the mattress covers. I tried plastic. I tried some of the rewashable, and he kept tearing them up.
So his place of comfort was a closet with a blue tarp. Is that what you want the jury to believe?
He spent some time there. I wouldn't say that was a place of comfort. I mean,
Spent some time there. Well, let's get into that. He slept in there most nights, didn't he?
After, I don't know. I don't know when exactly. It was, I mean, I know it was after my husband's stroke. I don't know when after that, but once he'd asked for that, yes, he did.
In fact, he rarely even slept on his bed, did he?
He had taken the bed apart and lost some of the bolts. It wasn't safe for him to sleep up there.
So the bed that we see in those pictures, it wasn't even safe to be used?
No.
So it was a complete lie when you told the police officers that you had to pull him off the bed, put him on the ground to do CPR, wasn't it?
Yes.
And it was a complete lie when you told 911, I need to put you on hold so I can take him off the bed to perform CPR, wasn't it?
Yes, sir. I don't even remember.
So in all your days, all your confusion, all your blacking out, tunnel vision, all of that, you were able to somehow remember. I ought to tell everybody that Timothy was sleeping on the bed. Remember doing that?
Vaguely, yes, sir.
Have you ever given hot sauce to the dogs, to train the dogs?
I have put it on a couple of objects to keep them off of objects, yes.
Keeps them away from it, right?
Yes, it does.
Right, because they don't want to eat the hot sauce.
Mhm.
And so you never actually grabbed a dog, forced its mouth open, and poured hot sauce down its throat, have you?
No.
Never put hot sauce on a piece of food and then fed it to them, make them eat it, have you?
No, because I don't give my dogs human food. You can't do that with service animals.
No, but you could put it on dog food, couldn't you?
I guess I've never even thought about that, honestly.
So it never occurred to you to use hot sauce, enforcing the use of hot sauce on a dog, but it occurred to you to use that as a form of punishment for your 14-year-old child?
It was Paul's idea, but yes, I was at my wit's end at that time.
It was Paul's idea, and you thought, "Yep, that sounds like a good idea. I think we'll do that." Is that what you're saying?
I don't remember the exact conversation, but I said it. Like I said, at that point, I was willing to try anything.
We'll get into the text, but there's dozens of texts in here, and this is just a small section of text where you tell Paul, put more hot sauce on the bread. Give him 4 slices of hot sauce. Do you remember those text messages?
Some of them, not very many, but some of them.
Mm-hmm. So you wouldn't punish a dog with hot sauce, but it's okay to punish a child with it.
Objection.
I'll move on. Would you stick a dog in an ice bath as punishment?
That would never occur to me. But then having big dogs, I don't bathe them at home anyway. I use dry shampoo or I take them somewhere else. I don't have a
I'm
facility.
talking about as a form of, I'm not talking about giving them a bath. I'm talking about using.
I don't have
as a
space.
form of punishment, putting a dog in an ice bath.
I don't have space to do that, so I wouldn't think of that because I don't have space with that size dog.
You're saying if you had a large enough tub to punish one of the dogs, you'd put him in an ice bath?
I can't imagine doing that, but.
You can't imagine doing that. Right?
Correct.
You can't imagine punishing an animal by putting him in an ice bath.
Because animals can't think the same way humans can.
So it's okay to do it on a human because they can think, right? They can think better than dogs can, so it's okay to put them in an ice bath. Is that what your testimony is? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Is it okay to put a human in an ice bath because they can think better than dogs can, but you wouldn't do it to a dog?
I mean, based on the way you asked that, I guess the answer would have to be yes, but it's just it's not
Okay.
the way I think. So
I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but you said you wouldn't do it for a dog, but we know you did it as a punishment for Timothy.
I never did personally.
But you told Paul to do it.
Yes, a couple of times.
And it never occurred to you, this is not a good idea. We shouldn't be doing this, right?
No, because it was the amount of ice was almost, it was non-existent.
So it's okay as long as it's not a lot of ice in the ice bath? Is that your testimony?
If it doesn't affect the temperature much.
Starts off as cold anyway, doesn't it?
Not originally. I don't know down the road, but originally that's not what I had told him to do. Because the first time that happened was before my husband's stroke. It was, Timothy had, we noticed there was no hot water. And we were like, what the heck? And I went down and I'm looking and I noticed the pilot light's not on the water. It's a gas water heater. I'm like, what on earth is going on?
This ends with Timothy turning off the gas, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
This part of the story, okay.
And he lied about it for 2 days, but.
Let me just make sure I understand that. Is it your testimony that you put ice in an otherwise hot bath to cool it down?
Yes.
Why don't you just start with warm water to begin with?
I honestly don't know. But that's what happened the first time.
So if you repeatedly refer in these text messages to them as cold and or ice baths, but that's what it was at the end, wasn't it? Cold baths or ice baths,
At
right?
the end, yes, sir, but not the first time.
Not the first time. You apparently needed ice to cool down a hot.
I have no idea what I was thinking. We'd all had to have cold showers for 2 days, and he'd lied to us about the water heater. I'd had to have the gas company out.
You remember taking the law school exam test?
The LSAT? Yes. Yeah. Oh, I hated that test.
Oh, I did too. Yeah, I agree with you there. There's a section on there that's about logic and reasoning, right?
Yes, sir.
And I kind of explained it to my friends as it's the, so-and-so can't sit next to so-and-so at a party, and this person can't sit on this side of the table, and this, so you have to map out all those things, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm guessing you scored pretty high on the LSAT, didn't you?
I scored pretty well. I mean, I got a scholarship to law school, so.
So for a test that serves your interest for getting into law school, you have no problem using logic and reasoning. Do you?
I mean, I managed to score on it. I hated that test. I know I did not miss a single, there's a logic games section. I think I missed one question on that out of 25. And I think the reading comprehension was also something like that. So I think the lowest score was actually on the logical reasoning.
And yet somewhere before the time your husband had a stroke, logic told you that you should use ice in a hot bath. Is that your testimony?
Yes, sir.
But then after that, you do acknowledge that it was cold and or ice baths.
Yes, sir.
And that you encouraged Paul to pour water on Timothy, didn't you?
Just the one day.
Just the one day?
Yes, sir.
Which day was that?
The day before he passed away.
Now, Mr. Johnson asked you some questions about homeschooling and not ever taking Timothy to a doctor. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And I think you said that the reason you couldn't do that is because you couldn't get your ex-husband to help you out with signing over custody. Do you remember that?
Correct. Yes, sir.
The truth is you were, by court order, not allowed to have custody of Timothy, weren't you?
That's correct. But I was offered the option of either taking him or they were going to put him in foster care. And I didn't want my son in foster care. I don't think anybody would.
But there was a court order that said you are not allowed to have custody of Timothy. I'm not talking about a custody agreement. I'm talking about a court order that says you can't have custody of Timothy.
My understanding of the order that you're talking about, it wasn't that I couldn't, it's just that I didn't get custody that time.
Oh,
Mr. Weaver, we're going to excuse the jury. At this time, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, hold on. All right, we're back on the record. We're going to go ahead and excuse the jury at this time. Thank you. All right, may be seated. All right, Mr. Roberts.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would submit to the court that the way that those questions were just answered, it was really just a very simple yes or no question. We covered this. Ms. Vander was present when we covered this, and the court was very limited in what it wanted me to ask when I asked that question. And she tried to explain it away by saying that she was then offered a chance to take custody or have the child go into foster care. We know that's not true. And I think that gives me fair game at this point to ask her, isn't it true that you were actually subject to a petition to terminate your parental rights, and the only way that was withdrawn was because you agreed to give up and not have custody of Timothy?
Sir Johnson. May I ask my client a question? Did you hear the conversation we had about the custody situation and the judge's ruling on that?
Yes, sir.
What did you think that meant? What do you think his ruling on the custody question, whether you could have legal custody of your child meant? What do you think that meant?
Could you rephrase that? Because I didn't interrupt that conversation, but while y'all are having that conversation, I mean, my understanding of the exit order, the order you're talking about, was not the way it's been characterized. And I mean, from what Mr. Roberts just said, that was not my understanding of how that case ended. So.
All right, so Your Honor, my response is this. I want that conversation because I want the court to have an opportunity to determine for herself if my client understood the instruction. Clearly, she did not. Clearly, the way she processes the information is different, and she did not understand that she was not allowed to go into those other details
Quite frankly, she sat right here and you heard Your Honor say, this is how far we're gonna go. This was clearly a yes or no answer. The rest of that conversation, those responses I would agree with people, were not in keeping with the spirit of the court's order. They didn't get a lot of detail, but they clearly weren't in keeping. I would suggest, Your Honor, that my client be re-explained the limitations of her conversation on that issue, and that there be a corrective instruction given to the jury. I would disagree that we've gone so far into it. I think the court stopped us before we got to that point where it's opening a door that allows evidence in that's more prejudicial than probative. I don't think we're at that point yet. That's my opinion. So I would ask for a re-explanation from my client as to how far she can go and answer this question, and a corrective instruction to the jury.
Mr. Roberts?
I'm the valid judge just because the witness decided to answer the question how she wanted to answer the question. That's like saying, well, I want to take back the answer now because I don't like what happened when I answered it. That's it's not fair. It's not fair to the prosecution. She's a law student. She just sat up here and explained how she graduated second in class in law school and passed this bar with a score of 182. She sat through this entire trial. She's been taking notes. She's been actively participating. She's trying to answer the questions the way she wants to get her point across, plain and simple. And the court's order couldn't have been any more explicit that it was a yes or no question about, isn't the report order prohibiting you from having custody of the kids? I get to come back and explain now why she's sitting here saying that she thinks the order said, well, whenever you want custody back, if you want to take custody or the child goes into foster care, you can do that.
All right, well, before I make it.
I'm sorry, I didn't cut the court off. I apologize. I would just offer the court, I'm prepared for limiting instructions to the jury, but they don't consider this as any type of character evidence or anything of that nature. I think that's perfectly appropriate. But this is a mess of our own making at this point.
All right, well, before I make a ruling, I didn't hear her exact answer because I was in the middle of trying to look at Mr. Johnson to say maybe we stop this. So before I make a ruling, I want to hear exactly what her answer was. So I'm going to take a recess. I'm going to look at the record and make a finding. So, yep, we're in recess.
Okay, guys, let me fast forward it. Sorry, I'm organizing. We got this new thing in this bathroom, and I have to put this stuff in it, and so I'm trying to do be a little bit productive while I'm still listening to it, getting that done, looking at chat a little bit as I'm getting it done. So I'm gonna just try to finish that up real quick. I love how he's calling her out, though.
It is wrong. Right. Ms. Vander, do you understand the question?
Yes, sir.
Wait, hold on. There we go. I love how he calls her out. It's great. Okay. Let's try. Oh, and the fact, look what she does for a living. Like, she didn't understand. I don't believe she didn't understand the freaking order. Dude, she freaking, this is her specialty. That's bullcrap. She's such a liar. She's such a liar.
We're back in the record in 23-110 FC, People versus Shanda, Vander. There was an objection before we broke. It's kind of discussion about opening doors, not opening doors. The attorneys have an opportunity to speak to the court in chambers. At this time, and I'm just going to summarize our discussion, what the court is going to permit by, I guess, agreement of the parties, or, I mean, if it's not an agreement, okay, Mr. I'm not speaking for you.
No, I think it's fair to say that we've settled on a way to ask the question that I believe everybody, including the defendant, are on the same page.
Okay, so essentially the question we're going to ask is it true that the order from Oklahoma prevented you or only authorized you to have supervised parenting time of Timothy? Is that correct, Mr. Roberts?
That's correct.
That you're understanding, Mr. Johnson?
It is wrong.
Right. Ms. Vander, do you understand the question?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Roberts, why don't you go ahead and I want to make sure before we bring the jury out, that we make sure that doesn't open any other doors before we don't have to. So go ahead and ask the question.
Thank you. Ms. Vander Ark, is it true that the last custody order from Oklahoma that involved Timothy indicated you were only to be allowed supervised parenting?
Yes, sir.
Fair enough.
All right. With that, any other thing else before we bring the jury in? Mr. Roberts?
No.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes, Your Honor. Okay.
Okay, please rise. You may be seated. Mr. Roberts, you can continue.
Thank you. Just to kind of put a bow on this and clarify things, Ms. Vander Ark, is it true that the last custody order from Oklahoma that involved Timothy indicated that you are only to be allowed supervised parenting time?
That is correct.
Now, Mr. Johnson was talked to you about the fact that after Adam had his stroke tragically in January and was out of the home, that was a significant financial hit for you. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And as a result of that, you didn't have a lot of income coming in. Were you working in Newaygo at that time?
I was, yes, sir.
So when you worked here, it was not a paid internship. You were working in Newaygo for paid internship at that time. Is that correct?
For paid clerkship, yes, sir.
Right, clerkship. And then what were your other sources of income at that time?
Which time?
Well, in January, right after the stroke.
Right after the stroke. The rental income that I received from my brother from Oklahoma, and then I was down to one dog training client.
Now, you're not suggesting to this jury that you couldn't afford to have food for your kids, are you?
No, sir.
In fact, we've seen the pictures, and you don't need me to show you the pictures of your freezer, your
Oh, no.
refrigerator, your pantry, all pretty well stocked with food. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, sir.
So so there certainly was a financial ability for you to provide for your children, at least in a food sense, correct?
Yes, sir. I bought food first.
And you're a highly intelligent woman, and I'm sure you're aware of multiple resources available in the community if that ever became an issue, right?
Yes, sir.
United Way, food pantries, anything of that nature, but you never felt the need to reach out to any of those resources, did you?
No, sir, because we had groceries covered.
You talked about, Mr. Johnson asked you about the motion sensors, and I'm not sure we got like any real sense of clarity about the motion sensors. When we're talking about motion sensors, we're talking about ones that would not only go off if there was motion, that's what a motion sensor is, obviously, but would give some type of audio alarm, right?
Some of them did, yes, sir.
And Timothy had very sensitive hearing, didn't he?
I was not aware of that, no, sir. That's when Paul said that yesterday, that puzzled me.
You didn't know about that? You didn't know he had surgery to put tubes in his ears?
I was there for the surgery for his tubes, but no, I mean, it was, at least my experience with Timothy was half the time he didn't hear what you were saying. So
Did you know that he found it discomforting when those noises happened? Did you know that was, for lack of a better way of putting it, that was a punishment too for those noises to be going on?
no, sir, I did not.
Timothy was autistic, right? He was on the autism
Yes, sir, he
spectrum.
was on the spectrum.
Loud noises, disturbances, things like that. Those are troubling for folks with autism, aren't they?
For some of them, but he never, I mean, he liked to listen to his tablet extremely loud. And I remember, because little man, sorry, I'm trying not to say his name.
Yeah.
When we'd have thunderstorms, sometimes it would freak him out, and things like that didn't bother Timothy at all. And Timothy sat with me, okay, go ahead and judge me or laugh at me, but before the PTSD, I used to when I watched college football, I would scream at the television every play, offense and defense. That's just who I am. And Timothy was right there with me hollering at the TV.
So the alarms didn't bother him at all?
I mean, I wouldn't say that, I mean, they bother people, probably everybody, but they didn't he wasn't overly sensitive to it.
Right, because it begs the question, if the alarms don't bother him, what's the point in having them, right?
Yes, sir.
And they were there as a disincentive for him to do the things he wasn't supposed to do.
It was to let us know he was doing it too. That way we knew what was going on.
But it was supposed to also be, you're not supposed to be doing this, and we know when you're going to be doing
Yes,
this, right?
It was so he knew we would be notified.
And the doing this that we're talking about is coming out of the basement area of the home, right?
Coming upstairs in the middle of the night, yes, sir.
Coming upstairs in the middle of the night?
Yes, sir.
So these would only be active at night?
I only turned them on at night, yes, sir.
So there's no text messages in there about turning on the motion sensor during the day so we can't come upstairs?
I mean, I don't recall it, but
But you would, if those are in there, you would agree with me then that you were using the motion sensors to keep him downstairs even during the day, right?
I mean, if it happened occasionally, I'm just,
Do you remember the text exchange about turning off the alarms so that he can go to the bathroom and then turning the alarms back on after he's done going to the bathroom? Do you remember those?
that was read the other day? Vaguely, yes, sir.
Well, I'm sure you remember them from being read the other day. Do you remember sending those text messages?
No, sir.
No memory of those text messages?
No, sir. And you're talking, are you talking motion sensor or there was
I'm
one?
talking motion sensor right now.
Okay, motion sensors are still, that's different. You're talking about it was actually for a bike alarm, like for somebody stealing a bike, I guess it was. And that was the one that you were referring to. The motion sensors that we've been talking about are posted in the house and those didn't need to be turned on or
I
off.
see. So the motion sensor with the alarm is the one that was outside? Is that what you're saying? The motion sensor with the alarm, the one that makes noise, was not one that was in the house?
No, they were up on the stairs. There's a personal one that you could attach to whatever you wanted to.
Right.
There's one of those, and then there were several on the stairs.
I see. Okay. And the purpose of the one on the stairs one was to make sure you didn't come upstairs.
In the middle of the night, yes, sir.
And the ones that you could attach to a thing, you actually attached to a person, didn't you?
Occasionally, yes, sir.
So let's talk about the cameras then. Well, I guess let me ask you this question. So the motion sensor goes off, the alarm goes off, maybe it doesn't go off, maybe it's not one of the ones that have an alarm on it. So what? How is that a deterrent, or how is that a punishment to Timothy?
That wasn't meant as a punishment. It was to let us know so we could go make sure that he was, he wasn't wandering around. He wasn't getting into taking batteries apart and messing with stuff that he shouldn't have been.
So you wanted to restrict his movements, and you wanted to know if he moved out of the basement area whenever the motion sensors were on.
Yes, sir.
And the cameras are, I think you testified that the camera, at least initially, you put the camera in place in G's room to make sure that he wasn't running around without his clothes on, right?
Yes, sir. When he was a toddler, he would strip down.
How does putting a camera in his room to show him running around restrict him from doing that?
Well, it doesn't restrict it. It was to let us know that he was doing it.
And you have a problem with him running around?
He wasn't potty trained.
Wasn't potty trained, I see. But otherwise, if you're potty trained, it's okay to have your children running around naked?
No.
No. You wouldn't want to have a child running around your house naked, would you?
No.
You wouldn't want G to see his brother running around naked, would you?
No.
And I'm wondering why the text message that you sent to Paul about Timothy making a mess in the garage was that he had to clean the garage without anything on below the waist, and then he could stand against the wall without anything below his waist.
I don't remember that, sir. I'm sorry.
You don't remember that text message?
No, sir.
Interesting. Take a look at, this is from the larger text messages. This is all the text messages between you and Paul. It's a few hundred, if not 1,000 pages. Take a look at, this is page 5783, if Mr. Johnson wants to reference. The blue is your text messages. Can you read that for the jury, please?
The blue one says, my bigger issue is that you said you checked every minute or so, but checking on the camera would have told you he wasn't listening. I'm not absolving him of responsibility by a long shot, but there are reasons the cameras are in place.
What time was that sent?
4:14 p.m. it looks like.
So at 4:14 p.m., you're upset with Paul because he's not watching Timothy every minute on the cameras, right?
If I remember correctly, that particular day, yeah, he said he was going to check. That wasn't, I didn't expect him to check every day, but there were days that were much more challenging. And that was when I asked him to keep a closer eye on.
Where's the text message that describes what the challenging incident was that day?
I don't know, sir. I mean, there was a lot of challenging incidents.
Going upstairs?
No, sir.
Going upstairs was okay during the day?
As long as he was being monitored, yes.
You talked about, we talked about the autism already. You talked about a number of other issues that that Timothy had: bipolar, ADHD. Were there some other ones? Or was it
Sensory
just
processing disorder.
Sensory process. So he had the same disorder that you did.
Yes, sir.
Sensory processing disorder.
But there's different manifestations of it.
He had the one where his senses being overloaded didn't make a problem for him. Is that what you're saying?
He was more hyposensitive, which means he didn't react the way a typical person would, as far as less of a reaction. There was a time, I was told about it when we still lived in Oklahoma. I guess he was being given a bath and he fell and hit his jaw, and he didn't say anything. He didn't say he was in pain. Well, I guess he went to someone's bedroom and my oldest son brought him back out and he had completely bitten through his tongue and not said anything. So he did not react as much to stimuli as most people do. There's hypo and hypersensitive, and he was hyposensitive.
And is there medication for that you take?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't.
Do you go to counseling for you, or did you go to counseling for you?
Not for that, no, sir.
For any of your other issues, though?
I have over time. It's been a long time.
But in fact, the entire time Timothy was in the state of Michigan, you never took him to a counselor or a doctor to address any of those issues, did you?
No, sir, I didn't have the insurance information.
You didn't reach out to any resources in the community that might have been available to help, did you?
I did actually.
Yes or no? Did you reach out to any resources in the community? Which ones?
I contacted DHHS about getting him on Medicaid, but they said that because he had other insurance, that would be primary, so we still had to have that information.
Did you reach out to Community Mental Health, or Health West, I guess it's called now?
I didn't. I wasn't aware of it. I hadn't heard of Health West until I started working in the courthouse.
Right. You worked in this courthouse in the county that you live in for at least the entire summer, as I recall correctly. You never knew that we had a mental health agency here in Muskegon County?
I didn't realize that's what it's for. I honestly, I didn't think about it. As far as resources go, the only thing that I thought about was DHHS for things like Medicaid and food stamps.
Mr. Johnson asked you about the alarms on the doors, and your response to him was that the alarms went on the doors about 3 weeks before Timothy passed away. Is that correct?
Somewhere in there, I was approximating
Somewhere in there, okay.
it. You can look up the Amazon history on my phone.
Well, I'll do one better than that. This is page 3932 of the text messages from you. Could you go ahead and read that exchange for the jury and the date, please?
Did he say miraculously? No,
This is Paul's response now, right?
Yes. No, I was emphasizing because I turned on the alarm, yet he slipped past. That's not good. We need to put up the other two alarms tonight later on. That's the motion sensors.
But you referred to the alarms.
Yes, sir, I did.
Right. And that was
That's what we called them. That was February.
February.
That was motion sensors.
Months before he died.
Yes, sir.
You just mixed up what an alarm and what a motion sensor is?
Yes, sir. That's why I called them alarms. I didn't call them motion sensors most of the time.
Mm-hmm. This one's a little bit longer exchange, but if you could read 3996 for me, please.
Just this page?
Nope, the whole thing that's stapled.
Okay. Is it snowing at home currently? KK, Timothy apparently ate my Pop-Tarts a few days back. Not anymore. Are you kidding me? When did he do that? He said he doesn't know the exact day. That's a bunch of BS, and how did he do it? Did he sneak down to the bathroom? He says it was before we had the other alarms. I said, that's not true because we've had those for over a week now. And you had Pop-Tarts in that box as of this past weekend or Friday at the very latest. That's still the motion sensors.
Okay,
That's
so
what I
again,
call them.
you refer to the motion sensors as
Yes,
alarms
sir.
there. And you're upset at that point because Timothy's eating some Pop-Tarts. Is that my understanding of this text messages?
In that case, because he stole them, Paul had gotten them for himself and because he stole them.
And that date, I don't know if we read it or not, but you would agree with me that it's on Valentine's Day, February 14th, 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, why don't you take a look at 3702? Crossed out the parts that it's not really necessary for you to read, and just go ahead and tell the jury that date and what's on there.
The date is January 24th. Okay. Did Timothy have to wash his sheets? Question mark. Yes. I said, ugh, okay, pretty sure that is him pouting over the extra camera and motion sensors.
So, and that was in January of 2022, correct?
Yes,
So
sir.
no problem referring to a motion sensor in January of 2022, but suddenly come February, you mix up what an alarm and what a motion detector are.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir. Like I said, you can check my Amazon history.
You don't want to revise your testimony about when it was that you started using alarms on the doors?
No, sir, because it's in my Amazon history when I purchased those.
Mr. Johnson asked you about Timothy being on medication for a lot of his issues. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you said that when he came to you, he was like a zombie, right?
Yes, sir.
So you decided to take him off those medications, didn't you?
No, sir, we couldn't get refills. We had to get a refill through a doctor and we didn't have a doctor.
So your testimony wasn't that you took him off those medications?
I said that I wanted to.
You wanted to?
Yes, sir. At least some of them because he was a zombie. It was horrible.
You wanted to take him off the medications and it happened anyway because you can get refills for him. So you're actually happy that that happened.
Not the way it happened, but he wasn't a zombie afterwards.
But you definitely did not consult with the doctor before you did that.
No, sir, because we ran out.
But you and again, didn't reach out to any, besides DHHS, didn't reach out to any resources in the community that might have helped you out with a child with such severe emotional issues that you have to use motion sensors and later alarms and locks on things. You didn't reach out for any resources before you just decided to stop him taking medication.
Before he ran out, I wasn't aware of. Like I said, DHHS is pretty much the main resource that I was aware of.
Did you ever talk to somebody and say, look, I'm at my wit's end here. I did reach out to resources and talk to the judge that you were collecting for. I said, what can I do to get some help here? Did you ever do any of that?
I talked to some friends at work.
And they
But I didn't
come
ask.
up with an idea?
I didn't ask for resources. I just vented to them and nobody suggested anything. I didn't ask.
It's rather unusual the way this question was answered by you. She said there was one time that your mother-in-law saw Timothy.
Yes, sir.
One time.
Yes, sir.
Just the once.
After the stroke, yes, sir.
Just once in 6 months was the only time.
As far as I remember, yes, sir. That's what I believe.
In fact, you went to great lengths to make sure that the grandmother, that's Grammy, that's the person you
Grammy,
referred to
yes.
as Grammy, right? Your mother-in-law. You went to great lengths to make sure that she wasn't allowed in your home, didn't you?
I mean, that was just because the house was a mess.
Did you have some type of tracking device on her to know where she was?
We had her phone under our phone plan, so I could look up find my iPhone. Because usually when she was, that way, Paul wanted to know when she was coming to get Gabriel. Oh, sorry.
Let me show you what's page 4284. This is a lengthy exchange, but go ahead and read that for the jury. It's from, I believe, March 28th.
Soot. Stupid thing writing on my watch. That should have said good. Grammy left home about 10 minutes ago. Hopefully she will not beat me there this time, but please have him ready to go. And please keep a very close eye on your messages. I will track her on the app as I head home. Hey, I need to make sure you're seeing these messages, and please make sure his new shoes are on him. Okay, thank you. And do not let Grammy inside.
Exclamation point.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Okay, she will probably beat me there, but not by more than a couple minutes. You get clothes on too, please. Okay, go ahead and take Gabriel outside and sit him down and stand up against the wall downstairs. It says create the puppy too, but OL and then okay. She should be pulling up pretty soon. Okay, I got it. I'm glad you got it, but you better be outside. He's outside. Do you want to say goodbye?
That's Paul's response back to you, right?
Yes. And I said, yes, I do. I'll be there in just a minute. Headed to the car now. How's it going there? He said, good. Already taped the coat rack.
I think you should stop there. So you're tracking her movements on your phone as you're driving home
At stoplights, yes, sir.
because you're worried that she's going to see a messy house.
Yes, sir.
And the solution to that is put Gabriel outside so that he's outside when she gets there, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. That was March 8th, right? So rather than his grandmother come into the house, even the entryway of the house, in the middle of winter, not middle of winter, on March 8th, your solution was put Gabriel outside, make sure she doesn't come in. Do not let her in the house.
Paul was outside with him.
Exclamation point.
I wouldn't end up never put him outside by himself. Paul was outside with him.
4044.
Please also have some decent clothes on in case I need you to bring a little man out. I'm hoping Grammy does not beat me there. It looks like it will be close. He said, okay. Said, I will tell you when to take him outside to wait for her. Just please make sure she doesn't leave until after I get there. I haven't been away from Gabriel at night since this all started, and I wanted to give him a hug and kiss before he goes. Okay. Go ahead and go outside and wait for her. It shouldn't be more than a few minutes before she gets there. Just please don't let her leave until after I get there. She is almost there. Are y'all outside? I would like a response to that message. Question mark. You might need to make Timothy stand with his nose, it says of against the front door on the inside. Please tell me that you and the child are outside. Seriously, no response. I am almost there and I'm more than a little upset at the moment.
You're upset because at that point you don't know whether or not she's going to come into the house, aren't you?
I was upset because I wasn't getting a response. That drives me crazy. It's a pet peeve. I hate not getting a response via text message.
Right. So you better have my child standing outside so his grandmother doesn't go inside. And oh, by the way, put my other child up against the front door with his nose against the wall, right?
Because he was in trouble for something. I mean, I don't know what happened before that exchange.
What would he do to get punished to have him make sure he's standing against the wall with his nose against the door?
That was one of the punishments. We'd make him stand against the wall with his nose. And the reason I had it against the door is because I didn't want him getting into anything. That way Paul had a better ability to monitor him.
4123. Remember, we're not saying your younger son's name.
Yes. When you get home, please make sure G's face is not a mess and he isn't filthy dirty. And then please get socks and shoes on him and his headphone case in his backpack. And maybe his blue headphones as well. Okay. Also, please watch him, but please have Timothy get those 2 pumpkins off the front porch and into the trash can before Grammy gets there. Grammy isn't supposed to get there until 6:15, but she was early last time, so she might do that again. I hope not. Remember to bang loudly on the door 3 times, please. I will let Timothy know to listen from here for you here in the next few minutes. And Grammy may just beat me there again, which doesn't make me happy, but anyway, if she does, do not let her in the house this time. Okay. Work was fun. I accidentally scratched my palm with a knife opening a bag and then cut my elbow from banging my funny bone on a metal carton.
That was Paul's response back to you.
Yeah.
So that's 3 text exchange all within a couple of weeks of each other where you are absolutely consistent that the boy's grandmother, G's grandmother, not come into the house. Right?
Yes, sir.
To the point where you're tracking her phone while you're driving home from work. Right?
Yes, sir. I did. I only tracked it when I was stopped. I wouldn't do that while I was driving, but.
Now, Mr. Johnson asked you about the leg irons. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And you said that those were Timothy's leg irons, correct? Or no, I'm sorry, that they were, your testimony here today was that those were ordered by Paul and Paul would use those on Legos, correct?
Yes, sir. Actually, I don't think I testified about I know that they were Paul's purchase. I don't think I actually testified about the Legos. I think that was a conversation with police.
Well, I'll leave the jury to their recollection of that, but I remember you saying Legos, and I'm not ashamed to admit the fact that I'm actually a fan of Legos too, so that's why it stuck out in my mind that you just said it earlier today. But to be clear, your testimony is those were Paul's, those were never used on Timothy, right?
As far as I know, yes, sir.
Okay. Let's look at that top text message, 5460. Those top 2 text messages. Again, the blue is you.
The Wisely transaction is handcuffs and leg cuffs for Timothy from Amazon. Figured it would be okay to get those right away till we can talk about the sensors and stuff. If not, please say so and can cancel the order.
Okay.
I don't remember that.
You don't remember that
No,
message?
sir, I don't.
You do have some memory problems, don't you?
Yes, sir. That's common with PTSD.
Page 5829, if you could read that last text there at the bottom and then continues on to the next page.
He has moved around, so he got the cuffs in front of him instead of behind him.
Go ahead and flip the page and read the next one.
I put the cuffs back behind him. I will have to deal with less than 2 hours of sleep today, but not letting him get away with this BS.
I put the cuffs back behind him. That is your text message.
Yes, sir.
So you use handcuffs on Timothy.
I don't remember, honestly.
You don't remember using?
No, sir.
And you said that the transaction, the Wisely transaction, was the leg cuffs and handcuffs for Timothy. That was your text message.
That's what the message said.
Is that the I don't know as well? You don't remember that one either?
There, between the time of the stroke and Timothy's passing, I don't remember a heck of a lot.
But somehow you can remember when the police ask you about the leg irons and the cuffs, you say those were for Paul for a TikTok video, right?
I think that's what I told
That's
him.
what you told the police?
Yes.
So you don't remember things, but you have the wherewithal to make it look like, no, this don't involve Timothy. Those were Paul's. It's pretty self-serving, isn't it?
Objection, argumentative.
I'll withdraw the last part. You had the wherewithal to say that the cuffs that they found belonged to Paul when your text message indicates they were actually for Timothy, right?
Apparently, yes, sir.
Mr. Johnson asked you about the zip ties. Remember?
Yes, sir.
You ever use zip ties on Timothy?
To attach the personal sensor.
Okay.
And then I remember hearing about a conversation about them, yes, on text. I don't remember it, but I remember hearing about it when it was read.
You remember hearing about a conversation. Did that make you stop and go, oh my goodness, we can't be putting Timothy in zip ties?
Yes, I mean, that's what I thought here. Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
sure, okay. Well, then this, if you care to read the bottom of 4227, that's Paul's message to you.
This is from earlier. He just won't listen or does something I didn't tell him he could. He just tried claiming his zip cuffs were too tight when I didn't even tighten them to where there's no room for his wrists.
This is your response now.
Yeah, leave them as they are and I will check them when I get home and you can tell him that. And if he lied about that, he gets himself in even more trouble. You want me to keep going?
No, that's fine. Leave them as they are, and I will check them when I get home. You want to revise your earlier answer to the question when you said that you would have said, oh, no, don't use zip cuffs on Timothy?
I don't recall that, sir. I'm sorry.
Don't recall that either?
No, sir.
Good. You seem to be having a lot of difficulty when it comes to the text messages that are talking about the things that you either did or want done to Timothy. Is that where the memory issues kick in for you?
It's most of what happened. It's not just text messages. And it doesn't just involve him. The events of the whole 6 months are.
So so all the other text messages that are just about, hey, how's your day going, or get your bike tire fixed, all those types of things, those are all clarity moments, right? So you don't have any issues with.
I don't know if I remember. I mean, if you showed me, I don't know if I'd remember them or not, honestly. We sent a lot of text messages.
No, but what I guess that was a clumsy way of asking that question. You're certainly capable of engaging in a conversation with Paul that's not about anything for Timothy, right?
I mean, I would assume so. As far as memory goes, my memory of those is not.
Well, we'll just see what your explanation is for this. So this is 5785. This is June 21st of 2022. This is a week or so after that picture, and we'll get to the picture in a minute that you say that you never saw. Go ahead and read your text message to Paul.
4 with hot sauce that he has to eat, and he has allowed another 4 without, it says house sauce, but he has to do the hot sauce one first, and then set a timer for 30 minutes before you can eat the others.
What time is that sent?
8:05 p.m.
To the second, please.
18.
Okay. What's your next text message?
8:05:47.
30 seconds or so later.
Yes, sir. I was using Siri because I was driving. You could tell by the issues with the text message.
Sure.
I found enough in change to get Gabriel some chicken nuggets and French fries from Burger King. It's like $3 total. So we will be home as soon as I do that.
You remember sending the hot sauce text?
I don't remember sending either one of these texts, sir.
Don't remember sending either one of those?
No, sir, I don't.
But you can process that Timothy needs to eat some bread with hot sauce on it. But you scrounged up enough change to make sure that G gets some chicken nuggets and fries. Within 30 seconds. Processing that all in your mind. Sending it all out in a text message, right?
Apparently, yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I use Siri.
Let's talk about the photograph. It's People's 36A. Mr. Johnson asked you about it, so if you remembered the text exchange, including the photograph of Timothy, right?
Yes, sir.
And the jury's seen that a couple of times. I don't think they need to see it again right now. Let's go ahead and read the exchange there, starting with the message that Paul sent to you with the photograph.
Timothy tried to sneak food. I yelled at him, and then he became momentarily unresponsive, and then I saw this. He's bone thin, Mama. I think we need to actually feed him.
And what's your response to that?
I said, Kay, give him bread, please. And then I said, I hear you, give PB sandwiches and water. You want me to keep going?
Yeah.
Okay, the unresponsiveness is probably fake, but I see what you mean.
And go ahead and do the next page.
Also, it's no wonder he's hardly capable of standing.
Then this one was photographs of his legs, right?
Yeah, and then I said, I'm in court.
So is it really your testimony that you never saw that photograph?
I do not recall seeing it. That was it. I feel like I want to throw up.
You don't recall seeing the photograph, right?
No, sir.
The unresponsiveness is probably fake, but I see what you mean. You literally use the word see in your text message about see what you mean. But your testimony today is, I didn't look at the photograph. I didn't see the photograph.
Yes, sir. It's a phrase that you use.
It's a phrase that you use. I see what you mean.
Yes, sir.
Isn't that usually when you see the things that the people are talking about?
Sometimes.
I'm wondering why your response to your son saying that your other child is bone thin and needs to eat, actually feed him. That's the phrase. Actually feed him, right?
That's what he said. Yes, sir.
Right. And your response to that is, Kay, give him bread, please, or bread with peanut butter. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Not, oh my goodness, if he's that hungry, yeah, make him some chicken nuggets, make him some pizza, make him some pizza rolls, make him any one of a dozen or so things that were in your freezer or your refrigerator, any of that. But that wasn't your response, was it?
No, sir. I was in court. I just was scrambling for an answer.
You were in court, but you were able to send 1, 2, 3 text messages before you said you're in court, right?
Yes, sir.
And the first answer you come up with to feed your child was give him bread?
I don't remember what I was thinking at the time, sir. I just know that I was distracted because I was in the middle of stuff with court.
But not so distracted that you can say, well, the unresponsiveness is probably fake, but I see what you mean.
Like, I don't know how, I don't know what was going on when that was sent. I honestly don't.
Mr. Johnson asked you about the hot sauce that you ordered, and we saw the bottles of hot sauce. Those weren't just ordered from Meijer, were they?
No.
You had to special order those, didn't you?
On Amazon, yes, sir.
I think you said the reason that you couldn't just get those from Meijer for your grocery delivery things is because they just didn't have hot sauce, right?
No, they didn't have that type of hot sauce.
That type of hot sauce.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How did you conclude that that was the type of hot sauce that Timothy, how do I put this, both loved and got to be used as a punishment?
Because the hot sauce that I had and the ones that I could access on the apps, he loved those hot sauces. So
you had to go out of your way to find one even hotter, one that he didn't like.
yes, sir.
And the hot sauce started as Paul's idea?
Yes, sir.
How do you come up with the idea to do hot sauce if Timothy likes hot sauce?
Well, he said that if he, I guess he'd read something, if I remember correctly. The conversation's not, it's vague at best, but from what I remember, he'd said something about, he'd read something about something really hot, some new something. He's like, oh, this might be an idea to do it with a sauce that he doesn't like.
So you tested out other hot sauces before you got to that point, and because he didn't react, you figured, let's just keep increasing the heat? Is that it?
No, I don't remember how many I ordered, but I just went with something that was hotter than what I could get.
So you tried to punish him with a lower hot sauce, but he doesn't respond. So then you increase how hot it is, right?
I didn't try with the lower because I already knew he liked the lower hot sauce.
How did it even occur to you to be a punishment for him to find one even hotter then? How is that even a punishment if he likes hot sauce? He never liked even the hot sauce, did he?
Huh? Yes, he did. He ate spicy food.
You heard Paul's testimony yesterday.
I did.
And you heard him say that he never wanted to eat those slices of bread with the hot sauce on it, didn't you? You heard that testimony.
That's what I heard him say, yes.
And your response to that in a lot of these text messages was make sure you use even more hot sauce than you did before, right?
If that's what you say the text messages say.
Oh, you just read the one that said he can have 4 and then he can wait 30 minutes and then he can have some without hot sauce on it. You read that one, right?
Yes, sir.
But again, you don't remember sending that text message.
No, sir.
But aliens didn't take a hold of your phone and take over your body or anything like that, did they?
No, sir.
No. Mr. Johnson didn't ask you, so I'll just go ahead and ask you. You used a number of other physical methods of punishing Timothy, didn't you?
Defined number.
Yeah, okay, fine. 2. You made him do wall sits.
One time, and that was Paul's suggestion as well. He said, "Oh, this used to drive me crazy." I guess he said that Paul said that his dad and stepmom had used that as a punishment with him, and so we decided to give it a try. And Timothy could have cared less.
He what? He could not have cared less.
No.
So being made to stand as if there's no support under your legs, he was okay to do that?
I mean,
how long did you have him do it for?
A couple of minutes.
A couple of minutes?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
I don't remember, honestly.
And running the stairs.
Yes, sir.
You had him do that a lot, didn't you?
I wouldn't say a lot. It was some.
In fact, there's one text exchange in here where you talk about make sure that he does it a lot, even if it's raining and cold outside, right?
That's what the text says, yes, sir.
And Paul talks about doing it chasing style at one point where he chases him up and down the stairs, right?
Yes, sir.
And the stairs we're talking about are outside.
Yes, sir.
They're not inside.
No, they're out back.
So cold, rainy, yep, go run the stairs outside. What did he do? What was the awful crime he had done to warrant doing that?
I don't remember, sir.
In the direction to page 6011. Bottom text.
I wonder how it would feel to have that hot sauce on your private parts. I'm not saying touch him there, not at all, but dripping a little bit there, is that horrible?
Did you have to ask that question?
I wouldn't think so. I don't remember that. I can't even imagine saying that.
But you did.
I know, but I can't even imagine it.
About your child, right? Who at that point was in the middle of an ice bath and it lasted at least 2.5 hours at that point, right?
What, are you asking if I said that?
I'm asking you if you said that when your child was in an ice bath for 2.5 hours at that point in time, because this is 4:25 in the afternoon and you're watching on the camera from work and texting with Paul about what he's supposed to be doing with him in the tub, right?
I mean, if that's what was, I don't remember. If that's what it says, I'm not arguing that. I'm not trying to argue that. I'm just saying, I don't know.
It just popped in your head today. Yeah, I wonder what hot sauce on your private parts would be like. That.
I have no idea where it came from. I have no idea.
Did you ever try that hot sauce?
No, I don't like food as spicy as Timothy. Okay. About the hottest I can handle is jalapeno cheddar Cheetos.
I'm with you there. I can't handle hot sauce either. So you never even, but administering it as a punishment multiple times, you thought was okay without even trying it yourself first.
Yes, I have a very weak stomach, and so I didn't want to throw up.
Let's talk about the ice maker for a second. People's 31 and People's 32.
Yes, sir.
You recognize that as the ice maker?
Yes, sir. It's a countertop ice maker.
You said it makes about a cup and a half of ice?
Yes,
is that
sir.
right? This is a cup and a half of ice in your mind?
No, I measured it. I actually used it to, you can get, I don't know if you've ever had a frappe from McDonald's, but Walmart sells a powder mix that you add milk and ice to. And it's really good, and it's only like $1 instead of $3 at McDonald's. And so it calls for, for some reason, I want to say it actually calls for more than a cup and a half, but that's all I could get at. But yes, that's in a measuring cup, like a sitting up measuring cup. It's a cup and a half. That's all it does.
And I think your testimony earlier was you didn't know that ice was being used. Is that right?
As far as
in the
what?
cold baths.
Not unless it was specified. I mean, there was sometimes where it said cold and sometimes where it said ice. I didn't say I didn't know it was being used.
Yeah.
It was if it was cold, it was supposed to be just cold.
But all you would use would be the ice that you get out of that ice maker. You wouldn't make any more ice and put it away and
No.
store it up so we could have extra for the next day, would you?
Not that I remember ever doing. No.
Okay. Page 5823. Read that. Those are all your text messages.
Oh yeah, I know, but I wasn't nice tonight either. Made me feel horrible. But no way was he getting away with that crap. Let him know that if he tries to sleep at all, he'll get another ice bath sometime before you leave for work and another when I get home. And I said, might want to toss the ice that is made into some Ziploc bags in the freezer tomorrow for if we need a bunch more.
You want to change your earlier answer?
No, because we never did it. Not that I mean, you can ask Paul, you can recall him, but I don't remember ever tossing it.
But your suggestion to him was, hey, we need to be ready to make more ice and using the ice baths, right?
That's what the text message said, but we never saved the ice.
So that was your intention, was to have a backup plan if you needed to have more ice, right?
That's what the text says.
And that was June 27th, or yes, June 27th. That was about a week before Timothy died, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's about 2 weeks after you were sent the text message with the picture that you didn't see.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Roberts?
Yes, Judge.
Sidebar, please.
Sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, as much as I used to do this in private practice, it was always tough to take breaks during examination, but as much as I hate to do it, I think it's a good time for a break right now. We've gone over an hour and 45 minutes, so we're going to take a little bit shorter than 15-minute break and come back at 3:30.
Treat one of the exhibits.
Oh, thank you. All right. So we'll see you back in about 15 minutes. Please rise. All right, may be seated.
I'm coming. 1 second, okay,
Into the
guys?
record before we break, Mr.
Did
Rock.
it just cut in?
Mr. Johnson.
No, sir, thank you.
We are in recess.
I'm trying to get my change my shirt. I freaking it's soaked. Is it back on? just give me 1 minute. Dang. I'm soaked. On my whole freaking front. Dang. Sitting there trying to be productive. Ooh. More. Oh. Oh yeah. I'm coming. I'll fast forward it. We'll finish her up because we can't miss the puking part, and then we'll be done for the night. I can't believe there's so many people still. Ooh, it's cold. My window's open and it's cold. Okay. No, I know you need to be able to do it. Miss Kim, yeah, I'm on. I'm just I'm listening and organizing my since I've already been on almost 8 hours. So I needed to put my mom got this new counter, so I had to take everything out of my bathroom. I've got to put it all back in. You know, so it's all done. So I just wanted to try to do that while I'm listening.
Break apart that.
So tomorrow, because I want to go live tomorrow and do what I was planning on doing today with this case. So I just want to get that done. Okay. I'll be right back.
All right, you may be seated. Thank you. Ms. Vander, I think we were just finishing up. I was just talking about the ice bath with you. Again, your text was, let him know that if he tries to sleep at all, he'll get another ice bath sometime before you leave for work and another when I get home. So let's break apart that sentence for just a moment if we can. And that was on March 27th. Right, so yeah, about 9 days or so before Timothy passes away. Let him know that if he tries to sleep at all, let's start there. This is at 3 o'clock in the morning. You're saying he is not allowed to go to sleep, right?
Yes, sir.
So 3 o'clock in the morning, your 15-year-old child is not allowed to be sleeping. And if he does, he gets an ice bath, right?
Yes, sir.
And he'll get another ice bath, i.e. there's already been an ice bath prior to this text being sent, correct?
No, sir. It would be one and then another is what it says.
Okay, well, let me read it again and make sure maybe I misread it. Let him know that if he tries to sleep at all, he'll get another ice bath sometime before you leave for work and another when I get home. There's two anothers in there, isn't there?
Yes, sir.
The first another refers to the first ice bath. In other words, there's already been an ice bath, right?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not questioning the what's in the text, but I don't know.
Okay. And then sometime before Paul leaves work, he'll get another ice bath and then another one when you get home. So 2 ice baths in addition to the one he's already had, right?
If that's what it says.
And that's for the crime of sleeping.
I don't know what the original, whatever happened before that.
But you know what it was to get him to not do another one, right?
Yes, sir.
Let him know that
That's
if he
what it
tries
says.
to sleep at all.
That's what it says, yes, sir.
Might want to toss the ice that is made into some Ziploc bags in the freezer tomorrow for if we need a bunch more. I think that kind of speaks for itself. We'll move on. Let me show you an exchange from May 9th, 2022. This is pages 5348, 5348, sorry, 5347. So give me just a second. I apologize. Okay, start at page 5340. And this is from May 9th. I don't think you need to read the top one. That's Paul's message. Go ahead and start reading there from May 9th, 2022.
What is daddling anyway? Please make sure Timothy goes into his room with the alarm on when you leave. I should be home not too long after you go, as long as you before you go. And please let me know where you put the alarm when you leave.
All right, let me stop you right there. This is May 9th. And again, you're referring to an alarm, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
This
Go ahead.
is, okay.
Go ahead.
Because I know what
Just-
that's referring
just
to.
let's keep going. So,
KK, thanks. YW, you're welcome. I logged out of that for you, but you will not be allowed to have any devices tomorrow before work unless you manages to get everything done I assign to M standards, which will not be easy. I'm not sure what part of Timothy going nowhere but the bathroom without being watched closely, but he stole a bunch more of the Easter basket today and hid the wrappers behind the washer and dryer because he obviously wasn't washed as he should have been.
Okay, so at this point on May 9th, you're saying that Timothy needs to be watched if he goes everywhere except to the bathroom, right?
He needs to be watched, yes, sir.
For committing the crime of what?
We had a combined Easter basket that year. And so I had divvied it out between everybody and he stole some that was with cheese and I don't remember if it was Paul's or mine, but he'd already had his portion of it.
So taking candy from an Easter basket means that he gets watched and can't have any privacy anywhere except the bathroom, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, keep going.
It was a star. What part of watching Timothy closely was unclear? Sheesh.
Let me stop you right there. What part of watching Timothy was unclear? Why was it that you believed at that point that Paul wasn't watching Timothy?
I was correcting, it's the little star. I was correcting what, where was it? Usually if I use the star like that, it was for, to correct something that Siri messed up or something I messed up. I don't know, I'm not sure. I've only got these messages, I'm not sure.
Okay, but the part that you read there said what again?
What part of watching Timothy closely was unclear? Sheesh.
Okay, so you were upset at that point that Paul wasn't watching Timothy closely enough, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the only way you would know that Paul wasn't watching Timothy closely enough is if you were also watching Timothy closely enough, correct?
I don't know at that point. I don't know if somehow I found out about the Easter basket. Hold on. Okay, yeah, we must have been at a baseball game. It was 6:20 p.m., 6:43 p.m. So yeah, I must have been watching him from.
So you're at a baseball game for G and you're watching Timothy and
yes.
Paul to make sure Paul's watching Timothy closely enough. Correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Do you remember all this text exchange?
No, sir, I don't.
You don't remember this at all?
No.
Okay, go ahead. Keep reading.
Okay, there's no way that was today, Mama. Don't blame me. He
That's
literally.
Paul, right?
Yes.
I didn't mean to cut you off, but that's Paul, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
He literally never had the opportunity to steal anything. I made sure of that.
The response to that is?
When he was putting clothes on my bed, he did actually. And watch, it's ye tone with me. Should have been the, not ye.
Right.
So
you knew that Timothy had done something when he was putting clothes away?
Yes,
right?
sir.
And the only way you would know that is by monitoring the cameras, right?
Yes, sir. I never gave him permission to even set foot in your room. I swear he must have done it when I went to the bathroom.
Okay, keep going.
He's trying to get me in trouble here,
This
Mom.
is all Paul, right?
Yeah, this is Paul.
Okay.
And I told him to go to his room when I did. I brought him downstairs with me so his sneaky butt escaped. I watched him go into his room.
And what's your response there?
I said he said he never asked, but I've mentioned before you need to take him downstairs when you go to the bathroom so he can't escape.
All right,
Yes.
Let me just, I think we can stop there. You don't remember sending these text messages?
No, sir.
No memory from this time period?
No, sir.
Because of all the blackouts, all the tunnel vision, all the PTSD, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. He said he never asked, but I've mentioned before you need to take him downstairs when you go to the bathroom so he can't escape. That was what you said, though, right?
Yes, sir.
You actually used the phrase escape in relation to your 15-year-old child,
Apparently, yes, sir.
as if he was some prisoner.
No, sir.
Well, who else needs to escape but a prisoner? I'll withdraw that. May 9th, right?
Yeah, that's what it said.
You don't remember that at all?
No, sir.
When was Mother's Day 2022?
I don't remember, honestly.
If I told you it was May 8th, would you have reason to doubt that?
No, sir. Not at all. I believe you.
Mr. Johnson was asking you, and you were very eager to tell him about something that you remembered happening on sometime just after Mother's Day, right?
Correct.
So Timothy got on a scale and weighed 108 pounds.
104.
104 pounds. I'm sorry. I'm glad you corrected me. I wrote it down as 104 pounds, right? It's amazing your memory is that good that you can remember what your son weighed sometime after May 8th, but you can't remember talking about having him escape. Would you care to explain that to the jury?
Yes, sir. That happened with the PTSD, with everything else that was going on. I would, especially when I got stressed, it would, the tunnel vision and, I mean, I can't, for lack of a better term, blacking out. pretty much anytime my stress level went up, and it wasn't up that day that we did weighed the dog.
So you can't remember all of these text messages about the ice baths and the hot sauce and the zip ties and the handcuffs, but you remember over 18 months ago that your son weighed 108 pounds sometime after Mother's Day of 2022, correct?
104, yes. Sir.
104.
Well,
You got it down. You're right.
He made
104 pounds.
he made a comment that just things like that will stick out to me sometimes. And when he couldn't pick the dog up, bear in mind this is a service dog in training, so he's used to getting commands. And Timothy, I remember he put his hands on his hips and looked at Sharma and said, "Next time you get to pick me up." And the dog tilted his head like, "I don't understand that command." And that struck me. It sticks in my head. I don't know why, but that sticks in my head.
What day was it?
I don't know what day of the week it was, sir. It was during the week.
But how long after Mother's Day was it then?
I don't remember, sir. I know the reason I know it was after Mother's Day is because Mom, my mother-in-law, for probably the last 4 or 5 years, as a Mother's Day gift, has given me cherry tomato plants and then miniature cucumber plants, and I keep them in like plant bags. I normally have a black thumb, I admit it, but I've managed to keep these alive pretty well. And I had just, when I came upstairs to weigh the dog, I had just gone downstairs and checked on my plants. So the plants were outside then, so I know it was after Mother's Day. I just don't know when.
Plants never missed a feeding then, did they?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
What's argumentative about it? She's proud of herself and keeping plants alive.
Plants never missed a feeding.
Mr. Roberts says it's an irrelevant question, so sustain.
So your testimony is Timothy weighed 104 pounds sometime after May 9th, correct?
Yes, sir.
That doesn't look anything like 104 pounds, does it?
No, sir.
And that's not even a month. That's barely a month after May 9th, isn't it?
Yes, sir. I lose weight very quickly. I'm assuming he got that from me.
And again, the response to this was give him bread, right?
If that's what the text message says, yes, sir.
Mr. Johnson asked you about the some text messages back and forth between you and Paul during the ice bath, the last day, the day before Timothy died. And you were observing that ice bath from work, right?
I glanced in on it. I wasn't observing the whole time. I couldn't.
You weren't observing the entire time?
Not the entire time. I glanced in on it.
Whenever you'd send a text message, you were also looking at the camera, weren't you?
No, I wanted Paul to think I was.
Mr. Johnson asked you if you remember the text about, honestly, tell me if you think this is all fake. Remember that?
Vaguely.
You vaguely remember that text?
Yes, sir.
So you can remember the text where it tries to provide you with a defense to this, but you can't remember any of the horrible things that you did to Timothy. Is that your testimony here today?
I don't have any control over what I can remember and what I don't, sir.
You recall Paul's testimony yesterday about what he did in response to that photograph that he sent you about saying we really need to feed him, Mama? I think we actually need to feed him, I believe is the actual text.
Yes, sir. I remember his testimony.
And what was his testimony?
That he gave him peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, and I guess he cooked him some eggs.
That was the first time you heard about that, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
And that was not his instructions, was it?
No, sir, but that was fine. I had no problem with that.
Well, why did you just tell him to make him some eggs in the first place then?
Because I didn't think of it. I was in the middle of something.
I think we actually need to start feeding him, and the only thing you can come up with, instead of Paul thinking to give him scrambled eggs, is give him some bread. That's all you could think of.
I don't know. I was in the middle of something. I wouldn't have thought of eggs anyway, not in the middle of the day.
You said that you would, the punishments, and I guess this 3 o'clock in the morning one about not letting him sleep or he gets an ice bath, so he's got to be awake at 3 o'clock in the morning. You said that was because he would keep you guys up in the middle of the night or wake you up in the middle of the night?
Yes. Yes, sir.
And again, you did really well on the logic and reasoning portion of the LSAT exam. Can you explain the reasoning behind keeping somebody awake when they're keeping you awake?
To show them how it feels.
But they're already awake, aren't they?
It made sense to me, sir. Now that you ask it, but it doesn't seem to make sense, but it made sense to me at the time.
You didn't actually mean that as punishment. That was just out of spite. You were just angry with Timothy for keeping you awake, weren't you?
No, it was meant as a punishment, sir.
But it's also a punishment for yourself because you have to stay awake as well, don't you?
I don't sleep much anyway, but yes, sir.
Or Paul has to stay awake, right?
Yes, sir. Paul's an insomniac as well.
You testified that you gave Timothy a warm bath the night before he passed away, that last night, July 5th. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
That was the first time you've told anybody connected to this case that you'd done that, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
You never told the police officers you did that, did you?
No, sir.
I imagine a warm bath sounds just like, it's just what it sounds like, right? You got him, you took him to the bath, you grew a warm bath for him, and you put him in the bathtub, right?
Yes, sir.
This is hours before he dies, right?
Yes, sir.
You look like that when you put him in the bathtub?
I'm sorry.
Gotta make me a moment.
Yes. Ms. Vander, do we have a trash can?
I did, I placed a
You
trash.
did?
Yeah, I
Okay.
see.
Would you like the beard removed? All right, please rise. We're recess.
I'm getting her done, guys. I'm almost done. It's raining. That's why it's so cold, but that I have my window open and that air feels so good. Okay. Yeah. So what do you guys think? I know she makes no sense. I mean, and I pinched my finger really bad on this mirror, guys. Today is not my day. You would have heard me scream if I didn't have it on mute. I didn't scream, I was just like, ah, really loud. Yes, it was a foot. I would have imagined it was a photo of him dead because because they said, "Oh, do you look like that?" Oh shoot, I have it. We'll listen to that because yeah, he was like, "Oh, do you look like this when you pulled him out, or when he found him, or when you put him in the tub?" Which that's this crazy thing, dude. She would have seen him like that days before. He would have looked the same. So you're gonna go and act like you're throwing up when he wouldn't have just, that minute looked like that. He would have looked like that like days before. He would have looked that bad. And for sure that day, she would have seen him like that. For sure the day before. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't just happen like that. So that's bullcrap. You saw his body like that and you didn't do crap. She saw him naked because she was throwing him in baths. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like she didn't see. It's bullcrap. She's such a freaking liar. Oh, thanks, Shane. I actually got this in New York. Because you know how people, you could get New York shirts anywhere, but I actually got this in New York. But not when I was visiting Juliet. I got it in New York when I was with my parents in New York. All right, so let's fast forward to this. I feel like I wanted to comment on something else too that happened, but I don't know. I forget now, but it's all right.
Good. Mr. Roberts, you can continue.
Thank you. Before we get back to the question I originally asked Ms. Vander Ark, you just obviously had quite a visual reaction there to the jury, a physical reaction in front of the jury looking at those photographs. That's not the first time you've seen these photographs, though, is it?
No, sir.
In fact, you sat in this very courtroom not even a week ago on Friday when we had a hearing about those photographs and looked at those photographs, didn't
I
you?
did not look at them last week, sir.
You didn't look at them last week?
No, sir, I did not.
But you've looked at them before, haven't you?
It was, I think it was at the prelim, and I gagged that day too. It just wasn't as bad.
Didn't throw up, though.
No, it wasn't as bad.
So if there's video from that hearing that we had last week where you thumbed through the photographs, including the autopsy photos without vomiting, do you just not remember that as well?
We didn't have the autopsy, we didn't have those photos over at our table, sir. It won't be on the video, I can promise you that.
Well, then I'll return to my original question. Those 3 photographs depict your son hours after you supposedly put him in a warm bath. Did he look like that when you put him in the warm bath, but for the fact that he was alive?
I did not look at him, sir. He was 15. I tried to give him his privacy. It may sound lame, but I intentionally look away. That's why Paul did most of his baths, is because he's 15 and I didn't think that was appropriate.
So you didn't put him in the bathtub?
No, he was already in the tub. I just looked.
Did you get him out of the tub?
I don't remember. I think so later that night. I would assume so.
Later that night? How long was he in the tub?
Well, night to me is any time after work. So
Okay. How long was he in the tub?
I don't think it was long after I got home, but I don't know.
Again, you didn't tell the police officers this when they talked to you about what had happened the night before, did you?
I don't remember. Apparently I didn't.
Well, so you don't remember what you told the police officers?
I remember part of it, but I mean, if you say I didn't tell them, then I trust your word there.
If you told the police officers that you noticed he was skinny, so you made him some bread and put some butter on it and watched him eat 3/4 of it and then sent him to bed, does that refresh your recollection about what you told the officers?
I mean, I hear what you're saying. I don't remember saying it, but.
So you don't remember saying those things to the police officer?
No, sir.
And those things clearly didn't happen, did they?
No, sir.
How did he get into his room that night?
I don't remember, sir.
Last page of the text messages. You can go ahead and read that very top text message, please.
Please set your alarm for 6 a.m. I ended up dragging him back to his small room because I wasn't going to risk him having access to the tub or other things overnight. He's still trying to be stupid, but I will tell you more tomorrow while I take you to work, describing how many different ways I proved that he's still faking. He's still doing it, though. It's beyond ridiculous.
I ended up dragging him back to his small room because I wasn't going to risk him having access to the tub or other things overnight. Plan was for him to sleep in the bathroom, wasn't it?
I don't remember, sir. I mean, I know that in the text message, but if that's what the text message says.
Okay. And you had to drag him back to the small room. Again, the small room being the closet, right?
Yes, sir.
Supposedly that he wanted to sleep in.
Yes, sir.
But you had to drag him there. Why was that?
Well, dragging, I mean, that could be anywhere from grabbing hold of an arm and because someone's not being cooperative. That can be a range of things, sir. So I don't know what I was referring to there.
You've seen the video, haven't you?
No, sir. I haven't seen any videos.
Do you need your memory refreshed about him getting back in the small room that night?
No, sir. I mean, like I said, I don't remember actually doing it.
Did you physically pull him into the room that night?
Yes, sir. I mean,
And did you push him down onto the ground so that he was laying and facing the camera?
if that's what it shows, then yes, sir.
And did you position his face towards the camera?
If that's what it shows,
And did you tell him that he owes you the biggest apology on the face of the earth, and then maybe he can get out to go to the bathroom?
If that's what it shows, sir, I don't remember.
And did you return a little while later because he had rolled over away from the camera so that you couldn't see him on camera?
If that's what it shows, I don't remember any of this.
And did you tell him you don't need to open your mouth every time you breathe, dummy, and then hold his mouth shut?
I don't know what I said, sir. I mean, I'll take your word for, that's what the
Oh,
video
you don't have to
says.
take my word for it. Let's play the video for you.
Sir, that's not necessary. That's what you're saying it shows. I believe you. I'm
So
not.
you're acknowledging that the night before Timothy died, hours before he died, you dragged him looking like that back into his small room, positioned him in front of a camera, told him he owed you an apology, then came back later because he rolled over away from the camera and held his mouth closed and said, see, you don't have to open your mouth when you breathe, dummy. You're acknowledging you did those things.
If that's what the camera shows, yes, sir.
You didn't put him in a warm bath that night, did you?
Yes, sir, I did.
But you had to drag him away from it?
If that's what it says, I don't, I know that I know he had a hoodie on.
You said the locks on the refrigerator were there because he got into the refrigerator, and if I heard your testimony correctly, he ate a pound of frozen hamburger?
Yes, sir. That was back.
And a bag of chicken nuggets?
A frozen bag of chicken nuggets, yes, sir.
And frozen hamburger?
Yes, the hamburger was not frozen, it was refrigerated.
But frozen chicken nuggets?
Frozen chicken nuggets and raw bacon.
And raw bacon?
Yes, sir.
Frozen raw bacon?
No, it was in the refrigerator.
The frozen stuff was the chicken.
The chicken nuggets, that was the only frozen, yes, sir.
Did you think he had an affinity for frozen food?
I didn't know the only thing he ate frozen was the chicken nuggets.
Is that why you sent a text message to Paul while he was in the ice bath at 3:43 that afternoon and said, oh, okay, crazy thought. Tell him if he actually sits up by himself and stays sitting up, he will get some pizza rolls. Don't tell him it's only 2, and I'm okay if they are frozen rather than cooked. Why'd you send that text message?
I don't know.
Don't remember that, Yvonne, either?
No, sir.
So you're not worried about him eating frozen pizza rolls if he sits up?
If that's what it says.
You've heard it read several times.
Yes,
You're not
sir.
doubting that's what it says, right?
Yes, sir.
Just another one of those memories that you just gone from your head, right?
Yes, sir.
So when you told Detective Peasky that the reason the locks were on the refrigerator is because he would get into them and he'd leave the doors open, that was a lie, wasn't it?
No, that was also true. He did that as well.
How does putting locks on fix that problem?
He can't get into it then, so it doesn't get left open.
Oh,
No,
so,
he was
he
the
wasn't,
only
so
one.
you admit that he was not allowed access to the refrigerator or the freezer or to the pantry?
As far as the refrigerator, freezer, after we put the locks on.
He couldn't get into them, could he?
No, not after that.
And the pantry had an alarm on it as well, didn't it?
No, it didn't.
Okay. We'll move on. We can circle back to that one. Let's talk about some of the other things that you told Detective Peasky. You told Detective Peasky that long after the stroke happened in January, Timothy went on a hunger strike. That was a lie, wasn't it?
Not long after. And no, that was not a lie. That was the truth.
He went on a hunger strike.
Yes, sir, he did. It wasn't immediately, but it was within a few days.
And a hunger strike is refusing to eat, right?
Yes, sir.
So he's refusing to eat food not long after your husband has a stroke, right?
Yes, sir.
Then you don't need to put locks on the refrigerator or freezer, do you? If he's refusing to eat.
He stopped. He started eating again.
He started eating again, so then you decided he's been on a hunger strike, he's eating again, so now we better lock up the food.
No, I did the locks to protect him because he could have killed himself eating the chicken nuggets. I didn't put the locks on after he did the hamburger or the bacon, but the chicken nuggets, it was raw chicken.
Chicken nuggets are cooked, aren't they? They're pre-cooked.
Are they? I didn't even think about that.
But it's okay if he has a frozen pizza roll or two, if he sits up, right?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. February 18th, 2022. Find out what he has snuck right the heck now. Because I know he has snuck all stuff since you weren't doing what you were supposed to. What do you mean you didn't know he was awake? You both should have been awake at 10:30. I am not happy. You know he wasn't just sitting there. Check the brownies in the kitchen. Check everything not locked away. Check where the flipping keys have been. So starting February, you had to lock up all the food. Make sure he's not getting into the brownies, right?
And all of the food was never locked. There's no pictures of it, but one of the lower cupboards had quite a bit of canned food in it. And he actually would get into that and eat stuff out of cans as well. But there was never a lock on that lower cupboard. I don't know if I know they took pictures of it because I showed it to them.
So he had access to one cupboard of food?
The pantry wasn't locked the whole time. I know that.
But there were times the pantry was locked or had an alarm on it, wasn't there?
There was no alarm. I never got one for the pantry. I've heard the text messages. I don't remember there being a lock on the pantry, but I've heard.
228, check his breath. I can almost guarantee he's eaten something. He was chewing on something when he walked downstairs. You and I will be talking about this on a later date when we're both home. Paul's response, yes, he grabbed some chips. I know. So he wasn't allowed to eat chips on 228 at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Couldn't have some chips, right?
I mean, I don't know what happened in that situation.
Well, you didn't say make sure he didn't get into the frozen chicken nuggets because it might kill him. You said find out what he's been into, and Paul says he's been into chips, right?
That's what it says, yes, sir.
So I imagine the next text message then is, oh, great, that's fine, he can have some chips.
Well, no, the point of it was he was sneaking things. He knew better.
Couldn't have chips.
It wasn't that he couldn't have chips. It was that he would sneak things. It
So
was
how would
dishonest.
How would he earn getting chips?
He didn't have to earn them. All he had to do was ask. I was trying to teach him not to sneak. He snuck. It wasn't just food. He would sneak in the garage. He would sneak toys. He snuck around and messed with his baby brother's homeschooling materials. I've got like flashcards and stuff for him. He messed with those and got them all out of order.
March 4th is around the time that you acknowledged that he was in zip cuffs. We talked about that a little bit earlier, but I don't think we clarified your final text message where you said, you know what? We will start cutting off the ends once they are tight, so he can't do that. Is that one of the can't remember texts too?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. March 19th. Okay, that only makes partial sense. What did he grab? LOL. Paul's response, I don't know, chips or something small he had in his pocket. Okay, tell him he just restarted his not eating again. That was you, March 19th. Tell him he's just restarted his not eating again. So he took chips. So the punishment for that is now he's not allowed to eat anything again, right?
I don't remember, sir.
Don't remember that one. Okay. Talking about the punishment outside. Paul says, wall sits question mark, and they say, push him until it looked like he is about to fall over, please. That was for running up and down the stairs, wasn't it, on April 14th?
If that's what it says, yes, sir.
So you wanted Paul to run him up and down the stairs until he was ready to fall over.
That's what the text says.
What crime had he committed to warrant being physically driven until you fall over?
I have no idea, sir.
April 18th. He managed to come upstairs, yank the locks off of both the freezer and the pantry without you noticing, and he stole a bunch of crap that squished and rattled and did all sorts of stuff, and you slept through everything. KK, no devices until tomorrow, at least my lunch other than messaging, me, which would be very little. Remember that?
I don't remember it, no, sir.
So, but if the text message said he yanked the locks off the pantry, then there were locks on the pantry as of April 18th, right?
Apparently.
$426, almost freaking caught him again. I want all the fruit in the fridge, freezer, or pantry, and those locked. So locking up all the food again on April 26th, correct?
Well, the cupboard still was never locked.
And what was in the cupboard?
A bunch of canned stuff. There's a bunch of cans in there.
Bunch of cans in there?
Yeah.
So you're okay with him getting into a bunch of canned stuff?
I mean, he got into it all the time.
So what do you go to the drawer, get a can opener, open up the can, put it on the stove, warm the stuff up?
No, he didn't. He would eat it straight out of the can.
But that didn't worry you.
Weird. Huh?
That didn't worry you?
Well, when I discovered it, it did, but I just never put anything on that cupboard.
So what caused this almost freaking caught him when all the food in the fridge and the freezer, the pantry, those locked up, April 28th?
I have no idea, sir. Without having it in there, I don't know what caused it.
It's likely related to the text before that, isn't it?
I don't know.
He keeps pulling his arms down, and that doesn't set off the camera alarm, so please watch him for that. Well, why did he have his arms up?
He was standing against the wall with his arms on his head.
So he'd have to do that for long periods of time, right?
Stand there, but he didn't have to have his arms up the whole time, but I'd set a time limit on how long he had to have his arms up.
And you're watching or watching an alarm to make sure his arm doesn't go down, right?
From the sound of it.
The response to you about from Paul about locking up the food, it's just he pulled the pantry door lock. What do you mean he just pulled it? Did he take it off? Paul says, yes, that part that attaches to the wall is dangling right now due to sticky locks. Okay, get another one on it right away. Last I saw, they were on the floor in a bag in my room. And you need to make him run up and down the stairs a ton for that, even in the cold and rain. So trying to take some food, not in his cabinet full of canned goods, and pulling the alarm, the pantry lock off, means he doesn't get food, it all gets locked away, and he has to run the stairs, even in the cold and rain, right?
Him being deceitful and sneaky.
He was deceitful and sneaky a lot, wasn't he?
Yes, sir, he was.
Did it ever occur to you it's because he was hungry?
He was that way well before there was issues, well before the stroke. I mean, we always had issues with him over that. His stepmom warned me about that.
Well before there were issues. What issues?
Before his first hunger strike, before any of this, he was extremely sneaky.
Did it ever occur to you that this is not the way to deal with a person who's been on a hunger strike? Locking up their food, locking up their access to food, punishing them when they try to take food? Did that ever occur to you with your brilliant legal mind, as it was, that wasn't a good idea?
I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking.
April 27th, Timothy is no longer allowed anywhere near the fridge, freezer, or pantry, or any other place where food is. So now it sounds like he can't even get into his cabinet full of canned goods, right?
I mean, that's what it said. We never there was never a lock on that.
But he wasn't allowed near it.
I mean, if that's what it says, I don't.
That was April 27th. Just a few days before, somehow he manages to be 104 pounds, which, as we've heard from the testimony this morning, is still a good 30 pounds under average weight, right?
Well, my kids most of them are slim. Paul is 6'1" and 130. He doesn't even hit the 134 for a 5'8" person. And I lose weight extremely easily. So at 104, he looked average.
February 14th, I may need some help with it, but I am about to get a lock for the pantry door and a lock for the fridge and both freezers. And then we won't leave any food out of those areas, and he won't have access to unlock those. Okay, Paul's response. Your response, if you disagree, please say so, but he is not going to win this. I may need some help with it, but I'm about to get that's the same thing. So you were bound and determined that he wasn't going to win and get food without asking for permission first, weren't you? Even if that meant locking up all the food.
No, sir, I was bound and determined he would stop being deceitful and sneaky.
He is not going to win this.
Because he was being stubborn. He kept sneaking. He snuck stuff. We found out, actually, it was well before the stroke. Paul discovered it. This was before his first hunger strike. I mean, before anything. Paul went down to the downstairs bathroom one day, and I want to say it was at least 3 cupboards, if not 4 across. And I guess he'd opened one of the cupboards, and Timothy had snuck a bunch of stuff. I mean, there was wrappers and cans and all sorts of stuff. He did that. I mean, that was, I don't remember if it was before or after my oldest son's wedding, but it was around that time.
And again, your response to all of this, rather than to seek some professional help for him, because of these eating issues that he apparently has, is to restrict even further his access to food, right? And then watch his every move on a camera or with a motion sensor or with an alarm, right?
My response was to try to prevent him from being deceitful and sneaky.
April 28th, do you want to have just the one on the pants for tonight? When I leave, you will have to have both of them on so it doesn't get away with anything. So by April 28th, you were putting multiple alarms on this person, weren't you?
If that's what it says, I didn't realize I even owned more than one. I only remember ordering one.
Okay, take off the arm one, but warn him that I will count how many times he moves his arm from the camera picking it up, and he'll be doing stairs for that tomorrow. That's at 11 o'clock in the evening on 4/28. So you're watching to see how many times he moved his arm when he was in his room?
How many times he dropped his, was he in his room?
I don't know. You
I'm
tell me.
assuming
I
it was
wasn't
up against
there.
the wall, 'cause
All I can
normally-
do is read you the text message. It says, "Okay, take off the arm one," referencing back to the alarms, "but warn him that I will count how many times he moves his arm from the camera picking it up, and he will be doing stairs for that tomorrow."
That
He's not sneaking around there, is he?
No, he was up against the wall and he was supposed to have his arms on his head for a certain amount of time.
Okay, so at 11 o'clock at night, he's supposed
Sometimes.
to be up against the wall, and you want to make sure that he knows you're going to know how many times he moves his arm. And if it's not satisfactory, he gets to do stairs for that the next day.
Yes, sir, apparently.
April 29th. What did he eat? I ate my burger already. Paul's response, he ate the crust. You remember what your response was?
I don't remember. I heard it the other day, but I don't remember sending that.
Go try to make him throw up, please. That was your response, wasn't it?
If that's what it says.
Don't remember?
No,
I'm gonna
sir.
put that one in the don't remember category.
Like I said, unfortunately, between January and the time he passed away, I don't have a lot of memories in general of Gabriel, of G, of Timothy, of Paul. I know that there's times that I went over to my in-laws' house and I don't remember a lot of that. It's not just this.
So the crime he committed here, just so we're clear, wasn't sneaking frozen chicken nuggets or a bag of chips. It was eating the crust of what sounds to be an already half-eaten burger or an eaten burger. And your response to that is go make him throw up, please.
If that's what it says, and the crime was, again, it's being sneaky and deceitful. It was never about it wasn't about the food. It was because he every time we turned around, he was sneaking something. It wasn't just food. He snuck toys. Like I said, he snuck batteries.
May 5th, did Timothy work hard enough to sleep tonight so you and I can both get some sleep? He will still have to work super hard tomorrow to earn the same, but wanted to ask about tonight first. You want to explain how that falls in with your statement that the reason he wasn't allowed to sleep was because he would keep you guys awake?
I actually do remember that. Timothy asked if he could trade off not getting to sleep for something else, and I had him doing chores.
There's a lot to unpack in that sentence, so I think I'll just start at the end. So he had to ask for permission to sleep.
No,
Right?
this was because he had kept us up. Like I said before, he had kept us up, so he wasn't going to get to sleep. And he asked if he could trade that punishment for another punishment.
How was that not having to ask for permission to go to sleep, Ms. Vander Ark?
It wasn't because it was a punishment. It wasn't anything about, he didn't have to ask to go to sleep.
Yeah, I'll do something else if you let me sleep, right?
It was trading a punishment for a punishment. That's.
May 16th, where is Timothy? Paul's response, sorry, I was getting dressed. Timothy is on a 5-minute bathroom timer. Well, 4 now. And your response, why is he on a 5-minute timer? He doesn't get 5 minutes. He gets 60 seconds unless he needs to poop, then he gets 2 minutes. He only got to go to the bathroom for 1 minute or 2 minutes, depending on what he had to do?
I don't remember. I don't remember ever enforcing that, but obviously I sent it. But
Doesn't that strike you as with everything else that happens? It's just cruel and unusual to tell a child, heck, to tell anybody that you only get a certain amount of time in the bathroom? That doesn't strike you as cruel? It's not argumentative.
It's certainly it's argumentative. She can answer the question, but certainly the way it's phrased is an argument. There's no question there. It's an argument. You judge with a question mark at the end.
No, I really want to know if she thinks it's cruel to put somebody on a bathroom timer.
And the relevance of if she thinks it's cruel, it's simply argumentative, Judge.
I don't think it's argumentative. It would tend to give some insight, I suppose, to her intent. if Mr. Johnson, you would like to clarify or have it clarify what her definition of cruel or unusual is so that we're all on the same page with the witness, that's fine. But I think the question can be asked, so the objection is overruled.
So your response to that, well, I want my question answered. Is it cruel to make a child go to the bathroom on a timer?
Yes, sir.
May 17th, before I left, when I was having you sign into the camera and turning on the sound for the camera so you would hear the alarm if it went off. And by the way, I told him yesterday that if he did that in the garage again, he would sleep in the garage for a night. So let him know that he would be doing that as soon as the temperatures are safe enough for him to make him do it. So you were going to have him sleep in the garage for a night.
I actually remember that text message and I was frustrated. I never would have done it, but I was frustrated. I type really fast and I admit I have a bad habit of saying stuff when I'm upset and then calming down later and it being totally different. But I do remember that and it never happened.
It didn't happen? What didn't happen? You didn't make him sleep in the garage?
No.
Oh. Yes, thank goodness for that. Same day, 12:53. Did he heat the pancake in a cup? Otherwise, it's just powder and it's not safe to eat without being heated either. When it actually says, did he hear the pancake in the cup? I assume he meant heat the pancake in the cup, right? Do you remember this text exchange?
Vaguely.
And Paul's response, no, he just ate the powder. And your response, that could make him sick, the dummy. Tabasco in his mouth and make him swallow, and lots of it, and do it every 30 minutes until you leave. This was May 17th. Do you remember this exchange?
I don't remember the Tabasco because I never called it. I said Tabasco.
Tabasco in the mouth and make him swallow, and lots of it, and do it every 30 minutes until you leave.
I don't remember that being a part of it. I remember part of the conversation, but I don't remember that part of it.
Well,
But
Timothy obviously didn't like Tabasco, did he?
we didn't have any Tabasco sauce. That's why it doesn't make any sense. We had hot sauce, but we didn't have Tabasco sauce.
Okay, so the punishment for eating pancake in a cup is Tabasco or some type of hot sauce in the mouth. Is that right?
Sneaking something dangerous. If that's what, I mean, if you're asking what he was punished for, it would be for sneaking.
You were concerned for his well-being.
Yes, sir.
Right. That's why you're having this text exchange, right?
Yes, sir.
You're really concerned for him at that point.
Yes, sir. Those pancakes in a cup had, if I remember correctly, it's been a while, but I think they had eggs in them.
That could make him sick, the dummy. Do you always refer to him as a dummy when you're worried about him?
No, sir. You can look at the text messages. I hardly ever said anything like that.
Hardly ever said anything like that? It's not a good idea to call a child a dummy, is it?
I never would to him. I was frustrated, like I said.
Later on in that same text exchange, Paul says he also crapped himself. And your response is, what? In his pants? Seriously? Paul, I told him to take a 5-minute shower. Make him do the work in the garage with nothing on below the waist. Just make sure the garage door stays closed, and then he can stand down against the wall with nothing on below the waist until you leave. Just please make sure G does not go downstairs at all while he's standing there like that. Break that up again. So make him do the work in the garage with nothing on below the waist. So his punishment for having an accident was that he had to do chores without pants and underwear on, right?
If that's what it says, I don't remember this.
That's pretty humiliating, isn't it?
I mean, he was by himself. It wasn't, I don't remember this at all, sir.
You don't remember that at all?
No, sir.
But you did have the presence of mind at that time that says, just make sure the garage door stays closed because you don't want anyone seeing him doing that, do you?
Well, I didn't want the garage door open ever because we had a lot of stuff out there. So.
And then he can stand against the wall with nothing on below the waist until you leave. So in addition to cleaning the garage, then he has to stand against the wall with no pants and underwear on, correct?
I mean, if that's what it says, I don't remember this.
Please make sure G does not go downstairs at all. Don't remember that either.
No, sir.
Didn't want, but you physically typed these words into your phone and sent them to Paul to make sure that G doesn't see Timothy like that, right?
Yes, sir.
His clothes need to be washed right away, but he gets to be without anything below the waist for a while today. Did he say why the heck he did that? And Paul's response is he said he didn't want to disturb anyone. He had to ask for permission to go to the bathroom, didn't he?
No, sir, not usually. If he was on the wall, he did. because he was supposed to be standing still.
Handcuff transactions, we've talked about that. So let's get back to your statement to to Detective Peasky. You didn't tell the detective about the warm bath, but you told him that you realized how skinny he was the night before and threatened to take him to the ER if he didn't eat. That's not true, is it?
No, sir.
And you didn't make him a piece of toast and give it to him and make him eat it, did you?
No, sir. I have no idea why I said that. I was traumatized. I actually didn't come out of the first month I was in jail. I wish the Lydia that used to work for the public defender's office visited me, and she said it was pretty obvious that I was under severe trauma. I didn't eat for my first month.
This was while they were searching your house on July 6th while you were sitting in your house.
Yes.
So you're thinking, oh, I better tell him, yeah, he looked a little skinny last night, and I thought I should take him to the ER and then make some toast with butter on it and watch him eat it, and he walked away. None of that happened, did it?
No, I don't even remember that.
But you had the presence of mind to lie to the officer at the time when he was investigating.
Like I said, I was traumatized. I don't remember this, sir.
He wouldn't come upstairs when she said goodnight. She walked down to the last couple of stairs and asked for a hug and a kiss. That didn't happen either, did it?
I don't remember. I mean, I would assume not, but I don't remember.
In fact, you're acknowledging that video that shows you dragging him into a small room, looking like he does when he dies, calling him a dummy for breathing with his mouth open, is actually what you did to him the night before he died, right?
If that's what it shows, I don't remember, sir.
Your statement to Detective Peasky continues. She got ready for work in the morning and went to check on him. She said his name, but he did not respond. She put her hand on his chest and he was not breathing. She remembered her 20-year-old son, Paul, helping her get him off the bed. That was all a lie, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
You know where he was when you found him that morning, right?
In the closet.
In the small room. And prior to that, you told Officer Stephanich, well, it was about 5:30. He fell out of bed and I had to go and put him back into bed. Also a lie, right?
Yes, sir. I have no idea why I said that, sir. Like I said, I was traumatized.
You told Detective Peasky that Timothy stated he was on a hunger strike 2 weeks ago. This is 2 weeks before he dies. He goes on a hunger strike.
Yes, sir.
Did he go on a hunger strike?
Yes, sir, he did.
Show me the text message between you and Paul where it says that he's on a hunger strike.
I don't know if I ever texted him about it, sir. We talked about it, but I never texted. I mean, if it's not in there, we didn't text about everything.
You never texted Paul about him being on a hunger strike.
No, I would have told him that in person. I wouldn't have said that over text message. That would have been important.
But Paul has to watch him for the day when you're not home, right?
Yes, sir.
So it'd be Paul's responsibility to get him some food, right?
Yes, sir.
So while he's on a hunger strike, instead of talking about the hunger strike, your response to that is give him 4 slices of bread with hot sauce on it. And if he eats them and waits 30 minutes, he can eat 4 without. Right?
I don't know what day that was, sir. If you're
Let's find it and make sure.
I mean, we tried to, just because he wasn't eating, we tried to feed him. That was.
And the best solution you come up with is force him to eat the bread with hot sauce on it. That was the response to the hunger strike?
I don't remember. I mean, it wasn't, we tried to feed him. That's all I remember.
So when would that hunger strike have started?
End of June, late June.
Again, you never looked at the bone thin photo to see what kind of condition he was in before he goes on this hunger strike, right?
No, sir.
And did it ever occur to you, like, he's on a hunger strike now? And I know Paul had sent me that text about, he's bone thin. I think we actually need to feed him. We need to actually feed him. It never occurred to you that maybe you should go back and look at that text message now and see what condition he was in at the time?
No, sir. When something's out of sight, it's out of mind. Once that's scrolled up, I don't scroll back to the text messages.
Out of sight, out of mind. That applies to Timothy as well, doesn't it?
That applies to a lot of things, sir. It's not just, I mean, if
Not
little man
just
wasn't,
Timothy.
no, if little man was not in front of me right then I wasn't necessarily thinking about it. Paul wasn't.
June 19th, you can do his bread with hot sauce at any time, though preferably sooner rather than later. Put more hot sauce on than you did yesterday, please. and he has to eat at least 3 slices with hot sauce, but he may have more as long as they have plenty of hot sauce on him. That was June 19th. Was he on his hunger strike then?
I would assume not. I don't know. I don't know. I don't have an exact date.
That was about 2 weeks before he passed away, and that's when you said the hunger strike started. Is that right?
Yes, sir. But
Did it occur to you that the hunger strike was because he didn't enjoy eating bread with hot sauce on it?
did it occur to me? No, sir, because he did it way back in January, and that wasn't the case.
June 21st, how is everything? Did you make him eat his bread with hot sauce? Yeah, and that's when it's he gets 4 with hot sauce and then 4 more, 30 minutes. That was June 21st. You don't know if the hunger strike started there then?
I don't know, sir. Like I said, I can only guesstimate. That's. The only reason I remember the 3 weeks the first time around is because it was right after the stroke, and he started eating again before the end of January.
Right. Did you think he's on a second hunger strike now? I really need to get him some treatment for this.
Did I think along those lines? No, sir. He admitted to being, he told us very early on after the stroke that he was taking advantage of that because we didn't have the extra set of eyes with my husband, and he was being difficult. He actually, Timothy told me that his dad and stepmom used to let him get away with everything. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but I've always been the stricter parent anyway, and he told me on multiple occasions that if he thought that if he pushed me hard enough that I would just quit making him do stuff and I wouldn't make him cooperate.
All right, well, here's an exchange from June 29th. Maybe this can shed some light on the hunger strike feeding situation. Trust me, I know he's thin. Trust me, I know he's thin. That was your text, no? Paul's, you sent
I don't remember the
right?
text, but I mean.
You don't remember that one either?
No, sir.
Trust me, I know he's thin. That being said, he told me a week and a half ago that he wanted to be thin to make me feel bad for punishing him. You don't get to grump at him for that, though. I already lit into him plenty for it. Is this while he's on his hunger strike?
I mean, I would assume so. Yes, sir.
This is June 29th. This is
Yes,
about 8
sir.
days before he dies.
Yeah, I would assume so.
And Paul's response is, of course he did. And your response to that is, yeah, so while I want to fix it, he will get most of his calories from plain bread and rice for, pulling that. He will get plenty of calories, but not get to enjoy them that way, That doesn't sound like somebody who's on a hunger strike to me. Can you clarify that for me, please?
I don't remember, but I know he wasn't eating. There was.
Continues on, KK. So yeah, we'll tell you more about what he can eat later, June 29th.
Just because we offered him food doesn't, I mean, we offered him food when he was on the hunger strike in January. At least I did. I mean, I would assume Paul did as well. But just because you offered stuff, I mean, you couldn't, even though it says try to force him to, he couldn't force him to eat stuff. I mean, if he didn't.
You heard Paul's testimony yesterday that he had to force him to eat the bread sauce, the bread with hot sauce on it, didn't you?
Yes, sir. I don't know what he means by that.
It's interesting you use the phrase, we tried to tempt him with food. That came up while he was in the ice bath, didn't it? Tempting him with food.
Do you mean the day before he passed?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I mean, if I said yes, sir. I mean.
You told Paul to heat up some pizza rolls because G needed the pizza rolls anyway, right? You remember that?
Yes, sir.
I
don't remember the text message.
Don't remember. So this falls in the I don't remember category as well. Is that right?
Like most of it.
Yes. The text message says, heat one up, hold it in front of him, but be ready to pull away if he tries to grab it. You don't remember sending any of that?
I don't remember it. No, sir.
You heard the text messages read yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
Is it fair to say that you just don't remember those text messages?
Most of them, I don't remember.
Most of them.
Yeah. But then you've got your big bind. I can pretty much guarantee I don't remember most of that either. I don't, and it's not just my text with Paul.
You don't remember anything?
No, sir, I don't.
But somehow you were able to hold down a job as a judicial clerk during that time period, right?
Yes, sir.
You were able to at least provide dog training to one client at that time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you remembered to tell Paul to get up and walk Sharma just about every morning, didn't you?
I mean, that would be automatic. It would be reflex. If it's in there, then I would assume so. Yes, sir.
That would be reflex. To tell Paul to get up and walk Shanda, is that what you're saying?
I mean, if it's a habit, if I do it enough times, then. And plus it served to get Paul out of bed when I left. Because he'd like to go back to sleep. You told the officer that there was an alarm on the basement door, this is the small closet, because there was some sewing stuff stored in it. That was a lie, wasn't it? Yes, sir. There was sewing stuff stored in it before he asked to do that, but
the
I
alarm
don't know why
wasn't-
I told him that.
The alarm wasn't on there because there was sewing stuff on it, was there?
No, sir.
The alarm was on it because Timothy was supposed to be in there, right?
I mean, as far as I know, like I said, I don't.
You don't remember, but you were able to lie to the police officer at the time?
I don't remember talking to the police. I mean, I don't remember this part of the conversation with the police officer, sir.
You told the officer that there were cameras in the home because G would strip down naked and wander around. Well, that wasn't the only reason the cameras were in the house, was it?
No, sir.
You left out all the other details about that you had to monitor Timothy and make sure he didn't go certain places and sneak places and be deceitful, right? You didn't tell the officer that, did you?
Apparently not. I don't know why I didn't, but
You said he fell out of bed and you went and had to get him and put him back into bed. He never fell out of bed that night, did he?
not as far as I know. I don't remember, sir.
Well, you know he didn't sleep in the bed that night, don't you?
Well, yeah, so I'm sorry.
It's saying that you got up at 5:30 and had to put him back into bed, and then you changed it to 30 minutes because it's sometime with the ending in the 30 because you learned at that point the rigor mortis had already set in and he'd been deceased for a number of hours. That was still a lie, wasn't it?
I mean, yes, sir. I don't remember any of this. I'm sorry.
The hot sauce in the bathroom downstairs was for food, but it wasn't, was it? The hot sauce was for punishment, right?
It was also to put on food.
But you didn't mention that, oh, we also use hot sauce as a form of punishment, did you?
Apparently not.
I'm guessing you probably didn't mention to the officer, oh, we also had the crazy idea yesterday to pour some hot sauce on his penis for a punishment. You didn't mention that either, did you?
Apparently not, sir. Like I said, I don't remember.
You told the officer that you did not restrict Timothy's movement at night with shackles. That was also a lie, wasn't it?
Again, I don't remember, sir. I know we talked about it, but as far as overnight, no.
But you would restrict his movement with shackles, wouldn't you? Whether it was zip ties or handcuffs or leg shackles.
I mean, I can only go back based on the text messages. I don't know.
Why did you wait 20 minutes to call 911 after you found Timothy deceased in the small closet in the small room?
I have no idea, honestly. I learned of that gap, just a couple of days ago. The whole day is surreal to me, so I have no idea why we waited like that. I don't know. I can't imagine waiting, but apparently it happened. I don't know.
Do you remember Paul asking you, should we call 911?
I don't remember him ever asking. Because I was the one that called, and I was the one, I remember performing CPR, and he did help me out a little bit when I got tired to take over a little bit. But, I mean, I can't imagine ever saying no to that.
But if it's on the video, that's what you said, right?
If it's on there.
So if the video showed that it begins with you with movement outside of the room at about 6:19:21, and 911 is actually called you tell Paul you have to call at 6:37, so that's about 18 minutes, isn't it?
I mean, let's see, 19, yeah, that's 18 minutes.
And Timothy was never responsive to you, was he?
No, sir.
His eyes were wide open, completely glazed over, weren't they?
As far as I remember, yes, sir.
He never moved, never took a breath, never did anything, did he?
No, sir.
While this is all going on, you tell Paul, we'll have to tell them he was on a hunger strike. right? Remember telling him that?
No, I don't.
Don't remember that either?
No, sir.
You remember telling Paul, or do you remember saying, put his pants on to make it look like he's been this way?
I don't remember saying that.
You remember asking Paul to put the belt on to make it sure that that's the way he looked?
No, sir.
But if they're on video, you said those things,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Ms. Vander, isn't it true? Timothy had just become nothing more than an annoyance for you, and he wasn't even a human being in your eyes anymore.
That is absolutely not true.
Johnson. Ms. Vander,
Yes, sir. We're almost done. Whew. Hey, Juggalo.
Reduce everything you did and said and the comments you made.
You too.
Text that you put in your phone and sent out.
Oh, absolutely not. I talk a lot. I admit that. The text was probably 10% of what I said.
Okay, so would it be true to say that there are other conversations, other issues, other details that are not contained in those texts?
Many, yes, sir.
Okay. You were asked if you only couldn't remember the bad things or the incriminating things. You remember having that question?
Yes, sir. I remember that question.
Were you during the course of this conversation, with Mr. Roberts, were you ever asked about any of the good things that were going on?
Not really, no, sir.
So, as I recall, you reported that you can't remember some of those as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I know my son played baseball. I don't remember most of his games. And I know I caught for the team because coaches were on first and third, but I don't actually remember doing it most of the time. I remember a couple of games, but I know we had more than 2 games.
Let me ask you about this. You had children and you taught dogs.
Yes, sir.
Do you teach children and dogs conduct or responsibility in the same manner?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever deprive your son of water as far as your?
No, sir. No, sir.
There was conversation from Paul, and he said that you broke a chip into 4 places and you threw it out the window. Did you do that?
No, sir. No.
Show the jury in using your fingers how big a chip is.
It's a micro S.
Oh. Well, that was probably, there's not really much after that, right? Because I don't know where the rest of it is. They were about to end it because he was just finishing up. So I think we're going to stop it there. I think there's only like a couple minutes if there's any, right? What do you guys think? Pretty crazy. Now do you guys, so the people that are new just from tonight, paying attention to this, now do you see why I was like, look how bright, look how orange this looks. I look very tacky with the orange with the red, but my sweater that I had on was soaked with that water pick. So I put this on because it was soaked. But yeah, do you see? It's interesting. So yeah, the verdict was in Friday. I think it was Friday. They found her guilty. I guess they only deliberated for an hour. No brainer. Okay, so tomorrow we're gonna do YouTube. We're gonna do Facebook posts. I'm gonna see if I can find any more background. I already said the background charges, but we could go over that again. I want to do the 911 call if I could find it real quick. I haven't even listened to it yet. I remember they said it was on the 3rd day. I just gotta find it. I'm gonna do where the lawyer talks about he basically talks about the case after the verdict, talking about how it's the worst case he's ever seen, her lawyer, which is interesting. And then, yeah, we'll just chat. Maybe open a panel, depending on how long that all takes. And, yeah, we'll do it like around probably the evening, early evening maybe, because it's already 5:30, so I got to get some sleep. So, but yeah, if anybody, so I don't have to go look for it. The 911. I forget. Somebody had told me exactly where it was too. But I don't remember. Oh wait, hold on. Did I start it? Hold on 1 second before I end this so I could get. Wow. Petty Soul, you guys gifted a lot of memberships, huh? Thank you guys. Thank you. Okay, so. Oh yeah, sweet. Okay. Middle of day 3. Okay, so let me actually do something real quick. Hold on. I just want to get it ready because I have where she said it was at. I mean, wait a minute though. Okay, I'll try to find it. I know what day it's on. At least if she's right, if Sarah's right, which I'm sure. I don't see why she wouldn't be. So I will get that, and yeah, then we'll go from there. Interesting, huh? And then yeah, maybe I can't open up I will open up a panel because I want to see what your guys' thoughts are, even in chat to see. Since I didn't get to be in chat that much because I was cleaning. I looked a little bit, but I'm sorry. I just had to get that done. I had to get everything put away and stuff, and then the whole food coloring that it was in like a bottle I didn't know. Wait, hold on. It's actually wearing off slowly. Wow, just from like maybe that that water pick. It was getting me soaked, and then puddles, and then I had it turned off, right? You guys, water picks keep going even when it's turned off. I had it turned off. I thought I'd turn it off. Then I came over here to do something. You had me like move a thing or whatever, and then I came in and said, "Oh my god, a water pick got me soaked." I don't know if I said that, but I came over here, texted, go back over, and the water pick is still spraying out all over the counter and dripping onto the floor. I'm like, it's off. What the heck? So what did I do? I feel like I did something. It was still spraying. Oh, no. So it wasn't on. So I thought, oh, maybe it was just a leftover or something. So I put it over the sink, and then I feel like I turned something else off, and then I was cleaning it up, and then I look back up, and it was still going. So basically, it leaked out until it actually was gone. Like the container was empty. So I don't know why it does that. That shouldn't do that, because how do you freaking turn it off? I know when you're using it, you push the button and it stops for a minute, but like, I mean, maybe if you unplug it, but I mean, I had it plugged in still. I don't know. I am gonna see if my nephew wants it. I do not like it. It's got my face soaked. Oh, my shirt, freaking, the mirror, the countertop, everything was soaked. I know. So yeah. So we'll watch the sentencing together. That's going to be the 20. What did you guys say? The 29th or the 4th? I forget, but we'll figure it out. Does anybody know though? Maybe I should mark it down so I don't forget. It was January something. Why do I feel like they said the 29th? But we could watch that together. Oh yeah. And then she freaking, hold on a second. She freaking didn't show up for the verdict. She didn't. I don't know why she didn't have to, but no, she just didn't come. I don't know if she's used the whole medical excuse again, because she's always like, we saw that little clip on the news clip where it's like they're trying to like postpone the trial because she medical purposes, like anxiety, but yeah, it sucks. Well, I didn't buy one, so my dad had one, and then he died, and he never opened it. It was brand new. He never opened it. So my mom's like, "Do you want this?" I was like, "Yeah, I'll try it." I'm gonna give it right back to her. I thought I would like it if it wouldn't spray all over. It's like I was like, okay, I'll lean over the sink. It doesn't matter. It's like, and I had it on the lowest setting. It's all over, and then not only does it go like this, it goes all the way up. It hit the mirror, and then it was getting all over me. Like even when I was using it, when it wasn't just spraying out, when I was just actually trying to use it, it was doing it. So then I switched it. I started on the they have a tongue cleaner, so I wanted to start on that just to see, and then I moved to the I forget which, the pick, I think, and then it's everywhere. So I'm like, let me do just the other thing, whatever it's called, and then that was everywhere. I was like, oh, okay, but regardless, I'm done with it because even when I had it going, I don't like it, and it was on the lowest setting. So yeah, 29th. I think they did say the 29th. So yeah, we'll watch that together. Hopefully they make her freaking show up. But yeah, so we'll do it like maybe around 5, 6 tomorrow night, maybe. I'm gonna get some sleep. Guys, get some sleep. So come back tomorrow so we could go through. We got some interesting posts and, it'll be interesting. So I'm glad we got the people that are new to it. I feel like you saw everything that I've seen as far as the trial. That's all I've seen. I haven't seen anything else. I didn't have time to catch it all up, because I'm still like doing Delphi stuff and stuff, but I think we got a good feel of what happened. All right. I feel like I wanted to comment on something else. Oh yeah, don't you not love, but isn't it like so weird that she'll punish, like, oh, we don't want him to get sick. Oh, he would have got sick, but yet you do stuff that's making him sick. Like, her reasoning makes no freaking sense, but I love how the freaking prosecutor was calling her out for everything. You know what I'm saying? That was so awesome, though. Like, he didn't let her slip at anything. He called her out, dude. I was loving it. Right? He was good. Both sides were good, but it was interesting to see what the defense lawyer really thought about her or about the case afterwards, like, which I'm going to play the clip. It's we'll play it tomorrow. It's interesting to see that because, he's good at his freaking job then, because that didn't show at all. But I guess most defense lawyers, they have, I mean, you always feel, most of the time, if they go to trial, you're always feeling like they think their person's innocent, because they're doing their job, so it's just interesting to like hear that he's like, this is the most horrible case, and just the stuff he says, and it's just like, wow, you have a good poker, well, would that be a poker face? But he had a good, like, I was thinking that he was thinking, by the way he was doing it, that he was thinking it was more Paul's fault, but no. But I mean, I don't understand how defense lawyers could do that. Because if you're good at your job, you have to be able to do that. You have to be able to basically have an internal fight within yourself. Because say this person's horrible, but you have to go up there and defend the crap out of them if you want to do a good job at your job. I mean, once in a while you might have an innocent one, but I feel like well, let's say 8 times. I did this for the other thing too, but like let's say 8 times out of 10, the person's guilty if they're at that point. I think. You know what I'm saying? If they're at that point of going to trial, let me rephrase that. More than not, okay? Definitely more than 50%. You know what I'm saying? They're more likely to be guilty than innocent, because I say a higher percentages are guilty than innocent that already get to that point. Wouldn't you think? Even if it's half, it's like half your job you're defending like somebody is guilty, and you have to get up there. And another thing is, like, a case like this or cases that are publicized, you're the bad guy. So you're the evil monster's face. I mean, you know what I'm saying? People look at you like big trials and they associate you as like a part of it. Like, here, you defended her. You say, oh, you're on her side. You freaking, you know what I'm saying? They look at it like, you just have that, you're watching the trial and you almost have that perception. You can't even help it while you're watching it in a way, because they're over there defending this person, this evil person most of the time. And it's like, God, how dare you? People think, they don't really think about it. Like, you must be evil to, freaking defend that behavior. But I always try to remind myself that it's their job. But I mean, sometimes it's hard. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it's like you can't help but like not get mad, but be like, they're defending that jerk. Because not all the time do you hear interviews after like that with those. Because I'm trying to think, like, yeah, no, I mean, I guess even with Letitia, her lawyers did interviews, but they were more like neutral, because yeah, I don't know. They sucked. They sucked, though. Her lawyers sucked. They weren't very good. Like the hot sauce, the starving, and then to know 69 pounds, 5'8", to just realize how freaking skinny that is. and they knew because they both seen him naked because they're putting him in baths. So it's not like oh, we didn't know he had big clothes on or he had clothes. I didn't know he was that. No, they both saw it every day with those gosh darn ice baths. So they can't deny it. They can't deny it. And here's the thing. I've been trying to think because in her head somehow she was thinking he was being bad in a way. Like I know I'm not saying it was an excuse, but like there was something about what he was doing that she thought was wrong. Here's my question. What was she wanting him to do? Like I'm picturing him being so tired, being starving. So you're tired, so he's gonna want to like lay down, but then they're not letting him lay down, and they're acting like, oh, he's just being bad, but all he's doing is trying to rest his head, and you won't let him sleep. So what did they want him to do? You know what I'm saying? I don't understand. What were they wanting him to do? Like you torture him and then he's starving, so he's gonna want to sneak food. And then you get mad he sneaks food, but you're starving him, so what do you want him to do? You know what I'm saying? And then he's probably feeling sick and with the hot sauce, so he probably is up at night with stomach aches and like miserable, so he's maybe up moving around a little bit. But they're creating all of it. Like I don't understand what did they want him to do. It makes no freaking sense. You know? It's like, oh, he's just like she would get mad because he was staring or zoning or like not being responsive. But what weren't you mad when he was responsive? So now he's not being responsive. Like what did they want him to do? If he was responsive, oh, he's acting out. And then if he wasn't, oh, he's faking it. Like I don't understand. He could not win. But I'm really trying to figure out because you know how I am. I have to know like all the details and figure it out. Like what was it in her head that she was wanting him to do? You know what I'm saying? What do you guys think? Because I can't make sense out of it. Like, and he probably couldn't either. He's a 15-year-old. He probably had no idea what they wanted from him. But everything he was doing, he was getting punished. He probably, and then when he'd be like, you know, I'm hungry, or he was zoning out and he was tired, and then they're yelling, you're faking it, and then he stays up, doesn't sleep, keeps him up. Oh, you're keeping us up, and then he wants to sleep. Oh, you can't sleep, you're I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, he couldn't win. But like, what do you guys think in her head? It's sick and twisted, but what was she expecting from him? Or do you think it was like, I don't know. Because I always try to put myself in everybody's situation. So I'm like, as I'm watching, I'm like putting myself, like trying to put myself in his position and his situation with his, you know, what was going on. And I'm trying to think like trying to figure out by what I'm hearing they're doing, like, okay, what does she want him like to do? I don't know. It makes absolutely no freaking sense. So this poor kid doesn't know what the heck to do. And I don't care who you are, if you're starving, like, of course you're gonna sneak food. It's like survival. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's something like your body's starving and you will do whatever you can to stay alive. You'll try, you know, until you have no energy, like, till you can't physically. So, of course, he's gonna sneak food. She doesn't make any sense. Just give him dinner every night. Then maybe he won't be sneaking food, you idiot. And let him sleep. And you say you can't sleep anyway. So, you know what I'm saying? She can't sleep anyway. So what makes a difference if he's up with her? Why don't she, he could keep you company then. You know, if you're saying he keeps you up, hey, you can't sleep, go hang out with him. You got somebody to keep you company while you're up. Yeah. Poor guy, man. and then that whole bathroom, and then he gets in trouble for peeing, in that room or peeing on the tarp or whatever. But then you guys make him, and I don't believe that she's saying, oh, no, he doesn't always have to ask. The way with those texts were going, he did always have to ask to go to the bathroom. She's freaking lying. Well, obviously, I'm sure you caught that. So you're telling me in the middle of the night, or he doesn't want to bother you because every time you come in, you're probably so mean to him. And they're probably really rough with him. And so he doesn't want to bother them. They're probably annoyed when he bothers them to go to the bathroom. And so he doesn't ask, and he just pees where he's at, What, do you freaking blame him? And then in the middle of the night, what is he going to do? Of course, if he has to go, he has no option. He's not going to wake them up and get them so mad to go to the bathroom. And then a minute, and then he only gets 2 minutes to poop. That's not long enough for the most part. Like, that's not enough time. Maybe for some people, but it's not. For most people, 2 minutes to poop isn't long enough. I know, Chris. Yeah, I want to know. That's what I'm trying to do. See, hopefully I'll be able to get up early enough. So I was trying to, when I first started the live, and it was right before it too, I was trying to get some connection. So I looked up her background to get her family members and stuff. So I'm going to try to get that all maybe figured out somewhat. But the issue is, well, with the one part where I really wanted to try to learn a little bit about his dad too, because I want to know what it was like, what he was like, and what it was like for him, with him when he was with him at one point, and just kind of like see what that was like too. But I cannot find his dad on any social media. And then not Adam, I'm talking about Eric. So, but I'm going to try, I figured out, I think I found her sister, but because one of the, she comments on one of her pictures, and she says something like, love you, sis, or something. So I'm guessing it's her sister. Doesn't have the maiden name that I think that's her. I think her maiden name's Ramsey, from what I've figured out. But she doesn't have the same maiden name, but she's probably married. But I went to her Facebook page, and I mean, I can't find really any pictures of her with her sister, but I don't go to her her parents. I'll try to figure it out. But I mean, I think it's gonna be, we're only gonna be able to find so much, because Facebook, I don't think she's had contact with him for a while, and then Facebook, some people don't have Facebook, or they only go back, they don't have it, they didn't have it that long ago. So I'll try. Dr. Drew? Wow, Patty, that's crazy. But that's the thing. Why did she have his dad bring her to him? She wasn't even supposed to have him. Why did she want him so bad if she didn't want him? You see what I'm saying? If she didn't want him, then why did she want him? If he's just a pain, let him stay with the dad, or let him go to the foster home. I don't understand why she would even want him if he's that much of a nuisance to her. And that's what I don't understand. A lot of well, duh, a lot of parents, when they kill their kid, put him up for adoption, put him in foster, you know what I'm saying? Instead of murdering somebody. You don't have to keep your kid. You know what I'm saying? I mean, really? You don't have to. If you don't want, I mean, I'm not trying to sound but I'm just saying, if the other option is freaking killing them, yeah. Let the kid stay with another family. But, whether you put him in foster care or adoption or whatever, there's ways. Instead, these parents are killing. It makes no freaking sense. It makes no sense. Don't get it. Well, it's the same thing when spouses kill each other. It's Divorce. What is wrong with people? I don't get it. This one, yeah, this one really definitely makes me very mad. Very mad. Dang, it's cold. All my stuff is getting really cold. I should shut my window a little bit. Yeah, it should be good. Not yet. Yeah, all right, I'm gonna go, guys. Tomorrow, 5 o'clock. Bye.